Out of Cruel Space, Part 326. Rack and Roll Shadows of Centris. In the end, a bus was paid for. They bought tickets in advance, and Amadi wove some illusions, and suddenly they were three men of random races. Armor still up, though. The cretin had decided to have some fun with it, with himself as an audiobook, ghostly pale, and with hair so dark it seemed to drink in the light. He had apparently taken some inspiration from Koa's wife, and the man was now a chocolate-brown Lyrak with a deep tan-off color around the cheeks and chest. Finally, he had earned a long, level look from Reggie after making the man look like a grease-smeared rabbi's with an oversized bobtail sticking to him like a pompom tucked into his belt. They're looking for human men, not a Lyrak, Apuk, and rabbis. If they're looking for humans specifically, possibly Tret. Our armor and communicators are giving out distinct signals to say nothing of the shield emitters. If that's what they're looking for, then they're going to find us even through this. Reggie remarks, noting that with the way the illusion is animated, he simply has his off two arms fiddling with some small device. A device which is admittedly fascinating and takes some effort to not simply study the part that Amadi, no doubt copied from the guts of a machine he'd stuck his head into somewhere. Maybe something that will excuse why we smell like metal and clank somewhat when we walk? Koa asks, and Amadi sighs in frustration. No appreciation for artists, not here and not at home. He gripes and there's a sort of blink. All three men are suddenly Platon men in generic Renacop uniforms, with open shield emitters pierced into the leathery plates of their hide and visibly active. Gorgeous guards LTD? Reggie demands. Asking either of you to act like women, even an alien women, is asking the world to start spinning the other way. So how about you act like you're embarrassed to be here and eager to get home? Amadi replies with a smile that is deliberately impish both under his helmet and on the face of the illusion. You know, someday someone is just going to lose their shit at one of the cracks you make, and you're going to have to start dodging swings. Reggie grumps before going quiet for the rest of the wait. Amadi, not one wanting to be bored, pulled out his communicator and began to read through it. His awareness of the surrounding axiom allowed him to understand when the silent was peering around him to see what he was reading, and he shifted the screen on the device accommodatingly. However, the accommodation was either offensive or the subject on screen, the local rag's latest rumors on humanity, weren't to the man's interest, and he fades back and away. Which was a shame. It was trying to track back the Dauntless to a massive conspiracy of 100,000 cloning operations working in tandem to get things done, which would be way overkill. There are only about 5,000 people on the ship total. What else were they trying to clone? Bacterial life? Maybe. When the bus arrives, all three men pile on, and there's a tap on the armor from the silent to let them know that he's snuck on with ease. They garner a lot of attention, which leads to Koa furiously texting at Amadi to maybe think things through a bit more next time, especially when several women start asking after gorgeous guards LTD. Ma'am, please. We're exhausted and just want to go home. Reggie says, letting his frustration and something older and very, very worn down spill out in his tone. It's enough to get people to flinch back a bit, and Koa makes a mental note to try and talk to the man, or at least make sure he's still going to his therapist. The bus seems to be working fine until all of a sudden there's a turn to the left out of nowhere. The shift is so violent that several women are thrown from their seats, and a furious Feely stands up and stalks to the driver's pod. She hammers on the side a few times and demands to see who thinks flying like that is even slightly acceptable. There's no response, and she rips open the doorway before screeching in horror. She's got a bomb. The Feesy screams and all three men race down the bus. There's a blast followed by a massive burst of wind as something detonates, and there's the blurring of someone jumping out the side and flying away. Oh fuck, that's a lot of boom. Reggie remarks as he sees the device that's been clasped onto the controls of the bus. Shields off. If we get closer to it with them on, we could set it off. Their shields deactivate, and Amadi lets the illusion drop. The device has numerous cylinders implanted into the sides and a central shaft. He immediately starts digging through his pockets and pulls out some small tools. I don't have the right tools for this, so I'm going to need you guys to grab things at my command. Reggie sits in the driver's seat and quickly presses a few buttons to engage an emergency autopilot. He breathes a sigh of relief as the bus slows and he busies himself with dismantling the weapon. There are a few moments where he seems to make no progress before he taps one of the 6 cylinders. Rip it off. Each one adds to the bomb's power. This one is safe for now. Reggie commands as Koei reaches in and tears off the part of the bomb. Crush that thing's top and bottom, otherwise it'll suck in atmosphere and convert it to plasma. There's a crunching sound as Koa's strong hands are infused with a touch of axiom and close with more force than a pneumatic press. Our bomber's watching us, Amadi says, looking out the window and seeing a dark figure flying after the bus. Give her something to watch. I want her openly questioning what planet she's on. Koa answers and Amadi nods. Let's see what she thinks of Mars, he says, and his very presence is suddenly shimmering as if under a haze. Every woman on the bus, already staring, start going bug-eyed at the man's presence as they feel the sheer amount of power he's toying with. Koa, I need you hands again, Reggie says, and the large man reaches in and grabs the indicated cylinder. Gonna need to pull. I couldn't completely loosen it. There's the sound of metal snapping as Koa rips out the next portion of the bomb's payload. Crush it? Crush it. Reggie confirms Koa's question as he works on the next one. There's a scream of agony, and he glances out the hole in the side of the bus. The broken body of the bomber falls through the air, trailing blood. Should have paid attention to traffic. Amadi notes disdainfully, I hope the person that hit the bitch wasn't hurt themselves. Reggie notes absently. He's pulled out a K-bar to help lever things around as the more delicate tools loosen screws, dislodge wires, and disrupt axiom flows. Give it a rip and crush, big man. Koa's strong fingers wrap around the partially pried out cylinder and tears it out completely to free up the knife, which is then rammed into another part of the deadly device to force it open a little more so that he can wreak real havoc with the more delicate instruments. Are there any surprises you see coming up? Koa asks, and Reggie grunts as he twists the knife as he dislodges things with a pair of needle-nosed pliers. I think the central portion has a bit of boom to it too. It will completely break the controls, even if we get the rest of the payload off this thing. At that point, the autopilot dies and we start falling. Not to mention the shrapnel could severely hurt or even kill some of the girls here. How did they know we're on this bus? Koa asks, and Amadi chuckles. Our enemies are a splinter faction of the organization that helped us. Stands to reason they're infiltrated, or at least being spied on. Anything I can do there, Reg? He asks and is handed a pair of tiny screwdrivers. Hold those. Reggie says as something snaps inside the bomb, and he tosses something to the side with the pliers. Koa, we got some crushing for you. Koa takes the partially dislodged plasma cylinder before crumpling it like an empty bear can. Just 2 more of those. Do you think you can get the central component disarmed too? Maybe. I don't know if it's on a timer, proximity, or a remote, but I've exposed a couple pieces keeping it on the brace. Reggie answers, swapping his pliers and knife out for the screwdrivers and quickly unzipping part of the device. How much boom is left? Enough to trash the whole front of the bus. This thing works with the central part going off to then trigger the other 6. If it's just the ignition charge, then my armor gets some scorch marks and the controls get fucked, but that's manageable compared to the entire bus being reduced to slag and burnt charcoal. Lovely. Keep at it. Koa orders him as Reggie swaps out the screwdrivers for the pliers and levers the knife in to pry apart part of the bomb again to dislodge the internal components more fully. Yay. I'm getting more familiar with this thing as I go. Reggie remarks even as several wires are torn out entirely, and he shoves the pliers back in to rip out more guts from the device. Where's the autopilot taking us? Amadi asks as the bus takes an automatic turn. No idea, Reggie replies. I'm a little distracted. Rip and tear, big man. Koa reaches in and tears out the next cylinder before crushing it as he had the others. We're heading to Mulgar Spire, one of the women in the bus says out loud. What's wrong with Mulgar Spire? Only one of the worst police response times on all of Centris. Someone snaps. Fuck, the whole bus is a trap. It goes boom and we're dead. We disable the boom and we have enough time wasted to end up in a trap. We jump out and we're in the air with the traffic where they can send someone to screw with us. Amadi mutters. Right. Well, I'll deal with this trap and you figure out something am. Reggie remarks as he once again swaps the screwdrivers for the pliers, even as he pries up the last major cylinder. He goes at it both sides and then rips it out himself and passes it to Koa. Crush it. Think you can pull it apart? Koa asks Reggie as he starts quickly pulling at bolts and rivets both. Maybe. I don't have the proper tools for this, so I'm going to have to do a lot of bullshit here. Reggie replies before he suddenly goes still. Shales! All three men activate their shields just before white-hot fire blasts over them. The roar of the flame is exceeded only by the screaming of the other passengers. Thankfully, the shields hold, and Koa's large form in the doorway, coupled with the open hole in the side of the bus, force the sheer roiling heat into the opposite direction and vent things out the side. Before the heat can clear, the bus slams into the floor of Mulgerspire and Reggie is nearly bounced out, but Amadi's arm snaps out and grabs him by the shoulder. The bus tilts over and slams onto its side. The screams increase and all three men fall somewhat. Reggie landing on top, the clothing concealing their armor either burnt to ashes or reduced to smoldering rags. My armor held up, Reggie says in a stunned tone, not quite believing it himself. That was the thing disarmed? Amadi demands. Yay. Each one of the cylinders was 3 times that payload. Reggie says, still stunned. Koa sits up and both other men are moved into a more upright position as he does so. Silent? Status? Koa asks as he slowly rises to his feet. The man in the low-profile bodysuit staggers upright, clearly dazed and uncertain. Thankfully, he was a few seats past, where the 3 men where the heat had likely been somewhat uncomfortable, but not damaging. He gets a little hand wave from side to side. Control. This is bait. I repeat, this is bait. Our return home has been intercepted and we're in enemy territory. Pick up, please. Koa says into his comm. Thankfully, the blast hadn't damaged the tiny on the outside compartments they were storing their weapons and munitions in, but it had stripped them of any level of illusion that they were out and about for anything less than a war. Their gleaming pale blue armor was now thoroughly smudged, but still ready for battle. We've been watching. We already have a squadron en route. ETA 10 minutes. Keep casualties as low as reasonable. Stay alive, soldiers. Control replies. Confirmed. Koa says even as Reggie rises up, already reaching for the components of and assembling his rifle. The technician climbs upwards without a word and looks through the scope. There's a bang and he drops down to avoid a massive laser cannon blast. We've got power armor, he half shouts. Silent instantly snaps to attention at that. Who the fuck brings power armor to an ambush? Amadi demands. These guys apparently, they really want us dead. Reggie says even as the laser cannon eats at part of the bus above him. If he were still trying to take a shot that would have burnt clean through him. Fucking why? Why so much effort for 3 schmucks? Koa asks even as he pulls out his massive machine gun. Let's open that can and ask them. Reggie replies as he starts to pour Axiom into his rifle. Surrender, vile humans. You're surrounded. You're outnumbered. You're outgunned. But not outmatched. Amadi spits. And not out of our league. Koa agrees, grinning under his helmet despite himself. There's a slap on the back of a seat and Silent points right at him. He jerks the finger at him a few times, clearly amused, and climbs up before gesturing at the passengers to stay down. He heads to the back of the bus and boots the door open, holds a finger to his lips and vanishes. Let's give him some cover, lads, Reggie says, and there's a vicious and almost eager edge to his voice. Out of Cruel Space, Part 327. Rack and Rolled Shadows of Centris. Amadi, you need to provide either cover or a distraction so the civilians can get to safety. These crazies are after us. We need to deal with it. One of the passengers says, and all 3 men slowly turn their heads to face her. The Anglo woman is suddenly very, very shy. Her headlamp is actually glowing bright red to show how much fear she's holding back. Is there something you would like to tell us? They might be after me? She asks. Control, this is bait. We've cross-pollinated some kind of political attack and have a VIP here. Koa says immediately into his incorporated headset, and there's a sound suspiciously like someone slamming either their head or fist into a desk in frustration. He mentally decides it's the head for the sake of an extra chuckle. Protect all civilians and lock down the area to the best of your ability. Also, if you could get our new friend talking without distracting from combat duties, then do so. Control tells them. Confirmed. Koa says, everyone get that? He gets confirmation from Reggie and Amadi, and his communicator goes off with a text. A thumbs-up emoji with a sender whose ID is adacted. Silent is up to date, too. All right, lady, the more you talk, the more we can help. So talk. Amadi says as he starts fiddling with Axiom and the wall roof of the tipped-over bus goes transparent. There are at least 2 figures in power armor. Fuck! He points to the wall floor of the bus, and it goes transparent as well. There's a 3rd figure in power armor with a massive laser cannon trained on the vehicle. Shit, I only saw that one. What the hell is so valuable for it to need 3 suits of power armor to get it? Reggie demands as he scans the mechanized armor to try and find a weak point. But beyond the traditional spots of the joints and receptors to cripple or blind it, there doesn't seem to be anything. The virtue of power armor. It keeps you safe. Ma'am, I believe that question was aimed at you? Koa remarks, and the Angla's headlight flutters white. White means rage. Well, look, I just wanted to study your weird race, all right? I didn't think I'd get some group of crazies after me because of a freaking university paper. Bait, this is Control. We've ID'd the VIP. Her name is Clarita Gurgle. She's reported several death threats aimed at her after her thesis paper in biology went viral, and it justified the evolution of beings not only in null-heavy zones like cruel space, but that sentient life not only can and will, but has already evolved to defend itself from Axiom rather than make use of it. Using a species that is a galaxy-wide pariah as example, so a smart girl that people don't want to listen to. Got it. Koa answers. Wait, you are humans? She asks, and Koa sighs. Yes, they're most likely after us, but if they spot you, they'll take a shot. I suppose with all of us on the same bus, it was just too good a target of opportunity. Or they were going after her and we fell into their laps, pretty as a picture. Reggie remarks. It could have shaken out any number of ways. We got civilians to protect, and I have an idea, Amadi says with a grin. The floor is yours. They're waiting for us to stick our heads out at the moment, but it's only a matter of time before they lose patience and start taking shots into the bus itself. Koa remarks, I'm going to send up a series of illusions to try and get them to shoot each other. It'll only piss them off, but the more I do it, the less they're going to trust their senses. After a short while, we'll be able to just walk out under an illusion because none of them will even look at illusions twice, if their scanners don't clue them off to the fact we left the bus. Reggie gripes. It's not a bad idea, but it's incomplete. You have a better one? Kill their sensors, give me time to line up some good shots, and I'll at least make them duck. We make them as nervous about us as we are about them, and we have this in the bag. But they're already more concerned about us than we are of them, Koa says with a distinct grin in his voice. Still, it's not a bad idea. Amadi, fill the area with so much crap that a riot looks calm by comparison. Reggie, take your shots. I'll keep overwatch on the civilians in case things go off. Thankfully, humans were not only an apex race, but ones already known for boundless energy. There's no way that they would have the patience to try and wait much longer, especially if she unloaded her plasma cannon right into the engines. The entire area is suddenly on fire, with black screaming spirits rising up, screeching their unimaginable pain and suffering. She snap-fires at one of them by sheer reflex, and the plasma visibly travels through the spirit without interfering with it. Illusions. There's an Axiom adept in the bus, possibly one of the humans. That's not good. Still, this one seems specialized in... The suit sensors scream as something crashes into her chest and the armor buckles to pinch painfully around her breasts. Warnings start flashing in the HUD about structural integrity and recommends that she get to a shop after leaving the supposed meteor shower she's in. The fuck was that? She demands and opens fire where she thinks the attack came from. They're using the illusions as cover. Spray it. One of her compatriots commands, and she nearly curses at herself aloud for not thinking about it. A shift to the weapon setting and a stream of pure fire pours into the area below. Humans may be a tough species, but they're not Canador or Apuk. They are not immune to fire. Her companions start blasting the area with their lasers at random, sweeping the beams in brutal paths that will no doubt leave half-melted and thoroughly charged stone wherever they touch. A good weapon, but a stream of fire has a better spread. Her instincts scream at her a heartbeat before something impacts the side of her cannon. A small object is bounced off her helm, and she turns to regard a tiny figure, possibly human, racing away. Right before the object in the air detonates with a bang so loud her ears ring and so much light that her sensors are forced to reset. By the time she can see through the armor again, she has just enough time to notice a strange device plastered to her cannon with shining silver tape, which promptly explodes. She's fine, but her cannon has a hole gouged into the side, and she's forced to throw it to the side before pulling out another weapon, which is when she takes another brutal impact right to the chest armor. It dents even further, and alarms start going off at the severe structural damage. It advises apologizing to the Apuk War Princess and begging for mercy. She actually senses the next one coming. It has a distinct tinge of frustration and bloodlust clinging to it as the attack pierces the front of her armor, fails to pierce the back, and ricochets within her coffin. Blood fills her mouth as pain overwhelms her senses. She's dead before she hits the ground. Times, the same area the size of a fist. God damn. Reggie grunts as the woman finally goes down. The other two are firing wildly into the pit of hell that Amadi conjured up. Fire to cloak their movements, spirits to distract the eye, and an ungodly wailing to cover up the exact position of his sniping. The man in question was leaning against the bus with his hands held out and swaying like he was trying to keep balance on a ship in a storm. Is all that really necessary? Koa asks after having walked the civilians partway down a nearby alleyway and having them hide in a large doorway. They're actively trying to mess with things. I need to. Amadi begins to explain before he suddenly starts and jumps at them. Down. The illusion shatters so hard it's like a shockwave went off. All three men scramble behind the bus before it's too late and still dodge a laser cannon shot by a hair's breadth. What happened? Koa demands. Something just hit the axiom like a brick. Null? Reggie asks. No, something else. Some kind of disruption effect. It made my illusion shatter itself. If it touches our shields, it could very well break them. Amadi says, sucking in some air between his teeth. He hadn't seen it coming, and whatever it was, it had given him only a heartbeat's warning. High? Low? Where did it come from? Reggie asks as he checks his gun and finds nothing wrong, thankfully. Low, very low. Maybe this high? Amadi clarifies, holding his hand about 2.5 feet off the ground to emphasize. There's a scream from the alleyway and all three men perk up. Fuck, give me cover. Koa roars at them as he breaks for the alleyway, and Reggie clambers up to see over the bus and takes aim at the power armor-decked women that are tracking Koa. He takes his shot and one of them staggers back as his bullet slams into the side of her torso. Her friend retaliates and Koa drops down, not fast enough to fully avoid the laser. Thankfully, his energy shield picks up the slack and keeps his head on his shoulders, but does not keep his gun in one piece. Son of a bitch. Reggie remarks as he sees the utterly slagged barrel of the weapon. Then he tucks it away. All business again. I'll salvage the bits later. There's the sound of a detonation and Amadi slips back in beside him with a thoughtful look. So apparently they have point defense lasers that shoot down oncoming grenades. Well, shit. At least we gave the big guy his distraction. Think you're up for more Axiom fun? I think so. So long as whatever that thing was doesn't touch my effect again. Keep it off the ground then? Give us 3 to 4 feet of clearance and that should take care of it. Reggie suggests and Amadi nods. On it. We're going Waterworld, dark and stormy night? Koa asks, pulling out and quickly assembling an AK-47. A quick check and he nods. We're distraction for silence now. Hopefully the little guy is ready with some more surprises. Sounds good. Now let's begin this tale of woe and wonder. Amadi says, and there's a deep and loud groaning sound. Then a ship seems to fall down from above, bringing an entire ocean with it. It crashes into the top of the bus and the water starts pooling out, dark and opaque. All right, time to give them something to think about. Reggie says as he steps out past the fallen bus and takes aim, filling the bullets with axiom as best he can without making things too obvious. He makes it too obvious as he sees a laser swing his way, and he jolts to the side ahead of a lance of heat. A lance that follows him before, being joined by another that tries to cut him off. But he races backwards, and they seem to outright meld together. There's a sudden scream, and the lasers are ripped away. Silent has jumped onto the back of one of the two armored women and is trying to hack into it both literally and metaphorically. It's a hell of a thing to see someone stab frantically with a sword while trying to code. The one he's on is too distracted to make a good move, and the other is afraid of hitting her friend. He pours in the axiom and then opens up a burst of flying death into the unoccupied attacker. She reacts and her shield flickers for a few moments before hardening entirely. Shit. Then a massive burst of power erupts from the opposite direction. A powerful laser beam erupts in fluctuating patterns as Silent breaks away and leaves the one he had been attacking at a dead sprint. A dropship swoops over the building, its rotating laser cannons bombarding the two women and shattering their shields. The TU of the Undaunted emblazoned on the side as it brings down a huge amount of firepower on both hostiles. Amadi lets out a cheer as the ship reorients in midair and descends. Amadi dropped the illusion of the ocean. Is that backup I see? Koa asks even as the cannon barrage stops, and several more Silent descend on the two power-armored women to unlock their armor and pull them out alive and ready to talk. Koa, what scared the girls? Amadi asks now that they have some time. We've met the other side of Miss Gurgle's paper, a sentient whom evolved to resist and combat axiom rather than use it. Side effects include shattering axiom constructs by accident and scaring the living hell out of anything and everything that uses axiom as a major bodily component. Koa answers before chuckling. Turns out there was a secondary rescue operation in the wings. Go figure. Can you put our new friend on the comm? Control asks. They've already run and I've checked all over for hidden tricks. Apparently being a species that evokes a reaction of terror and revulsion in everyone else makes you skittish. Koa replies. Describe it. 2 feet tall, long well-groomed fur all over, golden brown in coloration. Bipedal? Clearly a tree climber of some kind. Padded hands and little claws. Reminded me of a puppy and a monkey. At the same time with big soulful personal effects? A belt of gear and bandolier of gadgets. This thing is completely non-human beyond only the vaguest similarities. That is a tree, galactic pariahs, and every note I have has mentions about how dangerous and repulsive it is. It looks like a Lisa Frank drawing. A what? Koa asked, trying not to comment that its name sounds like tree, if someone could not stop rolling their R's. Overly cutesy picture for little girls to gush over on their school supplies. I have a younger sister. Out of Cruel Space, Part 328. Rack and rolled shadows of Centris. Cleanup was fairly efficient, although aggravating. The girls had been spooked badly by the tree, and it had run off in response. Calling out to the little thing hadn't gotten them anywhere, as it either wasn't going to show itself or was already too far away to find. Understandable for a being that had just witnessed them open up all hell on power-armored opponents, especially considering that the creature likely made things harder for them. Considering that people it had come to help had screamed at it, running was just the smart thing to do. They get a basic description of the tree in question. Golden brown fur, barely 2 feet tall, massive eyes, a presence that screams death, doom, and damnation even more clearly than Amadi's little glimpse into hell. A bandolier with belt and some kind of stick for some reason. Maybe a walking stick? Maybe a cultural effect? The two surviving attackers are cuffed up and dragged into containment. The power armor is hustled into the ship and the girls are escorted on as well. The corpse is picked up and only after the cleanup is finished do the police finally arrive. You've taken your time. Koa notes as a trinity of Platon women rush out and quickly scan the area. We got a call about a damaged bus. I'm seeing a war zone with undaunted madness right in the middle of it. What is going on? One of the officers demands, and a man in an officer's uniform walks up to her. "Ma'am, I'm Captain Haddad. I think it would be best if we were to speak." The man says, and she turns on him. Oh? Oh, this should be good. What stretch of the imagination makes it reasonable or rational for there to be extensive burn marks across the platform? Public transport with a massive hole in its side and bodies in the street. Simply put, several of our soldiers were attacked by terrorists and were forced to defend themselves. Really? The police officer asks, and Captain Haddad brings out a communicator which he shows to the officer. "We've been recording things from their armor. We don't have video properly up yet, but here's our audio communications," he says, and she starts listening to things. "Don't have the video up yet? Need to doctor it a little?" she asks in a too sweet tone. Synchronizing three different feeds together. They were in the same area, so at worst the audio gets a little garbled at worst. But the visual feeds are another matter entirely. "I see. Perhaps you could simply send the separate files? We need to be sure of what happened and make sure we know what's going on." "Certainly, a minute if you please," Captain Haddad says, taking the communicator back and taping through some quick menus. "Here you are." "Thank you," the officer says before looking him up and down. So, Captain Haddad asks, "Are you doing anything tonight?" she asks him. Captain Haddad pauses, visibly reads the name tag on her gigantic breasts, and visibly considers it. "Possibly, you Officer Shine, if we can match up our schedules. I have another 5 hours on this shift." "5 hours? Did you just start?" Officer Shine demands. "No, I'm just a little under half done," Haddad says. "Hey, can we go now? The armor is pinching me in the unmentionables, and I'd like to get it off before it completely cuts circulation," Reggie remarks, and there's a pause before everyone looks at him awkwardly. Thankfully, that pushes things along a bit, and they're shortly lifting off. The civilians decide to go with the police, and the looted materials and captives are legally confiscated. That's the problem about working in the bounds of the law. You can't go full Viking on your enemies. Not that the local girls would mind too much if a big hairy man threw them over their shoulder and ran off with them. Regardless, they're back at the Dauntless within a half hour, and a small team is helping each of the three men out of their armor. There were painful difficulties to extracting them, but aside from some bruises, they were mostly fine. Although Reggie was walking funny for a bit. Then comes the paperwork. All about the enemies, what they saw, how the armor worked, their thought processes, and how to improve the equipment. Reggie writes long and with great detail how it needs more crotch room to potentially avoid castrating more endowed members of the Undaunted. How with human physiology one size does not fit all, even if there are averages to accommodate for, and basically ballpark everything. He then goes on to suggest several possible machines and methods to be used to quickly and easily measure out a soldier and modify the equipment fast. Times, Liner of Longleaf Clan looks over the massive vessel from his place in the shadows. The human ship race born in the null. He hadn't believed it. Who could? The idea was absurd. Even his own kind, capable of all but unraveling other races with merely a touch, were not immune to null. It brought them not to their knees, but it did bring about paranoia and pain until finally the poor soul took their own life to escape the indescribable spiritual agony and feeling of utter emptiness. He himself had tested himself once with the null. A single second had brought about such a feeling of doom that his fur still stood on end whenever he thought of it. Still, they had searched for him. He had brushed against the absurdist painting of fire and damnation and shattered it. The one spinning the illusion had panicked, but had not fallen aside. The girls had screamed, as always happened, even from those that claimed to be friendly. He was just thankful they hadn't drawn weapons on him as so many others did. He then jumps in terror as a hand engulfs his entire shoulder. A jump and spin has his staff out in front of him like a spear. It appears to be a human, albeit one completely dressed in dark blue to black and with a gray visor over the eyes. It's armed. It's very, very armed. But there are no hostile movements, as the human is simply crouched down to be closer to his level and holding out his hand to show there is nothing in it. "What do you want? Who are you?" Talonor demands, uncomfortably aware that the bladed weapon on the human's back is as tall as he is. If it comes out, then his staff won't mean much. The human slowly stands up and Talonor takes a step back in caution. As the enormous being rises up, the human gestures for him to follow and walks out towards the massive spaceship. Talonor takes a few moments to consider and think. He hadn't made any hostile moves. He hesitates for a few moments, his eyes wide as one of the guards around the ship starts wrestling with air, grabs a hold of something, and then throws. For a brief moment, a cloaken woman can be seen fading into visibility and then out of sight once more. Is that common? Talonor asks the human who turns and gestures to where the cloaken landed. Yes, that? Is it common? The human nods their head and once more beckons for Talonor to follow. He considers it for a moment before sighing and walking out from the cover he had found. There's a scream of abject terror before he's even halfway there, and the sound of something with clawed feet racing away fast. The sign of nearby cloaken. Talonor sighs and soldiers on. His patrol, as a seeker, will end soon, and he'll return to the lush canopies of the homeworld. He may have tested high for independence and resilience, but you could only go so long being treated like a monster before you start to believe it. The heck kind of alien is this? One of the guards asks and the other shoots him a glare. Were they curious? Curious and scolding each other for a lack of courtesy? That doesn't happen. So, do you talk at all? Talonor asks the silent human who shakes his head. He pulls at his outfit and then puts a finger to his lips. Are you trying to tell me that you're not allowed to speak while in uniform? He receives a nod in return. You should know ahead of time then that most tech fails pretty fast on me when I'm not trying. And I can spread it out too. If you or your people try to pull something, then I can outright break parts of this ship easily. Oh dear, that would be a problem now, wouldn't it? An older voice says, and an elderly human walks around the corner. We just have a few questions for you. Hopefully a fine snack provided, that our offerings are palatable by your kind, and that's all. What? They were inviting him in for a chat and snacks. So you want to interrogate me? Why interrogate when we can have a pleasant conversation with tea? I highly doubt anything we want to know is precious or secret to you, and you'll of course be allowed to ask a few questions of your own. I dare say it sounds like a win-win, young... Sir? Madam? Sir, I am Talonor of the Longleaf clan, seeker to my people. Talonor says with a thump of his staff and a short formal bow, paw to forehead as is proper. I am Sir Philip Bernard Masterson, a British national. I was pulled out of my retirement for possibly the most important mission in the history of humanity. I dare say it has taken some truly unexpected turns. Sir Philip says with a slight bow of his own. I see. May I ask what your duties are? My duties are to aid wherever I can. I have had a very long, very full, and very interesting life that has lent itself to endowing me with a very large number of skills. These skills range from numerous types of information, filing and sorting, to teaching to simple service, as well as several other directions. Please follow me, so we may speak with each other more plainly. Silent, you may go now. The dark-clad human gives Sir Philip a slight bow and walks away. Why do you need a soldier like that? They're actually a copy of one of my personal students. He found a methodology that worked very well in the field, and it's being used and reused so we may have more people of his caliber out and about. Sir Philip explains as he gestures for Talonor to follow and begins leading him away at a pace that the tree can keep up with comfortably. Yes, but why? Talonor asks. His eyes are scanning the area in case this turns out to be the latest trick in the galaxy's endless cruelty. Even though the galaxy seems to be so very eager to have us humans in it, there's still been a rash of bad actors, worse intentions and malevolent stupidity. Someone who is focused entirely on a mission, doing the mission quickly and quietly and leaving, very, very useful. Sir Philip says as he opens a doorway and leads Talonor into a sitting room with numerous well-stuffed chairs with a low coffee table between them. I do apologize, but our furniture is not currently in the appropriate size for a tree. Sir Philip says, but Talonor simply vaults up onto one of the plush chairs and settles in. Ah, I see. Very good. Would you care for some herbal tea? Perhaps some biscuits? How about the truth? The truth? Sir Philip asks. When's the truth going to come out? What do you want? We just want to know what happened. You are the same tree that was there when our soldiers were fighting off those power-armored madwomen. Sir Philip asks as he sits down himself. I was. I'm a seeker. I look for potential friends to the tree-eye people. A long, fruitless endeavor as even those who logically know we mean no harm still scream at the sight of us, as Madame Gurgle proved. Sir Philip notes grimly. The door opens and Talinor dives behind his seat. Bad time? A young-sounding voice asks as Talinor glances over the armrest of the chair. A human, young, roughly the same size as the silent one. More angular features and ruddier skin than Sir Philip. He's holding a tray with a large pot, several cups, and a plate of some things that look actually pretty good. Just a misunderstanding, Mr. Zinn. Please bring in the tea and biscuits before returning to your duties. Sir Philip says, and Zinn sets down the tray on the low table between them before leaving. Now then, as a seeker, what are you seeking in specific? Sir Philip asks as he holds out a cup of tea for Talinor to take. Talinor instead goes for a biscuit and takes a sniff of it before a bite. Sir Philip's eyebrows quirk slightly before leaning back and having the tea himself. Anything that would help my people, Talinor says after swallowing his first mouthful. Pardon? Sir Philip asks. Anything that would help my people. We tree are neither liked nor welcome in the galaxy. We know this, so we stay out for the most part. But, well, with the entire galaxy out there, you cannot help but keep looking for more? Sir Philip asks. Yes, there's so much, but everyone keeps saying not for us. It's not fair. Talinor grumps. You're quite correct. It isn't fair. You agree? Yes, a person should be judged for their deeds and not for their circumstances. Sir Philip says, taking another drink of the tea. The entire time Talinor is staring at him. Is something the matter? You're not afraid of me? I don't see why I should be. Out of Cruel Space, Part 329. Love and Longing. Dear God, I get it. New alien race. Completely different. Friendly and lonely. Stop spamming me, Vernon says as he sends a threat to block the rest of the nerd squad if they don't stop sending pictures of people hanging out with the tree-eye. Apparently, he was already the unofficial, or perhaps unwitting mascot of the nerd squad. There were about 50 images of the little thing, eating cookies or drinking something. A few of the tree-eye playing games, and Vernon can only roll his eyes and put the communicator in sleep mode to get away from it all. It's a good thing that your kind don't have the natural aversion to the tree-eye. They haven't been treated fairly by the galaxy at large. Miro Noir notes as she sits next to him. He pulls her close and gives her a hug that she cuddles into. Have you met them before? I'm afraid so. During my wanderings, I nearly literally bumped into one. My reflexes betrayed me, and I nearly killed an innocent. It took a long time to forgive myself after that. Miro Noir admits cuddling deeper into Vernon at the memory. I know the little being was harmless. I know it. But its mere presence made me feel like my soul was screaming, as if a deadly enemy had a blade to my neck and I would die if I did not attack. He squeezes her gently for comfort. Neither gods nor heroes are perfect. It's a wonderful goal to strive for, but only with the understanding that it won't ever be reached. I know, but it's still shameful. Miro Noir muses. Just something to learn from. Vernon downplays it gently, and they start just luxuriating in each other's presence. Then an insistent beeping goes off. They both check their communicators at the unfamiliar ring, and then race through the house to the incubator. The eggs were all in a bundle together due to old AUTHORIZE practices, sisterhood beginning before hatching could. One of the eggs is shaking ever so slightly. As an AUTHORIZE egg matures, it actually grows ever so slightly, eventually becoming harder and then brittle when the child is ready to be born. Spines, initially soft to avoid harming the mother, stick out every which way to help it cling to the nest and prevent predators from running off with them. A very, very old defensive measure that was not needed, but still a distinct feature of AUTHORIZE eggs. One of the eggs, the leftmost one to be specific, shivers ever so slightly. We're in the safe zone, thank goodness, is all Vernon can say as he and Miro Noir are spellbound by the slight shivering of the egg. An early hatching, but not a dangerously early hatching. They open the incubator and lean in closer as the shaking grows ever so slightly. Then the egg grows still. The stillness doesn't last long, however, as there's a sudden slight jerk to the side and the egg suddenly loses all color. She broke the membrane. Miro Noir gasps as the entire egg takes on a brittle texture and suddenly tilts to the side as the spines crumble. She reaches in and catches the egg as the squirming from the baby inside utterly demolishes the suddenly fragile shell. The shell crumbles away, and soon, all that's left is chalky dust on the membrane that the baby pushes away before letting out a cry. The sound pushes the staring Vernon to act, and he quickly closes the incubator again, even as their newborn cries. "She's beautiful!" Miro Noir gushes as she kisses the baby on the brow. "Help me with this. After several months of pressure, it will be worth it." Vernon is instantly on the move, helping maneuver down her dress so she can feed their newly hatched baby. He also grabs a nearby towel and then rushes to grab the diapers. Call the doctor so their newborn can get all their shots and an evaluation. Double-check that things are recording and they have this on record. Call the Noir family, take a picture, and send it to the Dauntless with a caption, "Busy, stop memeing me." He then turns the device off entirely as it starts to blow up with messages seemingly before the picture is finished being sent. While Vernon is rushing around to do 102 little things to make sure everything is going perfectly. Miro Noir just feels a sensation of contentment as her newborn daughter drinks deeply of her milk. Then he stops and is suddenly beside her, just watching in awe as their newborn girl suckles deeply. "What do you think? Princess materiel?" he asks gently, and Miro Noir lets out a humming sound. "I think we should wait and see. But she's definitely a hungry one. So she has my appetite? Well, she has your hair if those adorable little tufts are anything to go on," Vernon says. "It won't be for a few years until the horns start being anything more than tiny bumps on the side of the head. But the tale says she's definitely an apook." There's a knocking at the front door, and Vernon rises while giving Miro Noir a kiss on the cheek. "Just stay with our girl beloved. I'll make sure everything is perfect." "Oh, Vernon, it already is." She sighs as he leaves with a bow to head to the front door. About 10 seconds later, her mother Cia Noir rushes in before stopping at the threshold of the room. "Oh my goodness! I am so lucky that I was out for a stroll today." The older Apuk gushes, struggling to not disturb the hungry baby from feeding. "Meet your granddaughter, mother." Miro Noir says gently, not wanting to disturb her newborn daughter's feeding. The girl was ravenous, but that was expected. Vernon ate enormous amounts compared to others in his size and weight category. Of course, his children would be much the same. The tiny girl finally stops drinking and pulls away before squirming a little. Vernon places a towel on his shoulder that stretches down his back. Just as the tiny girl begins crying, Vernon gently takes the baby and gently begins to burp her. "What are you doing?" Cia Noir asks even as Vernon hums gently to soothe the newborn. He's burping her. Human babies are ravenous and drink so quickly they occasionally swallow air. When that happens, they need to be burped as holding the air in is painful. But they're so young that they don't know to let it out. Miro Noir explains and Cia nods. "They're also prone to crying a great deal, but I understand that's fairly common across the galaxy." "Oh yes. To a newborn, everything new is the worst thing to ever have happened. So they scream and cry and try to do something. You'll..." Cia Noir begins to explain when suddenly there's a slight sound from the baby and the smell of burning cloth. A fire-breathing burp. Vernon notes with slightly wide eyes, "That's new." Cia Noir notes as the baby starts getting fussy. "Oh, I think she misses mommy already." Vernon says, gently passing the baby to Miro Noir, who takes her and starts to rock the newborn. Vernon looks over the slight spill onto the towel and accompanied scorch mark. He hadn't considered fire-breathing burps. Something to be careful about. "Have you decided on a name yet?" Cia Noir asks, and Miro Noir contemplates. "We were thinking of Tila Noir for one of our daughters," Vernon says. But this little wonder has arrived very..." Miro Noir's cut off by a knock at the back door. "Ah, so this is what I get for turning off the communicator." Vernon grumps to himself as he goes to answer it. There's a loud cheer when the door opens and it startles the baby, as does the slam of the door immediately after. Fortunately, Miro Noir is able to calm the girl down somewhat as she starts to cry and it dissolves away into slight whimpering at the strange sounds. There's the sound of the door opening again. Are you willing to be quiet so as not to startle the baby? Vernon asks plainly. We need to take some pictures. You're sending that first one to the Dauntless, and then turning off your communicator has driven people insane. Dale says with a chuckle. When you weren't answering, they started spamming US to try and get some information. Oh, for the love of... In a bit. She's not been out of the egg for an hour. So it's a little girl? Healthy AUTHORIZE girl. A little hungry, but we guessed that would be one of the likeliest results of hybridization, Vernon says. And the towel? Another sorcerer asks. Burped her, and she let out a bit of fire as we did so. What's her name? Darechar clearly asks. We were discussing that when you clowns showed up. Oh, well, when you're feeling up to it, bring her out back here. Some sunlight might be good for her, and we can all have a look without crowding too badly if we're outside. Koga offers, and there's some general agreement. All right, but first I want a doctor to look at her. Just make things 100% sure they're fine. All right, that's fair. Also, I think most of us should head back to the forest before we start a fire hazard all crammed together like this, Dale remarks. You do that, Vernon says, and he closes the door, less forcefully this time. How many showed up? Mironor asks as he walks back in. Everyone, or nearly everyone. The yard was packed. I'm just thankful they didn't trample the dark wood flowers I was growing. They're sorcerers themselves. They would have avoided damaging those flowers. There were that many back there, crammed in shoulder to shoulder. Vernon replies as he sits next to Mironor, who's just gently holding their napping baby girl. I think it's best we get a diaper on her before any accidents happen. Let me help. I've done this a fair few times. Cianor offers and Vernon nods thankfully. Everyone's so excited, Mironor says with a smile. Firstborn human hybrid. The Undaunted are going insane, and we can probably expect a huge number of gifts to come in sometime soon. I'm actually surprised, though. I would have expected one of the EFL boys to be a father first. Well, it seems our little lady here just couldn't wait. Mironor replies as her mother finishes fishing out a diaper and then helps her put it on the newborn girl. Although we do need to finish up our ideas for a name, we agreed for AUTHORIZE naming conventions for all our AUTHORIZE children, so she's a Noir. But is she Tila Noir or someone else? Eri Noir? My older sister isn't exactly using it anymore. Cia Noir offers and Vernon and Miro Noir look to each other. Maybe it's close. It's very close and good, but there's something lacking. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. Vernon says as he starts digging through the baby clothes for a proper-sized bit of clothing to help keep their little girl warm. We're starting a new tradition. A new type of life has been brought to the galaxy. A new tradition is needed, something to guide the rest by. Miro Noir says, and Vernon thinks before smiling. Well, we have been thinking about toying with our last names. It would be awkward to suddenly be referred to as Chez Noir or Noirche all the time. But what if, yes, it's a clan registration, a larger name to unite. Ari Noir of the Chez Noir clan? Clan? Miro Noir asks him with a smile. Clan, do you really think we're going to stop here? Or that our own daughters and sons won't find love? We need to be ready for it to be big, Vernon says with a smile. A clan name to show two families joining. The humans carry the Chez, the AUTHORIZE the Noir, stronger together as the Chez Noir. I like it. Cia Noir muses out loud before giving her blessing. It's also fairly easy on the paperwork and lets us honor where we came from while embracing what we are now. Vernon continues, and both Miro Noir and Cia Noir allow it to roll around in their minds. Also, I can keep thinking my Miro Noir without any trouble. Oh, Vernon. It's perfect. Ari Noir of the Chez Noir clan. The start of something new that honors the old. Cia Noir says happily. There's a knock on the front door. Hopefully the doctor. I hope she's a pediatrician. Cia Noir says warningly. Of course. Vernon says, sounding slightly offended, that he wouldn't bring in a pediatrician to check his newborn. Thankfully it is, and he welcomes Dr. Ernhora into his home to check on little Eri Noir, a clean bill of health. Out of Cruel Space, Part 330. Love and Longing. Ari Noir is inquisitive, excited, and apparently likes elevator music. The slightest sound has her trying to turn and look to see what things are. Anything new has her reaching out to it. And whenever there's the non-offensive little jingles that come on, for one reason or another, she starts flailing her limbs with a huge smile, which, considering she's in soft footy pajamas with a little pouch for her tiny tail, is adorable. Of course, the unending procession of well-wishers arrives. Vernon makes a simple rule that Miro Noir agrees with: 3 other people in the room at a time. They don't want to overwhelm the little girl. Which also means that when Ari Noir sleeps, only he and Miro Noir are allowed in the room with her so as not to wake her unnecessarily. Babies need all the rest they can get. The big blue eyes just melt everyone who sees them, as is her tendency to smile. She's going to have everyone wrapped around her little finger before anyone realizes what's happening. The many sister wives of Cia Noir are very, very eager to meet the early and adorable Ari Noir. Despite having already bought enough clothing and supplies for all the children easily, everyone shows up with something: bottles and little toys and clothing. But what really gets Ari Noir's attention is the oldest classic of all, a rattle. Vernon carefully puts it in her hand and gives it a little shake. She then shakes it herself. Then her eyes light up, and she starts shaking the rattle like it owes her money. The rattling continues until she loses her grip on the rattle and she can't get it back. She starts to let out little cries of distress until Miro Noir places it in her hand again. It gets shaken all over again, and then it promptly gets put into her mouth. Ari starts gumming at the rattle to try and figure it out. She lets out a few sounds, and then there's a hiccup with a tongue of flame. Thankfully, the rattle is of audiobook make and therefore fireproof, or at least fire-resistant enough for a warflame to be needed to so much as scorch it. The little bursts of heat from Ari are harmless. One of the funnier reactions are from the bounty hunters and that Jasper character who's on Lochron. They're claiming to have beaten him to the punch by having children in their teen years already. It takes a lot of self-control for Vernon not to say that adoption doesn't count, because that's liable to start an argument that will quickly spiral out of control, so he just says that he didn't realize they were in a competition. And he also asks Jasper if he's really got the time for a pissing contest. Isn't he busy conquering the planet or rewriting the laws of physics or something? The response to that is a laugh from the opposite end of the galaxy, followed by being hung up on. Still, it was very, very nice that even soldiers who were in less than ideal circumstances were sending their blessings. But time keeps turning, and Ari Noir is a baby. She sleeps as much as she does anything else. She's laid gently down in her crib, and as the room is warm and her footy pajamas are warm as well, she needs no blanket. But Vernon ensures that the mobile above her, resplendent with images of flowers, trees, and cuter versions of several serbo animals, turns gently. Something to entertain her and lull her back to sleep should she wake without a sound. Then they simply stand at the doorway watching. 8 cribs ready, 1 filled. It's going to be a little on the hectic side when all 8 are here. Vernon remarks with a smile, "You're looking forward to it. Some kind of hecticness is good. 8 may be a lot of children for a human, but among a puck families it's tiny. Only when there are many wives, it may be." Miro Noir begins, and Vernon places a finger to her lips. "Only you, my love. I only want you," he says, smiling. "We have methods, we have aid. The sorcerers of the wood, your own family, there will even likely be volunteers off the Dauntless. We are not alone, we are not without aid. We lead an army. Parenthood is not a battle." She chides him with a smile, and he shrugs. "Battle or not, we have a great many to back us up. We are not alone. We are not without entire armies of friends and family to see things turn out well. Perhaps around the time of our next batch, we'll even have my family around to help out as well." Vernon offers, and Miro Noir sighs. "It's all so certain for you, isn't it? I have been planning and considering and thinking without end. If the unexpected happens, we will deal with it. If it doesn't, then we have a good solid path forward. There's no point borrowing trouble," he says, and she leans into him with a slight giggle. "You know, we've got this backwards, right? I'm the battle princess. I'm supposed to be soothing your fears." "Well, excuse me, princess," he teases. "Oh, don't go quoting that awful cartoon. Funny how good games with excellent stories always translate so poorly into other media." Vernon replies, and she giggles. It had been an interesting experience to go through each other's media. and her observation of the Legend of Zelda being that all three main characters of Ganon, Link and Zelda as basically one audiobook battle princess divided by three, had been met with a great deal of laughter. She in turn had introduced him to Sorcerer's Wrath, a combination of action, survival horror, and mystery solving. You were part of an army that had attracted the unmitigated rage of a sorcerer. You had to stay alive, and then try to figure out not only who they were, but what had infuriated them so, and a way to assuage their rage. A bit more intense than he had expected, especially as his lack of a horror reaction had dulled his reaction time to dodging the sorcerer, and he died on the first quick-time event of the first cutscene of the first game. He had called bullshit on that many times. Apparently, the golden ending of the game involved outright seducing the sorcerer and taking control of the army as a newly crowned battle princess. He could barely get the ending where the sorcerer retreated to the forest to mourn in peace. They just stand together for a while, just watching as Ari Noir sleeps peacefully. Then, as she stirs, they glide up silently and help her up. The slight smell tells them everything they need to know. Little lady needs to be changed. It only takes a little bit with the baby wipes, some powder, and a new diaper is on. Ari Noir is hungry again, however, and Mira Noir starts to feed her even as Vernon tosses out the used diaper. And so the stinky bits begin. Vernon teases lightly as he walks back in. Big day of first tiny girl. So, I've been speaking with my mother bit. Mira Noir begins. I know. I heard. Vernon says. Oh, why didn't you say anything? Mira Noir asks. It's rude to intrude on private conversations, and I agree with what you were talking about. Having your mother here to help out will be a blessing. She gets to spend time with her grandchildren. We have an experienced hand aiding us in this new chapter of our lives, and our children get even more love and attention to help them grow even stronger. Although between you and me, I think the real challenge will be trying not to spoil them. Vernon answers and Mira Noir lets out a little giggle. I keep telling myself this is some mushy sitcom come to life, but there's not even that level of drama. You like my family. Hard not to when they like me. Vernon replies as he reaches over just as Ari Noir stops drinking for a moment to breathe more easily. His fingers lightly poke her stomach, and she makes a half-aborted, swatting motion that misses entirely. He chuckles lightly at the reaction before she turns back to keep drinking. Got her priorities straight, Vernon. Mira Noir chides him. Sorry, he says, still smiling. No, you're not, you goof. You're goof, he says, kissing her on the cheek. My goof, she says with a happy smile. Soon enough, little Ari Noir is full, and after Vernon burps her, she then decides that it's napping time again. But not crib napping, as she wakes up fussy the moment they set her down. She also doesn't want Daddy to hold her, leaving Vernon to be Mira Noir's hands and feet as she sits down on a comfortable chair. He brings her a few snacks and a glass of water before sitting nearby and just watching them both. That's when he hears a whisper from outside. The forest is trying to tell him something. He holds up a finger as he rises to signify he'll be back in a minute and then heads into the backyard. It calls again and he walks up to the dark forest flowers he'd been growing along the fence, and after touching them, vanishes. He reemerges in a small garden in the middle of the dark forest, and his instincts go wild in every direction. Someone is messing with him, and a massive amount of water is dumped onto him, and the area erupts into cheers as the rest of the sorcerers reveal themselves. Aha, funny, he says as he wipes some of the water off his face and then sniffs it to make sure it is water. It is, thankfully. Hey, you're a father for the first time. Why not celebrate? Derchar asks from behind him, and Vernon turns to see him with the emptied keg. I was celebrating, in my own quiet way. He answers, and in a moment Dale has him in a headlock. Oh no, buddy. This is a big first, and we're here to set traditions right? Well, here's one. We sorcerers celebrate our brothers' triumphs and help one another through the trials. Does that mean I can tag you guys in on diaper duty? Vernon asks, and there's a pause. Thought so. Well, yay, but bringing that up now? Dale asks. Still, congratulations. There are few things that can change one's life like fatherhood. In fact, it was only after I had my first daughter in my arms that I finally, truly calmed down and was not just some barely contained beast. From my understanding, your daughter is healthy and strong despite being hatched early. I wish you all the best. Brinchar says solemnly as he holds out his hand for Vernon to shake, a human tradition that the Apuk man was actually appreciative of. Thank you, although why did you let your son douse me with water? He claims it's a lidrous expression of congratulations. Brinchar says before leaning to the side to glance at Derchar. Although from his expression, I think we've both been had. Vernon looks back to see Derchar grinning unrepentantly. Vernon then just flickers the axiom and the water around and on him goes flying back into the grinning boy's face. What? Hey, Derchar protests. Turnabout's fair play. Brinchar says, speaking of fair play though I noted I'd just be out for a minute. I really want to get back to my wife and child. Of course, no one sane will begrudge you. Enjoy your paternity leave. Koga says, and Vernon throws a salute to them all before Wood walking back to the flowers he's grown in the backyard. You're all mussed up? Miro Noir asks very softly and he nods. Derchar gave me a traditional lidrous congratulations. He says with his hands up for air quotes. There was a fair amount of water involved. Oh dear, I get the feeling he may have been toying with you, which is why I gave the water back. Vernon replies, and Miro Noir giggles softly. This wakes up Ari Noir, who looks around and then starts staring at Vernon. He walks over and crouches down to be close. Hey, little lady, enjoy your nap? Her answer is to grab his nose. Honk. She blinks at the strange sound he made and then smiles before squeezing his nose a little. Honk. She laughs and squeezes again. Honk. Out of Cruel Space, Part 331. Love and Longing. She's skipped a few steps. Dale notes as Ari Noir grabs at the finger he used to boop her nose. It takes a few tries, but she eventually gets it. She's months ahead of her development, coordination-wise at least, not for an Apuk. Besides, you should see the eggs. It's intense what's going on. Vernon replies as he holds the little girl. What is going on? What will I see? Dale asks carefully. Why don't you actually look first and then I'll clarify things? Vernon replies as he stands up. Come on. You can sense it through the incubator without issue. He leads Dale through the rooms, and to the incubator, the man seems only curious at first and then focuses on the axiom. His eyebrows climb up in surprise. I shouldn't be surprised they're absorbing axiom. Are they using them for excess nutrients? Among other things. Vernon answers him. Remember that human babies are born oddly undeveloped due to all the focus on the gray matter. The average animal is capable of a great deal more than a human baby. This is a bit of a speed up, and not even a big one by comparison. But that's a thing more for prey animals that may have to move at any moment. A kitten or the like, they can't even open their eyes. Dale muses as he watches the 7 eggs absorb axiom and feed the energy into the yolk, which then feeds the infants inside. Kind of like the placenta in a way. Apuk evolved from turtles. Dale. Sea turtle hatchlings make a mad dash for the ocean right after hatching, then fend for themselves. Between that and human babies, I dare say we got nicely close to the human baby side of the scale. Plenty of time to be a daddy for me. It's a mistake to use Earth animals as a comparison for the peoples outside of Cruel Space. Axiom is a whole other branch of physics that influences things in every direction. Dale states, I'm aware. You should see the time-lapse video of what happens when a smaller race gives birth to a child of a larger race. I have one where a gobe-born Canador is growing like lightning. They're born the size of a gobe child, but it takes less than a couple of years for the child to stand eye to eye with their mother. And by the time they're 5, they can easily give their mother a piggyback ride. Vernon explains as there's some movement from further in the house. What's this about piggyback rides? Miro Noir asks, walking in. Just explaining some things to Dale. He's surprised how responsive our little girl is already, so I had to point out some details. Oh, so you were telling him about that silly video about the Canador boy with the gub mother? Miro Noir asks, and Vernon nods. You know he's a minor celebrity, right? Plays a lot of background roles in holodramas, usually the silhouette of someone's mysterious lover or the lover of someone's imaginings. That does sound proper entertaining, ma'am. Dale says with his southern drawl back in place. Miro Noir places her hands on her hips and offers him a little frown. Oh no, I'm not fooled. I know you can easily speak without an accent. Miro Noir somewhat scolds him and he chuckles somewhat. Sorry, I find the reactions to the old homestead drawl to be pretty funny most of the time, so it's a habit. Dale admits. Not to mention with the Madams Morrow and Urla enjoying that twangy accent. Vernon teases him and Dale tilts his hat over his eyes somewhat. Some to know the sort. Dale confirms. Still, I just hope that the axiom doesn't push things along too quickly. Time with your little one is precious and should be savored. Oh no, it takes a while for little Apuk to grow up fully. A little longer than humans, actually. You're considered adults at 18, aren't you? That is the generally accepted age of majority. Although to be fair, it's an age of good enough for the most part. It does vary by individual. Vernon says as he sways a little to settle Ari Noir, who fusses a touch, and then calms down comfortably. Well, you seem to have this under wraps, and I've had my questions answered. So, I'm going back to shooting and skinning things in the forest. You still getting those kids used to guns? Non-axiom gear goes under everyone's radar. So long as it's a blind spot to the galaxy at large, it's too useful to not teach. Also, the kiddies love the bang. Wasn't Mux Morrow sent flying back that one time? Vernon asks. Stumbling back, barely bruised and really respectful of shotguns after that. Dale replies. Anyways, enjoy your time with her. She's well behaved now, but you never know where a drama queen might come from. Oh, she'll be our little diva for all I care. She's ours, Vernon says with a smile. All right. I'm going to stop taking up someone else's time and let them gawk at the adorable little thing. Dale says with a tilt of his hat before vanishing in a woodwalk. Ari Noir lets out a little fussy sound and Miro Noir crouches to be closer. It's okay, Ari, nothing's wrong. You're safe with Mommy and Daddy. Miro Noir assures her and gently takes the baby from Vernon. Human or Apuk, babies always prefer their mothers. Vernon notes as Ari Noir cuddles closer to Miro Noir and falls into a deeper sleep and then promptly starts snoring. How graceful. He notes with a smile before glancing at the incubator. Everything was going fine and it looked like compared to her siblings. Ari Noir was perhaps a week and a half early. If even that, the human tendency to come out early compared to other races was at work. Go figure that a 9-month pregnancy wasn't enough time to fully develop the child. So, we agree that one of them will be Tila Noir. But what about the others? We need another 6. He asks and Miro Noir considers. We could use some human names. Alex, Jane, Jen, and other easily abbreviated names would fit very well. And if they start misbehaving, we can use the long form of the name as an ultimatum. Alexandria Noir, put that down. Vernon remarks, wagging his finger at the eggs to Miro Noir's amusement. Oh, now we have to use that one, Miro Noir says with a smile. Ari, Tila, and Alex, that's nearly half. Part of me wants to work in Morgan, but that's a little long for the first part of an Apuk name and doesn't flow well with Noir. If any of them come out human, it would be a fine name. I believe it's a unisex name, is it not? It is. If you were to go to a crowded area on Earth and shout for Morgan, you'd get both men and women looking at you oddly. Well, in the Western nations, not so common in the East. It's so strange that your people are divided among those lines. There are more lines than that. There's the Arabic, the South American, the African, and that's not to say the East and West are unified. Far from it. Even peoples with a shared ancestry and languages are divided, like in North and South Korea. The shattering of the Balkans and many smaller European countries and their unending rivalries. I think I've heard the term balkanization once or twice. I don't know the details, but political fighting and enormous tensions caused a large and unified country to permanently shatter. It became that way because it was in between two large empires with massively differing ideals, and whenever they went to war or started pushing against each other, the Balkans were forced to shift. Eventually, this large area had too many divisions and differences, and the provinces shattered into their own separate states. So the term balkanization is when a larger nation shatters into several smaller states. How did we get on this topic again? Baby names. Morgan is a good catch-all name for a human baby, but isn't universally a common name. Vernon reminds her. Yes, it's far too easy to get sidetracked when we speak. Miro Noir chides him, and he shrugged. I worked long and hard to keep my mind occupied during the journey out of cruel space. You can't lean on that whenever you bring up some odd factoid or bit of history. I'm also a massive nerd and am easily entertained by learning new trivia. Vernon concedes and Miro Noir leans over to kiss him on the cheek. My nerd, she says, and he smiles. Then he checks his communicator. I think we're nearly missing lunch. How about I cook a few steaks on Texas toast, he asks, noting the time. That sounds lovely. Um, Texas toast doesn't have much. Double thick slice of bread, buttered and fried on both sides. Vernon answers before the question of spices and the like comes up. Oh, more bread to soak up the juices with, I understand. Miro Noir notes. Yes, indeed. Flavorful, but not dangerous. Vernon assures her before giving her a kiss on the cheek. It will be ready shortly. He tiptoes into the kitchen, not wanting Ari Noir's nap to be disturbed, and he quickly sets to work. Apuk kitchens don't actually have much in the way of stoves or ovens. It's an interesting thing to note, but since the entire species expresses fire, one of the earliest ways they're taught how to use it is in cooking food. So there's really no point to having a stovetop or oven. Not being an Apuk is no hindrance to Vernon, however, as his increasingly extreme mastery of Axiom and knowledge of the Apuk allows him to do anything they can. He sets the room outright dancing, the cupboards open, and the bread flies out before slicing itself into pieces of the proper thickness. The butter flies out of the dish and smears itself on both ends, even as he sets heat to the large cast iron surface that is the closest thing they have to a stovetop. He had the fridge open wide and a series of small steaks come flying out, the drippings following after them and landing on the grill right before the steaks themselves do in order to semi-oil it ahead of time and help spread the heat. The fridge closes, the loaf of bread goes back to its place, and the cupboard door closes as well. A twist of his hand, and the toast flips over to fry the other side, and shortly after the meat flips as well. Instead of continuing to do things like a fairy godmother in a children's movie, he then grabs the plates for himself and Miro Noir, and then flips the Texas toast onto the plates and waits just a little longer before flipping the steaks on as well. Medium rare, just how both he and Miro Noir like it. He turns on the tap and guides the water to scrub down the cooking surface and then redirects the now grungy water down the drain. He turns to leave with the quickly and easily made meal before pausing. He turns back and with some will, the stovetop cools down significantly. It's merely warm now, not hot. It likely won't hurt Ari Noir even if hot, but it's a very good habit to start, especially since there is a chance one of his children will emerge human. Is something wrong? Miro Noir asks him as he walks in with a thoughtful frown on his face. She's sitting at the dining room table, still holding Ari Noir as the tiny lady naps. Just thinking, he says. Share your thoughts, darling. Our burdens are shared, remember? She reminds him and he nods. If one of our children is human, then they're going to be in some danger from their siblings. My kind aren't exactly fireproof, and Ari's first burp had enough fire to scorch a towel. That's more than enough heat to possibly scar a human baby for life. We're going to have to be very careful if one of our babies comes out without a tail. Well, our little Ari already has a human-sized appetite. She also weighs a little more than most Apuk hatchlings. It's quite likely that any human sons or daughters would have at least a resistance to heat and fire. I hope so. I don't want to have to separate our children. I want them to grow up happy together. Oh, Vernon, they will. If one of ours isn't immune to fire, there are ways to keep them safe. We're not the first time an Apuk has found love outside of our own kind. Miro Noir says gently as she has her lunch put in front of her by her no longer distracted husband. Sorry, this is so new to me. My mind keeps racing ahead to all sorts of worries and doesn't pause to think the problem may already be solved. Well, if we do run into a problem that hasn't been bumped into, before I can trust, you'll already have some kind of plan. I hope so, Vernon says. I know so. Miro Noir says with a smile, and Vernon smiles in response. Out of Cruel Space, Part 332. Love and Longing. The eggs were getting close. Ari Noir had been out and carried about for nearly a week now. Sia Noir had moved in to lend her aid in anticipation, and the entire family had come by to see the newest member. Dr. Ernhora had visited twice more. Once to give Ari Noir a full and deep scan, and another to fully scan the eggs. Little Ari has her father's stomach. She also has his kidneys, oversized liver, back-built brain, and adrenal glands as well. She is theoretically null immune, with little holdovers from evolutionary steps that the AUTHORIZE outright skipped. She is, for lack of a better term, 150% healthier than most. Hence the increased appetite. When Vernon asks about sweat glands, she comes up negative, however. It is understandable, but it will be a problem if she ever enters cruel space. She can't rely on the axiom to control her temperature there. There are few problems. Although Ari does get a little fussy the first few times she's held by her grandmother, but after a few traditional AUTHORIZE lullabies, Ari warmed up to her, especially as the lullabies are sung with a tiny tongue of flame with every word. Little Ari Noir was utterly spellbound by the display, and her protest died away. The day is gentle and warm when there's a knock at the door. No one was expected. However, with one child born and the rest ready to hatch at any moment, guests and well-wishers were far from unexpected. What Vernon opens the door to is not a soldier in his off-duty fatigues, not a civilian AUTHORIZE with the noir family features, not a battle princess with their fanciful dresses and pretty little crowns. He opens the door to a wall of corded and rippling muscle in a vaguely female shape that towers up like a mountain. By a living miasma of self-hatred, shame, and no small amount of fear. Jian Hoot, I did not expect you. Vernon says simply. I take it your apprenticeship in the Sisterhood of Inner Embers has finished if you're here. Yes, she says, and he re-examines her. The brown burlap of the sisterhood, a pack of supplies, and likely a ticket somewhere. Would you like to come in? He asks, and she pauses. I do not think I will fit. Vernon, who is it? Miro Noir asks from inside. A face from the tournament, he calls back in. Really? Who? Jian Hoot. Miro Noir asks, walking up and then pausing. She has Ari in her arms, and the disgraced warrior just stares for a moment before taking a step back. I'm sorry this was a mistake. I'll be leaving now, she says, turning to leave. No, we need to talk, Vernon, Miro Noir asks. While there was a lot of unfairness going on in that tournament, my reversing it in the way I did was not only over the top but completely disproportionate. Was punishment needed? Yes. But what I did was too much. So you admit that? Jian Hoot asks in shock. I admit it freely. I was angry in the moment and I made you into a pariah. Maybe you deserved some of it, but your entire life destroyed? No, that was too much. Vernon says he then glances at Ari, who's staring up at the biggest person she's ever seen. We all start out as innocent, and whatever stains we pick up along the way, those can be wiped clean. Innocence cannot be regained, but a sense of rightness can. That's all very nice, but I'm still a pariah among my own people. Outcast and publicly shamed in my own home. Unsafe and hated by those I once called friend. Then perhaps you shouldn't have tried to use poison and 1,000 different technicalities to eliminate my Vernon in the tournament. A sorcerer, alien or not, in a shellcracker tournament is just plain unfair. As unfair as any poison, rule wrangling, or underhanded tactic. Jian Hoot counters. He only used sorcery twice. Once to prove he could, and then when you infuriated him by insulting me. Miro Noir defends Vernon hotly and only stops herself from shouting when Ari starts to fuss. My love, calm yourself. Vernon says, giving her a gentle kiss that she melts into. She is right. I've made her unwelcome in her own home. That's not right nor just. So I'm going to make it right. And how are you going to do that? Some big public announcement? Royal decree? Oh, right. You didn't even participate in the next tournament. You have no title. I'm going to give you another option. Vernon says, pulling out his communicator. A few taps and it starts projecting the symbol of the Undaunted above it. In the time between the tournament and now, my people became a unified legal polity. A military state. We're recruiting. Someone with your martial skill can go very far so long as you're willing to take both orders and criticism. If nothing else, it will give you place to be and a people to be a part of while Serbo calms down about you. Publicly, all you did was insult the wrong person and make a stupid choice. In a few years, it will be nearly forgotten if no one draws attention to it. And how will this help me? Jian Hoot asked, confused. It will give you a place to be, a people to belong to, and an honorable excuse to not be seen for a time. You do a tour of duty with the Undaunted, Come back wearing our colors and sweep through a tournament, and your story becomes a very different one from what it is now. Vernon offers, and she stares at the symbol floating above his communicator. Where? Centris. I see. Zhenhut says before taking off her pack and digging through it. The communicator she brings out is tiny in her hand, and he quickly transfers the data to it. That's everything you need to know to get started, Vernon says with a smile. I'll call ahead to let them know you're coming. This hasn't gone any way I thought it would. Zhenhut says, and Vernon shrugs. I guess that makes this exciting then, doesn't it? He asks, and she stares at him. I do not understand you. His response to that is a shrug. What point is there to endless grudges and hate? You angered me and I hit back much harder than is perhaps reasonable. So now I make restitution in a way that still benefits me while making things up to you. Aren't sorcerers supposed to hold endless grudges? Do you want me to hold grudges? No? Then let's drop the subject. You made mistakes. I overreacted, and this is how I make up for it. Okay? Vernon asks. I suppose. Oh, for goodness sakes, you silly girl, why are you so hesitant? Miro Noir asks crossly. This isn't how it's supposed to be. I trained all my life to try and get a chance at the crown. I pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed to do my best. That's how you're supposed to earn it. It's how it's supposed to be. And then out of nowhere comes this alien monster in strange armor, making a mockery of the entire thing. I try to find if there's any way to get them out and nothing happens. I try to send some basic toxins to distract the monster and nothing happens. So you admit to trying to poison my Vernon. Miro Noir demands bristling, then calming down as Ari Noir starts fussing. Not that it worked. My kind have an extreme toxin resistance compared to most races. What you consider poisonous, I consider mere seasoning, Vernon says. I know that now. I was hoping to get some kind of advantage. Hit the opponents hard and stop them moving before breaking the shells. It's the easiest and most practical way to win. Then I found a way to make you angry, and angry opponents are sloppy, but you weren't. You were just unrestrained. Why didn't you apologize as he asked of you at that point, and admit my defeat? I may as well have forfeited. Then I did, and a scenario far worse unfolded. Vernon finishes, and Zhenhut nods miserably. That wasn't supposed to happen. If I was beaten, then fine, I was beaten. But how do you respond to being declared unworthy of battle in front of the entire AUTHORIZE race and more? I don't know. I've lived among your kind for less than a year. I don't know those nuances. I've offered you a way out with dignity and honor to it. Take it or leave it, Vernon says while frowning. The circular nature of the conversation is beginning to annoy him. I'm taking it. I just thought it would be easy, you know? I mean, Princess Miro Noir, you went down the path I was looking for. I jumped in so early I didn't bother forging a life outside of fighting. I proved myself in battle, earned my crown, and started training. With the other princesses, I had nothing else. I had no prospects marriage-wise without begging in. I had no friends outside of working relationships, and the only thing I had going for me is the fact that I come from a supportive family. That earned me the name Miro Noir the Matchless fairly quickly. Do you want to be the next Matchless so badly? No, then live first. Have something other than fighting in your life. Be more than just a battle princess aspirant. Be a person first. I see. Thank you for giving me so much to think about. Zhenhut says, before glancing at her communicator, I'll be going now. I think I will be signing up for the Undaunted if they'll have me. So long as you're willing to obey lawful orders, you'll be fine. Vernon assures her and she nods. Thank you, I'll be going now. Best of luck with the little one, she says before turning away and walking as if in a minor daze. Well, that didn't go as anyone expected. Vernon notes after she reaches a reinforced jump pad and hurls herself into the distance. Indeed, although I'm pinning the blame on you, Miro Noir accuses poking him in the arm. Me? Vernon asks, his face a picture of innocence. She came here expecting some kind of recrimination and accusation, and you instead turn it around? My goodness, man, you delight in confusing others, don't you? She chides him. Somewhat, he admits. But it was niggling at me a bit. I mean, yes, what she did in the tournament was dirty and dishonorable, but a disqualification would have been enough. Not public humiliation and global infamy. That was too far. Perhaps but at the time it was very proportional. You outright demanded an apology, and she spat upon you before attacking again. Miro Noir says, heat of the moment it was right, but the long-term consequences were too high. This mitigates it, and has her grateful of you and your people. Also, once news of this out, it's going to make your Undaunted even more popular. It's almost like I'm getting better at long-term thinking and finding solutions that please more people, Vernon teases. Well then, I hope to see that in action in the coming days. So do I. But first I have a call to make. He says, leaning over to kiss her on the forehead and then lean down and give Ari Noir a little peck as well. The tiny girl squirms at the attention and manages to give him a little slap on the face. Ow, little lady! With Ari giggling a little at his silly voice, Miro Noir carries her back inside, and Vernon closes the door before stepping to the side. He presses a few buttons and soon enough is listening to the chime. Agent Shay, you're on paternity leave. What's happened? I'm sending a recruit your way. Her name is Yen Hoot, an Apuk journeyman of the Sisterhood of Inner Embers, a monastic order based around redemption. Yen Hoot? Yen Hoot? Wait, isn't she the woman you completely humiliated in that tournament? She is. She's looking for purpose and dignity, and is already a monster of a close-range combatant. Perhaps not battle princess level, but close to it, if not already there. A little bit of training and she could be a hell of a door opener or a beast of a bodyguard. I see. Thank you for the heads up, soldier. Is there anything else we should know? She's undergone the Apuk psychological oddity where they grow bigger and more physically intimidating when they're insecure. The woman is gigantic. She's at least the size of a Canador with muscles on the muscles of her muscles. So she's going to need a plus-sized uniform. Understood. Actually, we could use her knowledge and tendencies to create a second Titan squadron. Big muscled monsters with a willingness to go into danger tend to be quite the hammer for the nails of the galaxy. Just be careful that you don't over-rely on a single tool. We know Agent Shay. Anything else to report? Nothing else new. Good man. Command out. Out of Cruel Space, Part 333. Antlers, Assumptions, and Artillery. Oh, it's so scary. Hold me. Holly teases him as the white-painted, treaded vehicle with massive front turret comes rocketing around the corner of the arcology. Hun, no one told me the Garage Boys were working on a tank prototype. Bjorn notes as it rolls up. XR0001 is on the side in pale tritite blue. It's not painted on, but made of deliberate gaps in the white paint. It straightens up, and Bjorn tilts his head as he sees something odd on the tip of the barrel. It looks like someone's tied a board on the tip and put something on top of it. As the tank zooms closer, Bjorn outright laughs when he sees what it is. Someone's put a pint of beer on the edge of the turret. That it hasn't spilled, despite the tank zooming around the arcology, is one hell of a recommendation to the stability of the main cannon. It zooms up at an appreciable speed and then slows down as it reaches them. Cannon turning as the upper hatch opens and a fellow soldier pops out. Woo! We're slapping an armored division together. The man cheers as the cannon rotates to point right at Bjorn. They still haven't spilled the beer, and he can only applaud as it comes closer. A plan percolating in his mind. Great to see, gents. Great to see. He confirms before making a lunge and grabbing the stain off the cannon of the tank as it passes by. Cheers. What the? Hey, put that back. The guy poking out the top protests even as the tank starts accelerating again. Come on. Let's get inside before they come back around, Bjorn says with a massive grin on his face as Holly giggles at the goofy move. He then takes a sip of the foamy brew and his eyebrows go up. Whichever still they pulled this one out of, they've clearly done something right, as this is a good lager. There's the sound of an engine shifting gears, and the tank swings around. Seeing that there's no way he's getting away, without a dead sprint, Bjorn simply opens his throat up and pours the beer straight down, leaving only the foam. You're a dick, the guy in the tank says as Bjorn finishes the drink and then puts the mostly empty stein onto the tank cannon. Yes, I am. Bjorn returns as the guy just stares at him for a bit. Come on, let's get inside before they think about actually using the cannon. Wow, just wow, Holly says as she follows Bjorn inside. You're never like that with girls. Of course not. Get even slightly playful with civilian women, and they throw themselves at you while declaring their undying love. Oh, so I'm the only girl for you. Holly asks, fluttering her eyes, and Bjorn rolls his eyes. You're still under our protection. I don't have time for other girls. I'm keeping you safe, he replies evenly. Oh, you always know how to flatter a woman, Holly says, leaning over and pushing her boobs against him. She had completely embraced the local fashion of leotards and body stockings, coupled with the huge heads of hair, and it was like the 80s with ray guns and alien babes. Yay, sure, he replies with a roll of his eyes. Now, I've had a bit of a drink and dinner is a couple of hours away. Is there anything on the schedule that you need to get to? I'm fairly certain you've got a free day. Holly says, pulling out her communicator and scanning it. Nothing until well after dinner, then I've got a small horde of gobes who want some help getting their workout schedule put together and organized. Dot. All right, so where to next? Well, it would be nice to get a drink. You did, after all, guzzle down that one and didn't even offer to share. The alcohol level would have at the very least dropped you, if not outright killed you. It would have tasted like vomit, and Bjorn begins to protest before Holly pulls him close to shut him up. Such a romantic, so concerned for my health. Why do you humans like alcohol so much? Peer pressure to drink it, and then you get used to it. Bjorn asks as he slowly pries himself away. Easier said than done when the woman is made of titanium with a soft fur coating. Really? I heard one of the nerdy ones say that it was a way to purify fluids in the days of antiquity and it just stuck around as a hobby. Holly asks. Maybe? I'm not a big history buff. Bjorn says as he finally gets enough distance to duck out of her grip. Wrestling with Holly or any of the formerly persona-nailed women is like trying to outmuscle a hydraulic press. Not happening. Not without Axiom, at least. Still, if we're going to have a drink. There's this lovely juice bar I've heard about that makes a point of having ingredients from at least 3 different systems in every glass. Holly says. And what's it called? Bjorn asks, and she thinks. She opens her mouth to answer and then closes it.
I forget, but it's on the 3rd commercial level. That's where I saw it.
Holly replies, and Bjorn thinks back. They were up there 2 weeks ago when she wanted to hang out with some friends she was making. He had been in the background but frequently gestured towards and giggled at as they all spoke. It wasn't a secret at this point that he's her bodyguard or that in raw muscle she could twist him like a pretzel. They head over to the stairs and start their way up. Bjorn didn't mind and actually appreciated the cardio, and Holly was in such shape that she found it just as practical as the elevator, if not a little better as the stairs were faster. So, Holly begins as they start climbing up. The commercial floors are every 5 floors. So? Bjorn asks, and Holly considers. Why are you making armored and weapon-bearing ground vehicles here? Zalwar isn't at war, and the Undaunted aren't on the offense with anyone. It's not, but it is at an amazing location for shipping out. It's right on one of the major Axiom lanes and nearby where several others come close. This means it's a wonderful central location to put up a manufacturing plant, to produce the munitions and supplies, to ship out all over the galaxy. From what I understand, we're wrangling the rights to set up an arcology of our own. I think I heard about that. A training center and production plant? Yes. We're getting a lot more recruits than expected. We need more room to train and build things. Not to mention when we got those absolute madmen to start playing the galactic stock market, they worked some kind of black magic and started all but stealing from the galaxy at such an obscene rate it could only be legal. And they needed more cash sinks to pour all the money into. So land and building permits on one of the more populated and well-traveled planets the galaxy over is just the start. That money is pouring into advertisement, recruitment, R&D, and several massive conglomeration care packages being sent back to Earth. So obscene it can only be legal? Holly asks with an odd look on her face. Steal millions or less and you're a thief? Steal billions of more and you're in government? Bjorn replies with a bit of a grin. Well, aren't we cynical today? What happened to my sweet, innocent little Bjorn who would comfort me on lonely nights and take me clubbing? What? Bjorn asks, and Holly sniffs theatrically. No, really. What? He presses, and she giggles. Holly, there's coming on strong, and then there's coming out of left field. When the hell have I ever been sweet and innocent? Well, I don't even get up to pee without at least a handgun. Oh, but those magical moments where your sleeping face is all cherubic and kind. My dreams are filled with battle and glory. That innocent expression is the satisfaction of my enemies rent to pieces before me. Really? Holly asks. Really? You really dream of blood and battle? I mean, sometimes. I normally don't remember my dreams, but Vikings are a part of them a fair few times. I suppose it could be worse than you, dreaming of being naked and screaming in the throes of passion. At least it means I know things are going in the right direction. Holly teases and he scoffs just as they crest up onto the 15th floor, and therefore the third commercial floor. As they step into the area, they're passed by a Larak man walking at full tilt, his tail stiff and irritated as a gaggle of women follow at a fast clip. Several of them peel off and approach Bjorn when they see him. Well, hello there, Mr. Tret in leather. How are you doing today? I'm rather busy, ma'am. On the job, in fact. Bjorn replies and Holly swoops up behind him and gives him a hug. Ma'am, I am on the job. Yay, job of watching me. Which means he's with me, he's mine, and you can all just screw off. What? Oh, come on. One woman to one man? That's just greedy. The girls protest, pushing in and staring. Fair or not, I have a duty to perform, and Miss Clatterhooves is correct. I am her bodyguard. Therefore, I have no time for any such frivolities. Bjorn says, and Holly sticks her tongue out at the other girls. Oh, I'm sure we could make you forget all about your duties. One Rabbis says, pushing up her breasts with one set of arms before reaching out with her remaining left hand to caress his chin. Miss, I am on the job. I will shoot off my dick before using it while on duty. No need to go that far. Besides, there are so many better things to do with something like that. One of the Lirak women says, pushing up next to her rabbi's friend as the other two step up as well. Bjorn is literally surrounded by gigantic breasts attached to gorgeous and eager women at all sides, and he can't do anything with any of them because of his job. Life is truly grossly, disgustingly unfair. Hey, Irma! Lils! Salis! Vera! What's going on over there? Another man, Mr. Dutiful in black leather here, won't do anything while he's on the job. One of the Lyrak calls to the crowd and more peel off to join their friends. No, he's mine. He's with me, my bodyguard. Mine, Holly says, grabbing onto Bjorn from behind and glaring at the women. That was not the way to diffuse this situation, Holly, Bjorn sighs. You can't just keep one man to yourself. It's just wrong. The rabbis protest, grabbing at Holly's arm and yanking to no avail. Several others all try the same thing, but the immensely well-toned Carib is completely unmoved. Stop using axiom. Look at her antlers. They're dull. She's not using axiom. What is she made out of, steel cable and stone? Bjorn barks out in his DI impersonation. I told you, ladies, that I am on the job. Therefore, I am on the job. What is your major malfunction that you cannot comprehend this? What? But she is a teasing. Civilian, you fell for the most basic of taunts from an overgrown child. Hey, I am on duty, not you. Not her and not your damn goddesses of lust are getting so much as a tickle out of me until I have come off duty. And that is a guarantee. Is that understood? But one of the lyric protests. Is that understood? Bjorn snaps again. Yes? Yes what? Yes, Mr. Man? It's sir. Yes, sir. Repeat it to me now. Yes, sir. Good. That's better. Now disperse, civilians, before I am forced to take your actions as hostile towards the individual I am charged to protect. But now. Bjorn snaps and the small crowd scatters. He then turns to Holly. You will now remove your appendages from my person. Holly just stares at him for a moment before he grabs her hands and infuses his arms with axiom to give himself the sheer force needed to force her grip apart. She smirks in response. And what is your major malfunction? You can't threaten me. You're in charge of keeping me safe. I can lock you in a bunker to keep you safe, civilian. He snaps, frustrated at the situation and on a tear. Oh, kinky. There is no kink about it. Let's agree to disagree. Out of Cruel Space, Part 334. Antlers, Assumptions, and Artillery. All right, girls, now move with me. We're going to a 10 count, and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Holly sing out as she leads the exercise group. The small army of midgets and shorter women follow along to Holly's movements. They can't keep up, but them trying is the important part. The fact that Bjorn is pumping iron on the other side of the glass is distracting them, but Holly doesn't really mind. She thought things through and realized that if her students aren't paying attention, then they'll need more lessons to really learn, which is more money in her pocket. Hey, back there, get your knees up. She calls to the back of the group as she continues the exaggerated running exercise. The small gathering of gobs starts trying to mimic her. In spite of Bjorn bench pressing hundreds of pounds without Axiom assistance and is glistening in sweat as he pushes himself over and over. The fact that it's turned his white t-shirt transparent is also distracting for both her and the girls. But since she knows what he looks like with even less on, and in fact has seen him bulk up since becoming her bodyguard, she can push past it. Come on, girls. I know there's a boy nearby, but you're here to get in shape. So let's get you in shape. She turns on the music and gets them to bend over and touch at the floor. Come on, with me, girls. It takes another 10 minutes to finish up her class, and that's time for Bjorn to finish his own working out. He's guzzling water by the time she gets to him, and from the scent, the sticking sweet smell of primal desire and strength. How no matter how much he denies it, he wants her. He wants her as much as she wants him, but he's too focused. He's a little calmer here, and she catches a bit of movement out of the corner of her eye and turns to see several of the gobes eyeing up her man. Good workout? She asks him as he looks up from his sitting position at her. Yay, pushed pretty hard. Need a shower. He replies and she walks to the still set up weights. A bit of a grip and a lift lets her curl the whole thing. It's a respectable amount of weight, but considering the body she woke up in and can't help but maintain, it's not an excessive amount. Now that's not fair. I didn't spend 15 years on an obsessive grind, you know. You do know you could speed this up with Axiom, right? With Axiom, I can pick up and walk off with most buildings. It doesn't count. Sure it does. Just because you can't use it in the little armpit of the galaxy you humans call home doesn't mean that it's not a valid method of getting things done. I don't like relying on a branch of physics that people can turn off like the lights. Leaves you open and vulnerable. Bjorn grunts out before rolling his shoulders. I'm going to grab a shower, get all this gunk off me before it drives half the arcology insane. Just half? She teases. I don't stink that much. He protests standing up and walking off. The gobes try to rush after him, but he enters the changing room and the door automatically locks behind him. Then the girls round about to her. You know him? Know him? I'm close to him. He's a soldier of the undaunted, and I've also helped him bulk up a little more. Holly says, letting aside the fact that he bulked up because he's at least somewhat embarrassed that the girl he's charged to protect can easily outmuscle him. It's not so easy now, but she won't let him know that. It's adorable to see him work so hard to try and one-up her, although it will very much stop being cute if he hurts himself trying. So you're his first girl? He's a little dedicated to his job for that. But that's part of what makes it fun. He's got only one or two places he lets his guard down, and if you can catch him there, then he gives you all of it. She taunts the smaller woman shamelessly. Last time she had gotten him to lose his mind, oh goodness if he hadn't, you lucky bitch. The gob grumps and Holly snorts. Yay lucky. Lucky to have 15 years stolen and waking up as someone I don't recognize. Lucky to have horrible things happen to me and then getting assigned a bodyguard. Yeah, lucky. She lets it out before closing her eyes. She probably shouldn't have said that. In fact, it's likely that he's going to be angry at her for saying it. Wait, what? What happened? The gob asks, and Holly inwardly panics. Her mind immediately goes to the worst possible solution in that rumors could get out and someone that Swipe thought was trustworthy could activate and come after her with another of those horrible things and make her into knife top again, and nothing I should tell you. I really shouldn't have told you what I already have. Do you think you could? Holly says, trying to get control of herself even as she can feel a slight panic attack happen. The door to Bjorn's change room slams open and he rushes out dripping wet and holding a gun. He stops, scans the room, gives her an even look, and she offers a small wave. Her tracker is monitoring her vital signs. It picked up her distress and told him to come running. He slips back into the change room after another scan, and still no one says anything. Whoa, did you see the muscles on that man? One of the girls says out loud as the spell breaks. Holly wants to tell the girl that she's not just seen and counted them, but she's felt them. She's felt all over them, but honestly shouldn't. Are all humans that insane? I've seen them on the advertisements, and the smallest and weakest ones seem to me chiseled out of the sexiest rocks you can find. They all went through a special training. It left them all very healthy and strong. Some took to it better than others, but all of them passed. They left the weaker ones back on Earth. Holly explains and mentally chides herself. That was a little unfair. Bjorn had told her once that he had seen some of the toughest people he knew just snap and break, and he wasn't sure sometimes how he had gotten through all of it when so many others couldn't. How he couldn't even imagine how the Nerd Squad had done it, as the vast majority had been skinny and unathletic before trying. Humans that didn't have immediately obvious abs were more of the stout strongmen who were even stronger due to their build and retention of power. How do you know so much? Does Mr. Bodyguard get talkative in private? Actually, yes. When he doesn't have to possibly fight and kill something, at any moment he calms right down and relaxes. Holly admits with a smile. Still, that's not the point. And what is the point? One of them asks, and Holly finds herself at a loss for words. What is the point of the conversation? I forget, but it's not that. Holly answers, and there's a snort. So, one of the Gobes begins. So? Holly asks. You planning on having some fun with Mr. Man there? There's a club on the 20th commercial floor that's halfway up the arcology. Holly notes, and the Gobe has an angry look for a moment. There's something in her presence, but she's hiding it well. It's called Green Gals. I own it. You're welcome to come over and show off your man. Really? I haven't found a lot of clubs since coming to Zalwar. Granted, I've been busy, but a night of dancing sounds awesome. Holly says, not mentioning that she was aware of the place, but a little nervous since her last night out dancing went really, really wrong. Well, we got drinks for girls as big as Canada's, adjustable seats, and some of the best up-and-coming music mixers and song stylers on this half of Zalwar. Fees not so high either. The Gobe offers, and Holly holds her chin as she considers. Then Bjorn emerges from the change room. He's back in his tough loose pants, military boots, and leather jacket. Does he always wear shiny black leather? He's hiding weapons under there. Holly advises as Bjorn walks up. Any more appointments here, or are we leaving? Oh, just about. I got my real workout done and out of the way this morning. A full day of helping girls get themselves in shape kept me going, so I'm eager for a little after-workout snack. Holly replies, and he nods. All right, let's go get it. Bjorn notes before Holly pauses. First, though, I need to change. It's been too long since we've been to a club. Are you going to do that thing again where you hip-check other women away from me? Because that was just asking for a fight. When did she do that? The Gobe asks, and Bjorn groans. Not nearly long enough ago. My job is hard enough without my VIP actively picking fights. I'll be good, but only if you're dressed. Dressed? Dressed how? He asks, and she smiles at him. An hour later, Bjorn is waved through the door as Holly pays the bouncer to let her through. The sound is a techno-metal hybrid as a huge crowd bounces and grinds to the music. Holly talked him into wearing skinny leather pants, an open button-down shirt to show off his abs and physique, and dress shoes, with specialized sunglasses that would darken further on sudden spikes of light, a quick protection against flashbangs and light-based attacks. It had taken a lot of Axiom bullshit to slip a comfortable amount of weapons into his pockets, but he managed it. Woohoo! Time to party! Holly cheers as she grabs him by the shoulder and guides him further in. She's rocking a red and black microskirt, which is really more of a belt. What look like the tops of front-laced boots, torn out of the boot to fit around her hooves. A bikini top that makes her breasts stand out more, even as it sinks into her fur and really just highlights her nipples more than anything. She's pulled her hair up into pigtails and has a micro purse on a shoestring and tied to her skirt. Fingerless gloves and jangly bracelets and earrings complete the look of party queen and blends her in with the crowd shockingly well. You are my man, and I am here to show you off, Holly declares, stepping close to Bjorn and leaning over to kiss him on the nose. Now, dance with me. Don't want to stand out too much and draw in the crazies, do you? You are one manipulative piece of work, Bjorn remarks even as he starts moving with the music. Holly turns around and starts backing up into him in time with the music, and he grabs her around the hips and helping guide with the movement, as the dance is mostly just her bumping into him over and over. Hey now, big girl, no need to be greedy. You've got a lot of man here, care to share? A familiar voice says, and Holly turns to regard the rabbis from earlier that day. She's in just as provocative a club outfit as Holly and has her friends behind her. Holly glances to Bjorn, and for a moment, one selfish, greedy moment, she wants to say no, then she smiles. All right, but there's something you should know? Miss Muscles is head girl? One of the Lirac asks. Her outfit is actually fairly close to Holly, so she's the one Holly pins as the fashion-forward member of the group. Bjorn only really relaxes in very, very specific places, which means if you want more than a dance and a wink, you'll have to come with us after. There a reason why? He's my bodyguard, so he only lets himself go loose when we're behind friendly lines. It's a day and night job. Bjorn confirms. So you are one of those humans? One of the Lyrac asks, stepping around to Bjorn's side, and he nods. I had been wondering. You don't get many Tret men cut enough to do grind meat on the man. Just trying to keep to standard, Bjorn replies. So you're playing nice tonight, Holly. I think I'm willing to share. Just letting the girls know that if we're doing this as a group, not only can I not be cut out, but there are certain rules. If I can get some of this deep dish delight, I'll be happy. The rabbi's remarks, running a hand over Bjorn's chest and then abs, delicious. Out of Cruel Space, Part 335. Antlers, Assumptions, and Artillery. Things were going all right. Bjorn being passed from girl to girl was awkward as he doesn't know how to dance 5-on-1. Thankfully, it's not so much the dance moves he has as the 8-pack he's developed. That's the bit of axiom use he's been taking advantage of, using the power to help melt away excess body fat while still eating a decent amount. 3 Lirac, a rabbis and Holly are a lot of people to juggle, but thankfully, Holly's decision to play nice has prevented any real drama from kicking off, which is a relief. The girls are worn down moderately quickly, and out of the corner of his eye, he spots the club owner a few times. The gobe is distinctive with slight blue traces dyed into her hair, and she seems to be making a point of seeing that everyone is having fun. But then she shows up again and again. Showing up constantly in the span of just an hour or so is odd, and it twigs Bjorn. Thankfully, they retire to a table after a short while. It doesn't matter what kind of shape a non-human girl is, she doesn't have much staying power. Evolution is a bitch. Hey, what do you girls know about the club owner? Bjorn asks as the girls sit and pant. They can't exactly regulate their body heat without Axiom all that well. Not that the light sheen of sweat on him is making things easier. It's clear that they really want to go. But something is up. Miss Greenplume? She's all right. Most Pavoris get really uppity, but having a gobe for a father made her feathers all green. Irma the rabbi's replies even as she waves some drinks over. But it was a gobe woman that claimed to own this place. It even showed up as having a gobe owner on the site. Holly says, and she looks to Bjorn, who nods. He adjusts the way he's sitting to have a hand partially in a pocket, just in case. Yeah, some girl's been trying to buy this place, but it's not for sale. Irma replies with a shrug. Bjorn? Holly asks as he starts scanning the area again. Unfortunately, with gobes being a smaller race, he's not going to spot one unless she's close by. Too much leg and hip in the way to actually spot someone, to say nothing of the sheer quantity of ass. That gobe claimed to own this place. I had a look at her from a security feed, and she's been showing up over and over. But you girls say that a Pavoris owns green gals. Bjorn says as he spots numerous women standing in advantageous positions all over the room. He had dismissed them as bouncers and club security. The sort of thing you should see around here, but now he's not so sure. Do you see something? Holly asks him, and he scratches his chin. Maybe. There's an unusually large amount of security. Of course, we haven't been here before. We don't know how much is the usual amount of security. Where are you spotting them? Lils asks. She's technically the most dressed if the thigh-high boots she's all but popping out of count as clothing. There, and there. Bjorn nods to each little bundle in turn, and after the first two, the girls begin frowning. That's not normal, Salis adds in. She's dyed the tip of her tail stark white for how it looks under the black lights. We need to. Bjorn begins before he senses something and looks to the right. The gobe is there, staring directly at him. His eyes narrow behind his shades at her smirk. She reaches for something hidden on her person, even as he stands up and starts heading her way. She pulls out a communicator, and Bjorn detects movement out of the corner of his eye. The security slats are descending and locking them in. Bjorn rushes the gobe, who winks out of existence in a teleport before he can get to her. He scans the nearby area in case it was short-ranged, and then goes back to the table. You girls need to get down low. Something's happening and we've been locked in, he tells them, and they look at him oddly. Something's happening? Holly asks with her eyes wide. I think we stumbled on something, or were scouted for a trap of some kind. Bjorn replies as a lot of people figure out that they've been trapped inside and the dancing starts to die off. He pulls out his communicator. Dispatch, this is Bjorn. We're on the 20th commercial floor in a club called Green Gals. The security blinders have descended. There's a surplus of so-called security and a fake owner. We may need backup. He calls into the base below. 20th commercial floor? That's halfway up the arcology, the dispatcher complains. Something's up. I'm going to try to get my VIP to safety, but the main paths are already blocked. May I have your attention, please? A voice asks over the speaker. Shit's happening. Got to go. Bjorn says, tucking away the communicator in a breast pocket where it can act like both camera and microphone for dispatch. May I have your attention, please? The voice asks again. Good evening, ladies, and especially gentlemen. Now, many of you have noticed that the blinders are closed and that the security aren't the usual people. Now, I don't want to be the bitch here, but I work for an agency that's recently run low on talent, male talent to be specific. So guess what, boys? It's time to be a hero. If the men in the crowd will please head to the DJ booth, we'll be having some business for you to do. Don't worry, you won't be hurt by it. We'll even bring you back home within the month. The voice on the speakers continues, and Bjorn starts pulling out the pieces of his automatic rifle and quickly slapping it together. And to the human bodyguard in the crowd, yes, we know who you are. Yes, we know you're here. Bear in mind all the civilians surrounding you. Do you really want their blood on your hands? Blood washes off. Failure doesn't. Bjorn calls out. If the attention is on him, then it's not on Holly. Everyone who wants to live, get down. Under the tables. His group ducks down and that keys several more to do so. This starts a wave as the club quickly ducks down and out of the way, making Bjorn stand out massively with his large rifle pointed to the nearest group of bouncers. The women pause partway through withdrawing weapons and he grins. You girls are idiots. Inviting a human into your little hostage situation is like throwing a brick of pure potassium into a swimming pool. Shit's gonna blow. Bjorn chides them as he keeps his head on a swivel. 22 women and whoever the mysterious broadcaster is. Calm down, human. We're just having a little transaction with the men. You might even want to sign up. After all, you humans are always in season. It's more a vacation to someone like you. Maybe unpaid, but you get to claim legal compensation, business before pleasure. Always. Bjorn retorts, not mentioning that with the galaxy the way it is, all a man like him has to do to get all the ass he could possibly want is say yes. Now, things don't have to be so unpleasant, Mr. Human. What's the real plan? Bjorn asks upward at the speakers. What? What is the real plan? This is way too much effort for far too little gain. You're either an idiot, which considering that you've taken control of the club and already inserted your goons, that's unlikely. Or something else is going on, darling. What makes you think that this is big enough to need much in the way of brains? Who's to say that we don't just want some man-ass? This is a distraction, isn't it? Bjorn asks out loud, and there, as a deafening silence from the projector. There's something going on in this arcology or somewhere in orbit where this arcology is set to overview in some way. You have a big thing happening to men in them. Very middle of the arcology, getting the eyes below and the eyes above to look directly at us. Bjorn notes out loud, and a lot of the girls start whispering. Not to mention the lack of communication, jammers. If you were really up to something big here, then you'd have blocked our warnings in and out. Instead, you're letting everyone call for help. There's a buildup of light across the room, and Bjorn can barely turn his head in time to have a laser crash into his forehead. The lane of burning red light blooms twice on the way to him due to atmospheric imbalances, and screams fill the room. Bjorn merely hefts his rifle, takes careful aim, and squeezes off a shot at his attacker. The bang elicits more screams from the now terrified club, and the woman trying and failing to kill him drops dead. Her own excellent accuracy matched by his own. A ball of plasma goes streaking through the air, and while it would naturally miss him anyways, Bjorn intercepts the attack by outright catching it and crushing the burning construct in his left hand. Watch your aim, you idiots. When the guns don't even have kickback, you've got no excuse. Bjorn chides them. How are you immune to lasers and plasma? Good God, you people evolved with Axiom. How do you not know how to take advantage of it? Bjorn demands crossly. Sergeant Veers, come in. His communicator goes off and he presses a switch on the side. Veers here, you're on speaker. You're correct. The idiots in the club are a distraction from a hijacking of several cargo containers in orbit. We managed to speak to nearby arcologies and got them to boost their scanning signals into where this arcology is supposed to watch. Really? And the ETA of my backup? About 10 seconds ago. You'll notice that the bitch on the horn has been rather quiet. Really? Bjorn asks with a huge grin on his face. Teleporting Marines, the military innovates. I must have missed a class or two. You've been a busy little bodyguard. Dispatch replies, and there's the sound of a thump and struggle on the speakers. Sergeant Veers, we've got the ringleader of this little shit show. You're on defensive overwatch. Keep the people in there. We'll have the police there shortly. A man says over the speakers and Bjorn nods. All right, this little shit show has just turned inside out now, hasn't it, ladies? As you've seen, I'm laser and plasma proof, but none of you are kinetic proof, and I've got kinetics for days. Behind Bjorn turns as he hears movement behind him. There's a Horchka charging hard with a huge smile on her face that shows off not only her tusks but sharp teeth. You! She's inside his effective range in a heartbeat, and he swings the gun at her like a club, but she swats it away, even as she dodges, and then takes a quick, probing punch at him. He partially dodges and takes a bruising blow to the shoulder, but keeps his balance and grabs onto her head before kneeing her in the nose. She staggers back in response even as he reaches into his pocket to pull out a strap he clips onto his rifle. At melee range, a gun will only kill civilians and give you a hard time, so he slings it over his back and cracks his knuckles. Okay, let's play. She's on him in an instant with a brutal uppercut he dodges. She gets a foot to where her liver would be if she were human, but he's fighting a Horchka, smaller organs, and is even missing a few. It's just a body shot. The kick had opened a bit of distance, but Horchka are big girls, and she's got better reach. He has to dodge a pair of swipes that would probably be a lot scarier if she had claws instead of nails, but he doesn't like the idea of claws or nails taking a chunk out of him. He catches movement, and he spots one of the criminals trying to sneak off. He ducks in close to the Horchka and starts getting way too close to actually hit as he unshoulders the rifle, does a bit of footwork silliness, and then squeezes off a shot into the distance. The Horchka jumps away in shock, and the sneaking woman pauses as the shot slams into the wall right next to her hand. Next one goes through you. Don't push me. You're keeping watch on them while fighting me? The Horchka asks incredulously. Yes. Bjorn says simply, and she smiles widely. So the rumors were true, Apex Warriors all. She says with a huge smile and charges again. He doesn't have time to holster the gun, so he uses it to batter her away after he rolls with the attack. Another girl in the distance tries to sneak off, and he squeezes off a warning shot for her. They think he can't spot them just because he's got a 7-foot raging berserker in his face? The warning goes for you too. Eyes on the prize, big boy. The Horchka declares, rushing him with a flying drop kick, and he jumps hard to be carried over. Nice try, she exclaims, grabbing him around the ankle and hurling him across the club. He hits the ground, rolls and rises up with the rifle ready and aimed straight at her. Hands behind your head? What, but it, you... The Horchka protests as she processes the fact that he now has more than enough distance to make proper use of the rifle. That's not fair. Business before pleasure. I'm not here to be fair. I'm here to win. Bjorn notes as he scans the room. No one's trying anything. Good. He manages to hold the stalemate for a few minutes, and then the sound of a siren echoes from outside. This is the police. We have the area surrounded and are working in tandem with undaunted soldiers. Come out with your hands up. Game over, man, game over. Bjorn's tone is incredibly smug. Out of Cruel Space, Part 336. Antlers, Assumptions, and Artillery. It took half an hour to sort out everyone and the cops, and then another 15 minutes before a ride finally showed up to bring not only Bjorn and Holly back to their safe house, but Irma, Salas, Lils, and Vera along with them. The grin on the driver's face nearly matched Bjorn's own. The man was clearly very aware of how the rest of the night was likely to go. The ride was over quickly, and with a squirrel woman hanging off each arm and the others trailing behind, Bjorn led the way to the safe house and unlocked it. They all sauntered in, and he locked the whole thing up behind them. Then he turned around, scooped up Vera, who happened to be closest, and spun her once before setting her back on her feet, laughing. All right, enough teasing, Bjorn declared. But first things first, I'm going to stash my weapons. Last thing anyone needs is a quarter-ton of hardware lying around if somebody trips over it. If? Lils asked, and he smirked. If? He confirmed, heading into the next room. The moment he was out of sight, all the girls turned to Vera. Holly wore a knowing smile. The rest were simply curious. Head still spinning? Holly asked, and Vera nodded vaguely. That's a human for you. The reputation isn't even the half of it. Spend an evening near one and you'll see what I mean. They're really that different? Vera asked, still a little dazed. They're that different, Holly said, stretching. Deathworlders, the lot of them. Strong, stubborn, and they don't know the meaning of the word tired. Fair warning, girls, Bjorn's the most stubborn of all of them. From the next room came the sound of heavy objects being set down on shelves and quickly sorted into place. He's a soldier first, Holly went on. Undaunted, you'll see the marks on him. Each one means something. Bjorn came back out, sleeves rolled up, and the talk dissolved into easy laughter as the group spread out across the safe house's common room. Someone found the kitchen. Someone else commandeered the big couch. Vera curled into one corner of it, still wide-eyed, while Lils peppered Bjorn with questions. He shrugged off his button-down to get comfortable. And that was when Lils spotted the large brand on his left shoulder, the undaunted insignia, ringed by a segmented circle and flanked by 3 lines on either side, each part of it faintly humming with Axiom energy. What's that? Lils asked, leaning in. This? Bjorn glanced at it. This is what kept me alive tonight. Armor brands, low-profile protection burned into the skin of undaunted warriors. Powerful stuff, but quiet. You'd never know it was there until it stops a blow that should have put you down. And those? Vera pointed at the chunky, chain-like rectangles tattooed just above his knees. Axiom ink, different purpose. Takes some of the strain out of things. He grinned. A soldier learns to conserve his concentration. Few things are sadder than a man who can't keep his head in a crisis, Salas said primly, and the whole room snorted. Holly settled onto the arm of the couch, smug as a cat. Bet you think you're doing pretty well tonight. I'd like to think so, yes, Bjorn said. Is this the part where you reveal your dastardly plan to outlast the apex endurance predator from the darkest depths of cruel space? I didn't know Scandinavia counted as the darkest depths, Holly teased. You'd be surprised how dark the winters get. He laughed. Go on then. What's the scheme this time? You're using Axiom to cheat at cards, Holly accused, fanning out the deck she'd dug out of a drawer. I thought we agreed Axiom use isn't cheating? It is now. Get him, Holly retorted, and the table erupted as 5 aliens descended on one very outnumbered Viking, all of them talking at once and none of them agreeing on the rules. He didn't stand a chance, and he knew it. Irma was already laughing. This squirrel is getting her nut, so nut. As she shuffled chips, she had no intention of betting fairly. Sorry, Bjorn said, flinching back from a stray elbow as Holly leaned in to read his hand over his shoulder. She rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. We're playing for real this time, Holly replied, just before Salas flipped the whole deck into the air out of pure mischief, and the round dissolved into chaos again. Well, hello, Bjorn said as cards rained down on him. Axiom or not, I'm getting what I came for. A quiet evening with good company. According to Mr. Viking here, having as much fun as possible is an advantage in savage times, Holly informed the others deadpan. Good. I want in, Irma announced, scooping up a handful of cards. Deal me a real hand. I don't care anymore. I want a winning streak so big I can't get up from the table. Do it, Holly encouraged, antlers tilting as she peered at the deck. I may not be ready to gamble away the rent myself, but as a spectator, yes, please. Clean him out. Bjorn obliged, and promptly lost 3 rounds in a row to a 4-armed woman who could hold twice as many cards as anyone else at the table. How? He asked between laughs. Are you doing this? It's the extra hands, Irma said serenely, fanning out her impossible spread. Before I had them, I was just a good player. After that, unstoppable. There's no beating you, is there? He said, looking across the table at her. None at all, she agreed, sweeping the pot toward herself. You are putty in my hands, and I'm going to melt you into a pool of unthinking bad decisions and worse bets. Love where you're going with this, Holly said, dealing the next round. So the night went on, cards and bad jokes and worse bluffs, the safe house warm and loud and safe behind its locked door, the danger of the evening already half forgotten. For all his brands and his stubborn Deathworlder pride, Bjorn lost every single hand, and from the look on his face, he didn't mind one bit. I am undaunted, he declared grandly, surrendering the last of his chips. In a fight, in a conversation, and at the card table as well. Don't be cheesy, Holly chided, already reshuffling. Oh, you love it and you know it, he retorted, and she snorted in amusement before dealing him back in. Out of Cruel Space, Part 337. Antlers, Assumptions, and Artillery. Waking up with a beautiful woman in your arms is a good feeling. Waking up surrounded by 5 sounds like a parody. Waking up to 5 subconscious cuddlers all holding tight, one with 2 pairs of arms and another with arms made of molded steel is awkward. It takes a minute, but none of the girls have the energy to really get up, which is a problem as he needs to use the can. He looks back at the bed and grins. 5 gorgeous women, all satisfied and worn down. Alien or not, they're stacked and packed in ways that no human woman is. Or perhaps not, he had heard rumors of a girl that had been changed to match the locals. He shakes the excess thoughts out of his mind and quickly relieves himself before heading for the shower. The girls hadn't had much energy by the time they were done, so everyone had sleep smelling of sex, which is okay if you're exhausted, but a bit much when you wake up. 10 minutes later, he emerges scrubbed clean and grinning as he pulls up his pants and finds the girls have gotten up. Where does his energy come from? Lils asks in shock. He shrugs. It just does. Morning, ladies, any requests on breakfast while you're all getting up? Keep it simple, that oatmeal stuff and sugar tar, Holly says as she walks past the others and into the bathroom. All right, I'll get it bubbling. Bjorn agrees and then offers the girls a nod before he heads for the kitchen. The morning boils on slow and comfortable. The girls aren't in the kind of obscene shape that Holly is, which lets her bounce back from everything, and Bjorn's just built to last. So, how does this work? What are the social dynamics of this kind of situation? Bjorn asks as everyone eats. He pulled out a few extra fruit to be placed on the table, and he has a half-eaten alger fruit, an off-taste apple, with external seeds in a pod around the stem, in his hand. That depends if we're doing this again. If this is an on-time thing, it's a sampler that was refused. If we come back, it's a serious thing. Vera says as she takes a drink of a popular fruit juice. It tasted watered down and bland to Bjorn, but Holly liked it, so it was in the fridge. There's a sort of 3-date rule. Some girls jump in fast and declare things before their first time bouncing the bed, but unless there's an oath dance, we're still just testing the waters. I've heard of the oath dance a few times, not very much though, Bjorn remarks, and there's some snorting. A lot of girls skip that kind of thing. It's old-fashioned and formal. It's usually a sign that someone really wants to lock a guy down without there being any questions. Vera says before giggling a little. Although if you want things nice and formal, we could argue that the time at the club was an oath dance. Sure, it was a little public, but it was a big dance all to seduce and appreciate you. All right, but saying it was an oath dance and we've all locked it in with last night's fun. Where do we go from here? What do we do next? He asks, and there's a lot of grinning. I'm going to assume from those grins that you've got an idea. I'm first wife. That's the condition, and beyond that, it's up to them. Holly says with a grin before she pointedly has another mouthful of oatmeal in order to let everyone else talk. I'm in. Big strong man who'll fight a Horchka hand to hand and keep an entire room on their toes at the same time? Sure, you need to work on your dancing a bit, but the perfect man doesn't exist. Lils asks and Salis nods. Oh, I'm in as well. You can't give a girl that much dick that hard and not expect her to keep coming for more. Irma says and Vera giggles. A full sweep then, big man. We'll figure out the details, but last night is just the first of many. Vera says, toasting him with a glass, even as she rests her chin on her lower sets of hands and has her final hand on her hip. All right, wow. We're going to have to go over the security so you girls know how to get past the guards without escort. Yeah, I noticed. This place is in the middle of a military compound. Lils notes. He's an undaunted, a full-on military boy. Irma replies, stretching a little. Big bad boys who came out of cruel space, best of the best for the species. Heh, they came out looking for a fight and kept getting propositioned instead. That is a good summary of our reaction to the galaxy at large. We expected anything from a brutal, long-standing war to eldritch abominations to try and rip apart the ship to eat us to just about anything else. Galaxy of Thirst was not on the list of things we expected. To be fair, look at yourself, big man. What woman wouldn't thirst for muscles on the muscles coupled with skill? Salis says, blowing him a kiss. Right. Well, we do need to get going. We're a thing now? Okay. But we do have a day to get to. Bjorn remarks before glancing at his communicator. You in particular have an appointment in an hour deeper in the base. It's expected to take another 2. He had made a point of not saying that it was an appointment with the psychologist. Every military outpost had at least one head shrinker to help out the soldiers and anyone that was rescued. The one here was really earning their paycheck in that they had to deal with all 5 of the persona-nailed women. Holly was just one obscenely dangerous civilian in need of both protection and a gentle touch. After things had gone on well with Holly, to the point where she had confessed to feeling safer and more at ease off, Centris, the other girls had been moved on world and were flourishing. Some of them were already off protection detail and had joined the Undaunted. But Holly was likely the last one to be taken off as she was the youngest one, chronologically and developmentally, to be hit with a persona nail by swipe. There's a bit of entertainment as the girls have to redress in their clubbing outfits and head home as Holly heads for her time with the doctor. This leaves Bjorn with an hour or so to himself, and he knows what he's going to do with it. Times got ourselves main cannon with variable payloads. All right, so we've got ourselves a plasma or laser cannons that can be switched out on a whim. That's good for vehicle-to-vehicle combat and is a solid answer to assholes in power armor. 3-inch thick plating that's a mix of titanium and tritite for both serious resistance to physical damage and to force most Axiom bullshit to flow right off. Bjorn notes as he climbs onto the prototype tanks. Yay. We're sticking to something that's easy to make in large quantities, easy to fix, and easy to learn. When it comes to the big, complicated heavy hitters, spaceships are the go-to. But tanks? Tanks still have a place on the battlefield and are one of those techs that most of the galaxy skipped. Granted, they skipped from trench warfare to hovercraft, but the point stands. Mobile hard points that hit back even harder. That's generally a large spaceship, not a series of tanks. One of the mechanics explains even as Bjorn surveys the gear. He's more of a foot soldier, so he'll be delivered in APCs and not driving a tank. But knowing what his armored support can do is important. That's a powerful psychological gap we can use. Granted, it won't work forever, but it is easily enough to get a foot in the door. Bjorn notes as he looks over several of the shells. Incendiary, solid slug, cluster, high explosive, and what looks like depleted uranium for armor penetration. That's the idea. No advantage lasts forever. No matter how good your military strategies, you can't always win, and it's almost impossible to kill every part of a large force. But if any of them survive, they take at least some of your secrets back with them. Not to mention with eggheads being a lot more common than they'd like to be, you have to assume everyone has someone smart enough to figure out your toys in their corner. You need to deliberately black box stuff to keep it protected in any way. Bjorn adds in, and the mechanic nods in confirmation. True enough, we have a few friends going around the black markets around Zalwar, and there are already imitation guns flowing around. Some of them are pretty good too. A few more months, maybe a year at most, and we'll have guns just as good as ours flowing around. The mechanic says, and Bjorn sighs. It is inevitable, isn't it? Damn, Bjorn notes before grinning. They'll probably come out with another part for the armor brand by then. Maybe something to mimic the wreath along the lower half or whatever the hell it's called. Actually, that reminds me. The mechanic says, tapping at his shoulder. Can I see it? I've been wondering about getting the brands or tats, especially as certain ones are coming out of prototyping. Do you recommend them? Only if you're unafraid of pain. Bjorn suggests hucking off his jacket and tossing it onto the tank before rolling up the sleeve on his t-shirt. They work like a dream, but god fucking damn does it hurt to be branded body and soul, body and soul. It's the best way I can describe it. I suggest reminding yourself that it's a good pain when it happens, but you will scream, and possibly shit yourself too. It hurts that much, dear Lord. On the upside, I'm laser and plasma proof. My lungs were always filled with pure and breathable air, and I'm always at a comfortable temperature. I could literally do that thing where you fill your own cheeks and breathe your breath back in to keep myself breathing even underwater. We determined that it might be dangerous in a vacuum and then modified it. I instead now have a thin force field projected around my body. Very thin though, so it won't keep my clothes dry. It also disperses a lot of electrical damage and has a defensive barrier around my ears so nothing's blowing out the drums. A lot? You're not immune? We tested these brands with rats, and while the markings scale very well, they're not infallible. I can't stick my head in front of a starship laser and laugh. I'll lose my head after the brand overloads and blows. So the arm goes too. Yay, the eggheads worked out a feedback and concealment system, which is what the three bands to either side are, that give this puppy a lot of consistent power without tripping sensors. The downside is that if too much power is thrown into the mix, boom. The mechanic finishes as he stares at the marking. It's interesting stuff though, that's for sure. And if you're in front of a capital-grade laser or plasma cannon, then power armor won't save your ass, let alone a brand. Right. This is the fourth iteration. The first one was good, but had problems. Mostly going pop in any vacuum, and it stood out like a flare. We figured out that with a touch of null, you could wipe these clean, followed by some axiom-assisted healing to blank the canvas, so to speak. I've been on the human testing from scratch, and it's been pretty good. But you still scream when they put one on. It burns you to the soul. Yes. Bjorn retorts as he pushes down the sleeve and then grabs his jacket. I'm beginning to think you're a bit of a masochist. Hey, we all got through the training in our own ways. Don't knock mine. Bjorn counters and the mechanic throws his head back and laughs. Oh, good grief, man. Hey, wait. Where's my manners? I'm Engineer Second Class Levi Falkenstein. He says, holding out his hand, and Bjorn takes it for a hearty shake. Sergeant First Class Bjorn Veers, currently on bodyguard details, but my VIP is safe behind our lines and with our base's main head shrinker. So I got some me time. Good to hear. The local ladies are amazing to be around, but a man needs to be able to relax now and again. Sounds like experience talking. Bjorn notes and Levi nods. A drin. You wouldn't expect a giant ant to be sexy or appealing, but damn if they haven't pulled it off. I don't know, dude. I tend to stick to mammals. Bjorn replies, and Levi shrugs. Oh, they got enough mammal on them to make it work. Believe me. Levi says with a big grin. Maybe, but I'd be nervous about letting a woman with mandibles give me a blowjob cord. Levi jokes and Bjorn takes a offhand backhand at him that even if it wasn't responded with an over-the-top dodge would still have missed. Anyways, you got any of the tattoos? I was thinking of getting the wall crawlers set up. So you can Spider-Man things? Yeah, not to mention not needing ladders anymore will be a blessing. I got the D-bars. Bjorn admits and chuckles heavily as Levi stares at him. The square bands around the lower thigh that give you power over your own dick? Levi asks. Yes, why? Mostly the memes at first, but I fucked 5 women damn near into a coma last night, and it sure as hell helped. Not to mention it was on fast and painless, half an hour, and I barely felt it. That is something to think about. I've got some thinking to do. Levi notes and Bjorn chuckles again. Do it for the ladies, he says, and Levi snorts in amusement. Out of Cruel Space, Part 338. Antlers, Assumptions, and Artillery. Sir. Cadet Reinhardt present and accounted for, sir. The Metak man says as Bjorn walks up with Holly by his side. He returns the salute with a grin. They're on a small mobile base with an open cabin near the foot of some hills. It's a fair distance away from the nearest arcology, so there's plenty of room for all kinds of entertainment. At ease, Cadet. I'm here on protection detail for a rather curious civilian. Care to speak with her? Sir. Yes, sir. The young Metak says with a salute. Ma'am, I am Cadet Reinhardt. It has been my pleasure to join the Undaunted. Today we have a training exercise with practical results. What's going on? Holly asks as she looks around the large vehicle that she and Bjorn had driven out to. Well, miss, we're going through a basic operation today. I get to be the spotter for the field artillery, as we not only do a public service on the taxpayer's credit, but we start to level out the future location of the Undaunted arcology. Cadet Reinhardt gushes and Bjorn nods. I heard about this operation. A nice little run to get you boys working together. Yes, but why are you using some of your biggest guns? Holly asks again. Tundra worms, miss. They've been breeding out of control and some of them have started crawling onto the stone feet of arcologies to hunt people. We need to cull their numbers so they don't need to climb up into our homes in order to eat. Cadet Reinhardt explains and Holly looks concerned. Is that common? Why are they breeding so out of control? Local pets, Holly. People love having their little friends around, and a fair number of the fuzzy little menaces have escaped into the wild and started breeding. This creates a huge food source for the worms who begin breeding like crazy in response. Then they exhaust their food supplies and have to resort to climbing onto stone to find something to eat. Bjorn explains before pointing into the distance. Look at the ground over there. The shaking means there's some kind of frenzy going on. Wow, you spotted that without any equipment. Thanks for indicating my target, sir, Cadet Reinhardt says before pulling out a device. All right. Uploading targeting data. Target locked. Fire when ready. There's a thumping sound from the opposite side of the hills, and Holly looks confused for a moment. Then she spots something moving fast just before it hits. The writhing ground in the distance explodes and chunks of gore go flying higher than the smoke. Target demolished. Holy crap, look at the blood. Cadet Reinhardt cheers as many of the other junior recruits also start cheering at the sigh. Will you maggots calm down? That's just the first. There's more to come. A voice barks and a thin, angry man in a campaign hat steps in front of the group. Give me that, he says, all but snatching the rangefinder laser out of Cadet Reinhardt's hand. Now sit with the rest of the pukes. Cadet Magros, front and center. A Nagasha in a full body wrap and extra thick coat slithers forward. You are in charge of finding and ranging out our next target. I want to see bits of tundra worm flying twice as high as Cadet Reinhardt's little gimme from Sergeant Veers. Understood? Yes, Drill Sergeant. Then get to it, maggot. We don't have all day. Why is he so angry? Holly whispers to Bjorn. The drill sergeant catches it anyways. Why am I angry? Why am I angry? I'm angry because I have to whip these pukes into shape. I have to make military men out of a baby bat, a snake, 2 dogs, and a cat. Bjorn puts up his hand and then guides Holly a bit away. He's a drill sergeant. His job is to not only whip people into shape, a frustrating task by itself, but he's got to get them learning to work as a team, as well as teaching them what the commands are and what to do in an emergency situation. which means they need something to glue them together, and fear and hatred of the drill sergeant is a good place to start. So he's being the bad guy for them to team up against. Not quite, but not too far off. Like I said, his job is threefold. He needs to get them physically in shape, which, as you know, can be a tall order. Yes. Holly admits, getting people to follow through on their promises to do some more cardio or even take the stairs more often was a pain. Nearly every follow-up with a client, be it personal or part of a group, ended up with a rueful confession that they weren't following through. He also needs to get them used to taking orders, no matter how stupid, as questioning an order at the wrong time can get people killed in the military. Understandable. Finally, he needs them to understand both the equipment and the actual commands. A soldier that can't put on and maintain their kit is just a problem and not an asset. And it's all on one man? No. There's about 7 or 8 drill sergeants per squad. It's just right now there's a small chunk of the squad here. And this one sergeant is here with them to keep them in line. Where are the rest then? Likely helping set up the artillery. That's the weapon they're using? Holly asks, and both of them glance to each other and then lean out after hearing the thumping sound of the weapon going off. It is indeed. Bjorn replies just before another area of ground detonates, and there are chunks of tundra worms sent skyward. They both lean back. Kinetic weaponry may have the downside of ammunition requirements. But since the ammunition is a physical thing that doesn't unravel, we can arc it over obstacles. The artillery is on the opposite side of the hill entirely. They can't see where they're hitting, but they're hitting anyways. This group is acting as the eyes. Holly realizes and he nods. Spotters and scouts. A useful skill set. Can I see the weapons? Holly asks and Bjorn nods. Sure, just let me call ahead. Remember the rule of being around the undaunted. Same as any military. Do not surprise people who are carrying weapons and being paid to use them. Holly says with a roll of her eyes. Exactly. It's especially true for cadets and trainees. They're way more jumpy than actual soldiers. What are those ranks anyways? Trainees are those who've just started. Cadet means we can trust them with equipment and to start field exercises. After that, they become privates when they just finish basic. Beyond that, it's corporal, and then we start moving into the ranks of sergeants. Beyond sergeants, we have officers, although I can act to control an entire platoon. That's what first class means. I'm a senior non-commissioned officer. I think we've had this conversation before. Oh, probably. It's a safe topic that can be used to fill the air. We've probably had this talk at least 2 or 3 times already. Bjorn notes, and Holly suddenly grabs him and holds him close. Holly? She says, holding him tightly. He opens his senses to the axiom. His branding prickles to his senses, but she's terrified. Terrified of loss or change. He turns around and returns the embrace. It's okay. You're okay. He begins before thinking. Yes, he thinks he knows what the problem is. Even if my assignment as your bodyguard ends, we'll still be together. We've come this far as one, and I'm not the love them and leave them type. You promise? I promise. Good, good. The doctor says I'm recovering, but, well, you don't have to tell me. The doctor said you're one of the main reasons. You're afraid that if I was assigned elsewhere, you'd lose what you've made and regress? Yeah, that and more. Holly admits. I've got your back. I can refuse deployments. Besides, we're building here on Zalwar. It's not too big a shift from sergeant to drill sergeant, so I'll be seeing you in those hats. Maybe. It'll take some training, mostly on how to insult and intimidate a whole room without cracking up. But it's worth it. Thank you. I can crack rocks in my hands without axiom. I can go through most walls without bothering with windows or doors. I'm so strong, but I feel so weak sometimes, she mutters, and he squeezes her a little harder. It's okay, I'm here. I gotcha. Bjorn assures her, and she lets out a shudder. I'm the woman, though. I should be the strong one to hold you up, not the other way around. Well, I'm the man. That says I should be the one helping you. So I guess we just have to help each other then. Bjorn states, and Holly lets out a bit of a chuckle. Deal, she says before nuzzling against him a little. Don't worry so much, all right? You've come very far from the girl in denial and are moving still. You're growing up. It's not a bad thing, I suppose. Holly says softly. There's another thump as another cadet spots, Another breeding ground followed by an explosion in the distance. What are launching those things? Light artillery, from my understanding. Quick and easy to get into position but not made for a head-to-head fight. Bjorn answers before grinning. Want to see? I can tell them of our approach. I'd like that, Holly says, and they quickly get on to the cold-weather hover vehicle. It was more convenient than using a snowmobile. The world, for all its being a tundra, was really light on the snow. In fact, most of the water on World was an accidental export from off of it. The archaeologies had been slow burn, terraforming the planet, making it more habitable over millennia. Of course, the downside to that is part of the reason the cadets are getting their artillery training in. The top-tier predators are the ones that are feasting the most on the spoils and need to be culled. Holly leans into him as he takes control of the vehicle and triggers the installed radio. Big guns, come in. Do you receive big guns? We have a friendly on approach. Do not open fire. I repeat, do not open fire. Confirm, Mr. Friendly. We will not open fire. Get over here. A young-sounding voice replies, and then before it cuts off, there's a bark of disapproval from the drill sergeant there. Well, someone's having a bad time for being too casual. Bjorn notes as he drives the vehicle well around the foot of the hill. A downside to a lot of low-level hover tech was that they did not deal well with potholes or boulders, often dipping dangerously or outright crashing into things if you weren't careful. But they were gentle on the environment, to the point that the tundra worms didn't notice them, and any street with mostly hover traffic on it took a hell of a lot longer to wear down. They're tiny, Holly exclaims as they round the hill and she sees the mobile artillery. Yay, that's part of the point. These are light artillery cannons, designed to get into strategic points and pound the ever-loving hell out whatever they're aimed at, Bjorn replies. Bigger guns mean you need to get bigger engines to move them, if they're not an emplacement. Better to have a few smaller toys giving absolute hell to a weak spot than a bigger gun slamming uselessly against a hard point. You humans love to have things simple and to the point. Simple is a genius all its own. Few idiots ever win at war, or life for that matter. Bjorn remarks as they fly up. A series of salutes are snapped at him after the drill sergeant reminds them to pay the sergeant his compliments. As you were cadets, we're just taking a look. Bjorn replies as he pulls up near them and sets the vehicle in park for lack of a better term. You heard the man. Get these guns loaded and singing. I want dead worms to paint the landscape. We're making art. With gore. Yes, drill sergeant. Remember maggots. We are in the business of killing and business is good. The drill sergeant's enunciation of business as busy niz nearly causes Bjorn to crack a grin, but he knows better than to do that around a drill sergeant. What's your assessment, Sergeant? How are the cadets doing? Bjorn asks just before one of the 4 light artillery guns fires off. We have had nothing but confirmed hits so far, meaning that at this rate they might actually get to killing something more impressive than an oversized maggot. And if they can't, then I'll kill him myself. Really? That's encouraging. I was worried the boys of the galaxy might be too much on the soft side to be molded properly. Only just, Sergeant. Only just. The drill sergeant says before looking at all the cadets around him. What are you gawking at? Get back to your guns, you stupid grunts. Out of Cruel Space, Part 339. Danger Zone. The coat of fire around his ship is snuffed out as he leaves the atmosphere entirely. The sensation of being dragged back lessens as he slips out of the grip of his homeworld and flies even higher. His opponents rise up above him, eclipsing the sun and stars like black monoliths. He can see the points of weakness and grins as he guns his engines to charge. Another red ship was pulling ahead of him, and Hugh doesn't even have to check his radar when it's in eyeball range. Red 9, you're pulling out of formation. Do you see something, Heifer? I heard something on comms about a weak point. Heifer replies, they're screwing with us. Remember the mission. Hugh sends out, and Heifer thankfully moves his fighter back into position. Just in time, too, as they pass, something. It would have slammed right into Heifer and was all but invisible to the sensors. The hell were those? Heifer demands. The usually slow and calm guy freaked out by his close brush with whatever the hell that was. Pilots, be advised, we have static. Make sure that you static. Ground control reaches out from their comms and they groan. It begins. Red 7, Chonky, groans in irritation. Come on, we don't get better by bitching and moaning. Red 1, Triple D calls out as his ship begins to pull ahead. Follow my lead. 2-1, he's downed in the next 5 minutes. Red 3, Velocity remarks ironically. It's not a race to crash, you speed freak. Hugh reminds him, and there's some chuckling. Cut the excess chatter. Remember what we're doing today. Ground control reminds them. How could they forget? Actually, Scrub, that heifer had already fallen for it, so maybe they might have already forgotten. Oz, Oz, Oz. Today we're doing a live target and ammunition test. We're pushing things to their limit and introducing you boys into the confusing din of the battlefield. Admiral Jezzy Sidewinder is a Greater Plains Nagasha and a no-nonsense kind of woman. But you needed that when you were the head of an entire division of fighter pilots. She made a point of ensuring that every bit of tech was in tip-top shape the planet over and had an understanding of where all her pilots were at all times, just in case. The woman was paranoid, prepared, and very good at keeping all the plates spinning at once. She had, however, sworn bloody vengeance for whenever she found out who had given her the nickname Sneck Momi and popularized it. Hence why Hugh tended to keep his head down around her. I think Sneck Momi's getting paranoid again. Red 4, Manic says, leaning over to just above Hugh, who snorts in amusement. It's her job. It's what being a Momi's all about. Hugh answers and Manic grins massively. Do you two have something you want to say to me? Admiral Sidewinder demands, and both men straighten up. This is a live fire exercise we're going into, not a play date. If I catch any of you idiots messing around, I will ground your wings so fast you'll swear you've limped away from a crash. Yes, ma'am? Hugh nearly calls her by the nickname, and from the narrowed eyes she caught it. Oh, did she catch it? But instead of tearing off an entire layer of scales, she takes a breath and continues. Now, we will be using the larger ships in the fleet as your opposition. Your duty is to attack specific targets on the ships. These will represent weak points on actual enemy vessels that you're to aim for. In particular, we will be simulating using smaller ships to cripple the shields, weapons and engines of large ones to open them up for bombardment by our higher caliber weapons. However, there will be a lot of interference in our communication today to signify a jamming signal that's out to confuse us. You will watch your fire. I will be bringing in anyone that so much as scratches the paint of a fellow pilot in for a disciplinary hearing, and I may even drag you to Lady Lilpaw to answer to her in person. How is that a threat? She's an old friend of Madame Horny, and she's softer than her fur and twice and gentle. Hugh asks out loud and gets a slow look from Admiral Sidewinder. You may have kicked off that old Carib's maternal instincts, but Duchess Lilpaw is not to be trifled with. The scars visible through her fur are not for show. She doesn't voluntarily reapply them after each regeneration. She goes out and earns new ones each time. Admiral Sidewinder remarks. Really? Someone asks, sounding disturbed. Yes, really. Crazy bitch has a habit of finding the most dangerous things she can and hunting them with just her teeth. How she hasn't had her throat torn out is beyond me, but there we go. We're off course! Someone from Green Squadron shouts and Sneck Momi nods. Right, we may be going live fire, but this is a test of control and precision. Each squadron has its own targets and its own mission. You will be briefed individually, and you are not to get in each other's way. Times. Looks like some of our targets are awfully close to yellow squadrons. Double check your fire before pulling the trigger. That's double for you, Red 6. Triple D states, and there's a bark of protest from Double Tap. I'm not that bad. Check your shots anyways. We haven't hit a target yet, and if one pops and lets the shot through it, could hit another team's mark. We're not out here to look like idiots. Hugh adds in himself. Yay, Red 5, keep your scales on Hugh 2. Double Tap mocks and Hugh just snorts. Red 10, the target's yours. Triple D says. No funny stuff, giggles. Double Tap teases and there's a slight grunt of acknowledgement from the man. The entire flight watches as Red 10 takes a shot into the deep distance. The target is beyond physical sight range, but the burn laser eats through it in moments and then cuts off with perfect timing. Kill confirmed. Target down. Giggles replies stoically. Good, we're going to the next one. Pilots, there's static. You need to static and static. Be on the lookout. Sneck Momi's having too much fun with the static roleplay. Hugh notes and there's a round of snorts through the comms. I heard that. Admiral Sidewinder barks into the comm line. Uh-oh. Hugh 2's gonna get it. A screw you velocity. Go crash another ship. There will be no crashing, ground control barks. But that's half the fun. Red 3 velocity answers. Hugh can hear the massive grin on the man's face, which to be fair has reason to be there. Stay on target, Triple D states. How about you don't quote the asshole that got people killed in the movie, then failed to make it mean anything? Red 9 Birdbrain calls out. Come on, people. This may be a training exercise, but that doesn't mean you get to act like a bunch of slack-jawed idiots. Increase speed to half again, combat impulse, and follow me. Triple D says, trying to keep things focused. Hugh then picks up something odd in his sensors and taps them a bit to recalibrate things. Hey, is anyone else picking that up? He asks, as the readings come back even weirder. Turn it off, Hugh 2. Don't get distracted. Triple D says, and Hugh's eye ridge goes up as he considers and then begins the shutdown sequence. Whatever it is, though, causes the entire array to spark, and he flinches back before the entire fighter shutters before jerking. The controls go dark and lock into place to stop him from actually doing anything as he suddenly spins out of control. There's a sudden stop, and despite only having his Mark I eyeballs to see the outside world, through the transparent alloys of the cockpit, he can tell he's been caught in a tractor beam and is being brought into the larger ship. Bad luck, Red 5. You ran into a disabling virus. You're out. Oh, damn it, he groans. Since when the hell was electronic warfare on the table? He hadn't been told anything about viral attacks. Sorry, buddy. As warfare gets more technical, there's more and more to look out for. The jamming prevented you from being warned about the danger, and now you're done. A male voice says over the comms, and Hugh sighs as he just slouches back in his pilot's chair and waits to be fully brought in. Just bad luck, he'll get some hell for this, but not much. It takes about 5 minutes to slowly drag him in and land him safe. The ship is not a carrier in any way, so it doesn't have the gear to rapidly grab and shift around fighters. How you doing, Shorty? Franklin asks as Hugh hits the ground, pissed off. I was doing well when I got caught by a trap. That's the unfortunate truth about a fight. Fair ones just don't exist. Come on, I'll show you to the break room. Why are you even here? You're not part of this exercise. Me and the rest of the boys are trying to make sure we're on the up and up when it comes to the planetary defenses. I teleport around to give everything a once-over every day. This is just good timing. Oh, so what can you actually tell me about the ships? Well, we ripped out most of their axiom rides, so they're stuck in system. That said, we've covered them in flak cannons, burn and pulse laser banks, and several series of plasma guns. Although less than the lasers. We want them running scared constantly, but we got you guys for actually downing things. Doesn't sound too smart. Hugh protests. Sure, a laser can get through a ship, but it needs to be a category larger to actually do it at a practical speed in the fight. They're mostly used to eat and break shields, so the plasma or a rail cannon can do the real damage. Those are mostly to buy time. Remember, these things have bombardment arrays. We slow down an enemy ship enough to get hit by one of those things, and plasma's just a firework by comparison. If it's good enough to start bleaching a continent from orbit, it is good enough to erase a slowed capital ship. Oh, yeah, a bombardment array would be a damn nightmare to deal with. Those things can rip apart space stations and planetary fortresses, and we have nearly a half-dozen ships with them. That's actually kind of scary. What happens if someone hijacks one? He asks, as the very idea of someone turning one of these monsters onto VUXA sends a chill from the tip of his frill all the way down to his tail. They're going to struggle. We've deliberately been screwing with the controls. We've disabled all the electrical overrides. The ships run manual and cannot be piloted remotely. Too much power to leave open a way to hack them. People need to be on the bridge to take any level of control of these things. How custom are we talking? He hadn't seen that in his cockpit. Maybe it was something to come later, or maybe not for use for smaller fighters. We've been working with the boys on the Undaunted to come up with our own symbols and signs. It's slow going, but not only do they have to do everything manually if they want the ship, but they'll have to learn another language entirely. What's it look like so far? Color-coded mostly. Congratulations, little buddy. You're on the oh shit bandwidth. Not funny. So red means emergency in the new symbols? Yeah, the finer instruments don't need translation and such. But the direct controls have color-coded symbols that when you understand the system are completely obvious, but utter gibberish if you don't. Franklin explains before gesturing for Hugh to come close as he kneels down. What's the secret? There is no secret. We're making up a bullshit language and symbol system. What we're actually doing is memorizing the layout of the controls and covering them in sheer nonsense. The trick to the symbol system is to ignore the symbol system and fucking go already. He says, and Hugh can't help but laugh. That's awful. You have a strange way of pronouncing awesome. I guess I do. Hugh concedes before Franklin leads him into a break room. Hugh then promptly finds the cans of his 3 favorite drinks, a giant mixing bowl, and pours all the sugary treats into the same mix. He then withdraws a tiny flask from inside his jacket and pours in a few drops. Did you seriously just mix yourself a cocktail? Franklin asks, and Hugh flashes a thumbs up before grabbing the bowl and starting to drink the entire mix. It fizzes. It's sweet and tart and has just the right amount of kick to the back of his throat. If he could swim in it, he would. You're damn straight I did. This is the good shit. I always have a drink after a good flight, Hugh says after chugging the entire thing. He then lets out a big belch as the fizz comes for revenge. Hun, I didn't know that. Franklin replies as he fetches a bag of something. Candied nuts? Can you take D's nuts? Hugh asks the all-important question. You're already drunk? Fuck you. You're drunk. Wow. Out of Cruel Space, Part 340. Danger Zone. You have to stop sulking eventually. Chonky reminds Hugh sometime later. There's no shame in being the first one out if it was by a surprise vector. The training exercise had lasted another 2 hours after Hugh had been taken down. He was the first one out, and it had taken a half hour before anyone else joined him in the break room. Plenty of time for him to get into a foul mood over being the first one out. If others had joined in during the first 10 minutes, then he wouldn't be bothered, but as it is, who very pointedly sulks even harder, a hard task when he's balanced on the oversized Platon's shoulder, made harder when the Ch.326 bounces him and forces him to restabilize himself. His little toes grab onto the harder edges of his fellow pilot's natural armor, and he hisses downward at him. You don't get to ride the leather skin express if you're sulking. Chonky remarks, and Hugh sighs. For crying out loud, it's just one exercise, but I was the first one downed. That's horrible. It was a bullshit attack that no one saw coming. It's fine. Chonky returns, and Hugh huffs. All right, that's it. If you want to be a little shit, you can walk under your own power. Then the big hand of the disproportionately muscular Platon comes up and pries him off before setting him down. Keep up, little guy. Hugh huffs a few breaths and just lets it out in a big sighing groan of frustration. He was downed first today. He needs to be better. He will be better. He's Red 5, Hugh 2. He's going to be the ace of aces among the pilots, and there's nothing his short stature, coincidence, or the galaxy can do to stop him. He's going to be better than the best. And that's that. He races after Chonky and pulls ahead to slide into the meeting room. And he climbs up onto the back of one of the taller chairs. He then uses the headrest as his seat and takes a relaxed pose. Of course he's fine. He's going to be the best, and this was just a speed bump, not an obstacle. What do the humans call it? He will be undaunted by this challenge. All right, we saw a lot of shit out there today. We've seen how our own sensors can be a weakness if someone's being a smartass with them. We've seen hidden obstacles covered in sensor-baffling materials, and we've seen enough chaff and flack to simulate flying through a rainstorm, if rain were also highly reflective metal. Triple D begins after the last Red Squadron member to arrive, sits down. It was Heifer. Unless the big man was in his pilot's seat or there was an emergency, he moved at his own slow and comfortable pace. Hugh could respect that. Freaking unfair to be taken out so quickly. Hugh mutters. He's apparently still bitter. That's annoying. Better it happen now among friendlies than later with unfriendlies. We need to learn to recognize the warning signs of our own sensors failing or being used against us. I hate to say it, but we'll need to do a few flights with our sensors off, or at least severely limited to get around this. The Drin commander of the squad says, and there's some groaning, but that reduces our effective range to just a couple of kilometers at most. Knife fighting range in space battles and still too damn close in atmospheric encounters. Manic complains, and there's a lot of nodding around the room. If Manic of all lunatics thinks something is too dangerous, then it's way out of line. No choice, I'm afraid. Our sensors can be attacked and used to disable our ships. We need to be functional without them, and the only way we're getting that is by turning them off and flying with eyeballs alone. Not all of us can sense the electromagnetic spectrum, or have 6 arms for that matter. Double Tap remarks bitterly. I get it. It sucks. Besides, what do I look like? A rabbi's? Extra arms or not, I'm going to have a miserable time trying to keep up with things. Besides, the controls of our fighters are geared towards a two-handed setup. My extra limbs are just there for stabilization. Triple D admits. There was a clear theme to today's madness, and it was sensors. So we need answers. More sensors? Hugh asks, and everyone looks at him. Shit, that was snark. He needs more than that. Care to explain? Triple D asks, putting him further on the spot. Well, if we had a second set, or a small series of different types of sensors we could switch between, then we could get around a lot of this right. Something's wrong with one? Switch to another, and keep doing it to keep the enemy off your particular bandwidth. Hugh bullshit, and the room goes quiet. It would take a bit, but if we got to work on that, Birdbrain muses as he scratches his chin, we should still train with the sensors off. But backups, especially of some lighter tech, is never a bad thing. How are the sensors light? There's the entire array system and the housing of the damned thing. Contrail pushes. Well, what if we just swap out the computers? Each one interprets the data differently, meaning each one requires an entirely different kind of virus to hit. The internal processors and memory can all be crunched down into a piece the size of your finger. Get a dozen of them around a dial and you can just swap them out at a whim. But that leaves us without sensors for a second or two. Triple D says we should still train without using them. But this is a good idea, a very good idea. By shifting around our sensor data interpretation, we can get a more complete picture of things and avoid all sorts of electronic warfare in one move. Good thinking, gentlemen. It might get us around the chaff and flack too. Looking at things from one angle really screw with you. Look at them a different way, and you can find a way around. Contrail adds, if we find another way to get through, then we can get our fighters into positions far before we're expected. This will open up a lot of enemies for a plasma pummeling. Yeah, all the more reason to do it. Let's get started. Double tap cheers. We do this officially. We are not just ripping apart our birds so we can half-ass an upgrade. We're getting the engineers and getting it done right. Don't you trust us? Double tap asks teasingly. I trust you to blow shit up Red 6. Otherwise, no. I don't trust you with anything we don't want shot, melted, or blown to bits. I feel like I should be insulted. Double tap notes with a grin and then chuckles. Right, so I need to talk to Admiral Sidewinder and get things moving. Still, I would say we got what we were looking for today. Good meeting, team. Triple D says, we're done, go have fun, or whatever you idiots do on your own time. Sir, you need to relax. Everyone needs time to rest. Giggles says before he leaves the room. This isn't going to take long, then I can take a load off. Triple D assures the ironically nicknamed pilot, then leaves entirely. Right, well since that's everything, I'm heading home. Movie night. Hugh says, before jumping off the back of the chair and into the cushion, and he springs off it before walking off with his hands behind his head and a grin on his face. Actually solving the problem had done wonders to improving his mood. Being a part of the answer? Even better. It's still a bit of a weight in that the massive defense ship was slowly descending to VUCS's surface. Slower paces are good, less interference with traffic, less chance to break a flock of birds, and it's a lot easier on the inertial dampeners. It still means it takes nearly a full half hour to go from orbit to ground. A very long period of time. Still, Hugh supposed things could be worse. They could be stuck like the humans in cruel space were, with little in the way of space flight technologies. Poor bastards. The door opens, and Hugh gladly starts racing down the stairs, even as they continue extending. He's short, so even though he's jogging, they're still fully extended by the time he gets there. A bit more moving around, and he gets to his flying platform. It reads his biometrics the moment he steps on and activates fully, the main control podium contracting down to his level, and he quickly takes off. The wind over his scales and blowing back his jacket feels amazing. It's markedly different from flying his fighter, but that's why he loved it all the same. It was freeing. It was freedom. From atop his vehicle, it didn't matter how short he was or how frail his muscles. He was equal to, if not outright better than everyone else. He was free. He guns the acceleration, and the city is a blur around him. He weaves around the fluttering things that are local, urban, adapted birds, and even reaches out to lightly brush the tail of a terrified animal as he passes by. Too close by the animal's standards. But he's just fine by his. Even now, 6 months after everything had changed, there's construction. There's building and repair work being done all over the place. Most of it he flies clean over, but some of the taller buildings have work being done on them as well. He gives them a wide berth. He protects this world, so it would be kind of self-defeating to cause it damage, deliberately. His home is, well, it's his. It was something he had picked up from the undaunted. He had his own home. He wasn't just some child living with his mother. He wasn't just some poor little boy being guarded by his supposed pimp. He wasn't just some husband who was sheltered from the outside world. Small or not, young or not, he was his own man and had his own home and job to go with it. There was a power to responsibility, a strength to relying on yourself. He hadn't noticed himself at first, but he had stood a little taller after buying his own home. His home. Not his mother's, not Madame Horny's, and not his wives. His. They were welcome in his home, but it was his, and that meant quite a bit. Of course, that also meant that a fair number of them spent more time in his home than their own. But that was fine. It was still his. And his home has a reinforced roof for parking that also has an automatic force field projector for when it rains. He descends and lands softer than a whisper. His platform is something he's customized himself and knows how to use. Phew! His mother calls out, somehow able to know when he's returned, even though he landed with so little noise that it was nearly a vacuum of sound. She's up on the platform before he can even fully power it down and giving him a warm hug. I'm okay, Mom. Just routine training and flying. I know. I know. She says before giving him an extra squeeze. He steps back to look at her, really look at her. Humans get too distracted by hips, chests, and lips. He sees the touches of damage on some of her skin. Little patch marks and shifts in texture that speak of long-term deprivation and repeating harm. The wariness and weariness around her eyes. The physical pains she's suffered are fading, but the mental ones, the scars of mind and soul, that will take much, much longer to heal. He needs to keep her safe. They spent so long doing everything they could to shelter him. But now he's going to shelter them. They will be safe. Come on, it is movie night, so I've already made the snacks. Hugh says happily, and Hugh chuckles ruefully. Really? I was hoping to get on that a bit myself. You don't have to work so hard, he says, and she waves him off. I organize and direct primitive mining drones. Compared to before, it's a vacation that I get paid for. It's actually pretty interesting stuff, Hugh says gently, waving off his concerns. Oh! And your sister Smitha is going to be coming along. Apparently, there's not only a huge bumper crop coming in with the crops, but she's been studying geology. Been doing better than me at it. Smart girl, that one. I was checked in on by Franklin earlier, actually. I was one of the first pilots disabled, so I had a longer break than the others. We talked a bit. I didn't know he teleported around the whole world daily to check on military affairs. There are very serious people when it comes to keeping things safe. You won't find me complaining, though. If they're going to be paranoid and over the top about keeping VUCSA safe, then it's all the better, and no one with any sense will complain. It's much easier to have a good life in a safer place. Out of Cruel Space, Part 341. Danger Zone. He's back in his bird, sensors off and flying hard. There are a series of drones above VUXA 5, each one projecting a large ring of light for him to fly through. Simple enough, even without sensors. Less so when the little bastards are constantly shifting their positions to force him to adjust. There is no flight plan, there is no set path, he has to hit them all in order, and half the little bastards are outright trying to avoid him. Oh no you don't you, little bastard. He grits out as he increases power to his engines and launches after a drone that decided to flee for its life rather than let him fly through the projected ring. It did make sense, the exercise did. Each marker was only visible from the next one, so it was all one continuous path. But like a confusing dogfight, it was going to shift and change in moments. He needed to be able to adjust in less than a second. He banks his maneuvering thrusters, and the fighter outright flips in the air before he guns the engines harder to fly through the ring the annoying as hell drone is projecting. He doesn't see the next one, so he starts spinning and catches a glimpse of the green thing blending in with the planet somewhat. He makes a clucking sound and charges hard, swooping through the array far more easily than the last. He cannot see the next one and gives his jet another spin before banking. That's when he spots it. The previous drone reactivated. He has to go back through. Someone thinks they're funny. He goes through it again and does a quick banking. It's active again? The hell is going on? He charges through the array a third time and finally sees a drone in the distance activate. Then he mentally pauses, even as he adjusts his course to charge down the next target. Why is he annoyed? That was a big simulation of coming back to the same target to bombard it time after time. Something you occasionally have to do. Why was it annoying him? Something to chew through later. Right now, he focuses more on piloting, especially as the next target decides that it really doesn't like him and takes off at an appreciable speed. Although there is something niggling at the back of his mind, he's missing something, but it's not dangerous, he doesn't know. He flies through another 20 targets and gets the signal from the base below to come down and let the next pilot up. Eventually, they'll be flying these with all 4 flights in the sky. But first, they needed to get individually used to this. He feels a sort of pulling thump in his everything as he goes from artificial gravity in the cockpit to the actual gravity of VUXA. There are little telltale differences, although it's very hard to articulate. Almost a texture to natural gravity that artificial doesn't have. Still, if you know what you're looking for, you can tell without any tools if you're in artificial or natural gravity. He touches down with a bit of a thump and climbs out before stretching and running over to the rest of the squad. Woo! That was bracing! When can I go up again? In a bit, we still need to get through the rest of Red Squadron. Triple D remarks as Double Tap finishes climbing into his fighter and quickly takes off. Damn, I'm halfway down the list. Perfect spot to be little buddy. You get to see the mistakes others make and you're not too long after them. Triple D remarks even as Hugh scales Chonky to get a better look. He's just ignored by the massive Platon and allowed to watch the view screen that shows Double Tap's flight pattern. And it is a pattern. It wasn't something he really noticed before, but wait a minute, can you show a readout of the previous flights? Hugh asks, and after a bit of fiddling, there's a display of Triple D's flight. No, not like that. I mean, can you show a tracing of where all the previous flights, including mine, went and how it all lines up with Double Taps? No. Triple D states outright, and there's a laugh around the group, even as Hugh crosses his arms and glares. Giving me the stink eye won't change the fact I have to flipping clue how to do what you just asked of me. Yeah, I know there's just something up. Double tap currently, Chonky says with a chuckle. No. Well, I mean, yes, but not that. There's something in the pattern, it's a simulation of all of use, swarming a larger ship and bombarding it to hell. Each of us has a different flight plan and different simulated targets, but all of us are working together. You probably noticed that? Oh, no one told me that. It wasn't important. We're all flying a pattern, and the patterns are practical. Would you rather be trying to spell your name with contrails or paint a pretty three-dimensional picture with your flying? Triple D asks, and there's some chuckling as Hugh coughs into his fist. A little embarrassed, but otherwise all right. All right, so what kind of ship is it? Contrail asks as he leans in and blocks Hugh's view a little, prompting the Cobe to bend over and push his head to the side. He liked towering over the tall ones, even if he did need a leg or shoulder up. Same class of bombardment ship as is in the defense fleet. Anything smaller than that can easily be taken out by ground-to-space artillery. In fact, the flight pattern is to specifically weaken its shields and defenses so the artillery can finish the job. Interesting. Giggles notes in his way. If he makes his name any more ironic, he's going to physically combust next time it's used to refer to him. Interesting in what way? Manic prompts in a teasing tone. Just interesting is the only answer Giggles gives out. There are some good-natured eye rolls. If the man's a stick in the mud, it means he's reliable, but no fun. Still reliable is a great trait for a teammate to have. Double Tap apparently refuses to dial down his accelerator and actually misses a few targets on the first pass and has to circle back. The downside of going really, really fast, it's a bitch to turn. For some reason, he fires off a few plasma shots as he flies, and they streak through the sky. It's daylight out, however, and those shots are good and invisible. Double Tap, what the hell are you doing? You don't need to shoot anything. Triple D demands into the communicator he just whipped out while still holding up the view screen. I know. It's boring. Besides, I didn't hit anything, and it's not like plasma costs anything. That is not the point. You could have hit someone, but I didn't, so stop bitching. I will hurt you if you do something that's stupid again. Do you understand me? Oh, what are you going to do? Tell Sneck Momi on me? Slap me on the wrist? Double Tap taunts him and Triple D's antenna twitches in frustration. I will personally remove several components from your fighter. I can and will ground you, pilot. Do not make me, Triple D threatens. All right. Keep your shirt on, Captain. Geez. Double Tap says as he goes through more of his flight path and hits the last few targets. He then begins his descent. Oh, he gonna get it. Chonky notes and Hugh snickers. All right. Chonky, get ready to fly. You boys watch the feed. I need to skin Double Tap alive. Triple D says, passing the screen to Giggles and all but marching off even as Hugh jumps off Chonky's shoulder. He's then pat on the head as the enormous Platon wanders off to his fighter and preps for his flight. Think he's really going to do it? Heifer asks, and Hugh shakes his head. He was speaking metaphorically. Giggles states with all the subtlety of a brick to the face. I know that. Then why did you inquire in such a direction? Giggles asks. It was a joke. I see, most amusing. Well done. Swear to God someone will beat a sense of humor into you someday. Manic grumbles. That is unlikely? Just unlikely? Not impossible? Manic presses. It is possible that sufficient trauma and emotional confusion could cause me to develop bipolar tendencies similar to your own. Giggles states, and there's a pause as they process just how hard Giggles brought down the hammer with a completely even tone and steady face. Ouch! You are uninjured. That still hurt. Words are merely atmospheric vibrations interpreted by language and personal understanding. They are incapable of harming another within the decibel range I utilize. You have to be fucking with me. Yes. You are? You have all accused me at one point or another of lacking a sense of humor, of being incapable of injecting levity into a situation. I have now done so. Ha ha ha. Giggles states out loud, and everyone just stares at him as they try to process just what the hell is going on. They all miss Chonky taking off easily and are only snapped out when they start hearing Triple D giving Double Tap hell for firing off his plasma without a proper target. Chonky's flight pattern is less over the top as Double Tap's. His slower speed gives him better turning control and allows him to quickly and easily clear through the flight plan. Halfway through, Triple D comes back with a fuming Double Tap in tow, and he takes over holding the view screen again. Hugh, for his part, climbs up the back of Double Tap's clothing and earns a dirty look from the Tret in question. I'm short. I need someone to stand on. Whatever. You all right? Hugh asks, and Double Tap just growls. You know you can just go to a firing range after this, right? Get it out of your system. Well, pardon the fuck out of me for wanting to have some fun on the job. No one got hurt. If it cost anything, it was less than a quarter tridite disc in value, and I get this level of hell? It's bullshit. I think Triple D's most worried about you doing it again when we're all up at once. If that crosses someone's flight path at the wrong time, then you could kill a friendly. I don't want that. Do you? No. But there wasn't anyone up there but me, and there wasn't anything that could have been damaged except for easily replaced drones. Drones that I didn't even damage, anyway. Triple D's head of the squad. It's his job to think of how everything can go wrong. When you fired those plasma shots, he probably imagined a gigantic disaster and it freaked him out. I know, he explained it to me. Worst case scenario, I could take out the entire squad with a reckless shot, yay. Scary stuff, complete bullshit. I wouldn't. Double Tap says, probably not. But we're flying at stupid fast speeds in small spaceships with huge amounts of weapons. That's a lot of trouble and danger as is. Why add to it on a whim? What are you angling for second in command or something? No. Why? Because you're brown-nosing Triple D so hard that you got bug shit on you. Fuck's sake. Forget it then. I'll just stand back and watch you get thrown off the squad then. Asshole. Hugh spits back, kicking off Double Tap's back and walking away. He can almost feel Double Tap watching him leave, and hopefully that's gotten him to rethink things a little. He watches as Double Tap almost visibly wrestles with himself and then does this whole body sigh thing. He then goes to talk to Triple D and Hugh pumps his arm in triumph. Possible crisis averted. He grins in response as the two men talk in whispered tones. Triple D flashes him a thumbs up behind his back in thanks. Chonky comes back, and Hugh rushes up to his favorite perch, climbs up and poses on the man's oversized shoulder. There's an indulgent shake of the man's head as Birdbrain pumps his Sneer wings and flies to his bird before settling in and quickly taking off to run his own flight plan. Chonky lets out a little chuckle. Hugh looks down to him to see what that was about. It will never not amuse me that we've nicknamed a person who evolved from a bat Birdbrain. Heh! Hugh agrees. Out of Cruel Space, Part 342. Danger Zone. The formation grew tighter and tighter as they practiced, without the actual target ship there. It was at the range where they could not only see each other as they maneuvered at high speeds, but if they were in atmosphere, they would be able to hear each other as well. Of course, Hugh can actually tell the ships apart. Not only do they have their own little designs on, some more striking than others, but there's a sort of tell in a person's flying style. Manic, Double Tap, Velocity, Contrail, and to an extent himself, are the faster and more eager flyers. The more steady ones are Chonky, Heifer, and Giggles. Finally, those who tend to go really technical are Birdbrain and Triple D. All told, between the technical, the steady, and the wilder ones, there's a lot to hammer out. Hugh, you're out of formation. Slow down. Ground control barks and he eases off the accelerator. Their paths are crossing more and more as they get into the routine. Well, it's less a routine and more practice on how to swarm a target like a furious hive of insects. With scalpels and lasers, and this comparison has gone off track. He hits the next two targets with ease as he just pushes things out of his mind and focuses on the flying itself. It's not quite effortless yet. He's not that bounty hunter, but he's getting there. There are no more warnings for this exercise or the next two. Then they wait as a new flight program opens entirely, and the small fleet of drones flies off to intercept the rising bombardment-class ship. They land on it and clamp on before projecting their targets out. This time with numbers on them, Hugh traces the trail of fives across the ship. He has to zigzag across its superstructure and circle one of the main arrays before flying off. From the looks of it, all three main arrays are going to be getting a lot of love and attention with Double Tap being called in for a final pummeling blow. A good plan. He'd be most eager to do such a thing if they were going to actually fire their guns. The routine is first done at quarter speed. Then after getting it down pat, they move up to half speed, and finally to full combat speed. Then they move up by smaller increments, always going a little faster, a little harder, and a little stronger each time. until they finally reach 200% combat speed by moving up 10% at a time. By the time they head down to the planet, Hugh's hands are shaking ever so slightly and it's throwing off his aim. He wants to stop, but he's so tired and so physically exhausted that he can't even find the energy to complain. What's worse is that he can't draw too much on the local axiom. It's powering his fighter. If he rips it out to energize himself, he'll just kill himself. They touch down a solid 10 minutes later, and no one jumps out right away. Chonky is the first to move. His body is already unnaturally strong due to steroids being force-fed to him when he was younger. Stands to reason it's more enduring as well. 5 hours in orbit is too much, Triple D. I need a nap, Chonky says as he leans over the side of his cockpit and just breathes for a bit. Triple D's cockpit pops open audibly as Hugh quietly moves his aside. I think some of us already are. Triple D notes as he uses his many arms to help lever himself up. Hugh feels like his every limb is rusted as he climbs out and down. I'm getting some drinks. Any requests? Something wet, preferably non-toxic. Chonky states. Well, that narrows it down to non-human then. How about you, Red One? You can waive the non-toxic if it's a lethal dose of sugar in my case. Good Lord, we pushed to hard, still pulled it off. 5 hours of straight flying and drills is damn respectable for even the most enduring bullshit humans do. Hugh says as he cracks his neck and tail in a single massive stretch that temporarily adds another 3.5 inches of height to him. He then follows it with a yawn that feels like it's about to crack his jaw, but thankfully doesn't. He plods his way to the break room, roots around and finds several brands of drink. He doesn't have the pep to put together his usual punch, and instead starts hefting it out to the others. Thankfully, Chonky meets him only a few steps out of the break room, and is kind enough to carry the vast majority of it. By the time they get back to the landing bay, the rest of the squadron are out of their fighters, and more than a few are using their birds as a brace to stay upright. Exhaustion is the name of the day, and it's a pleasant surprise that no one actually got hurt or crashed in some way. The two of them are all but swarmed for the drinks, and in short order, everyone is guzzling the carbonated sugar water. The calories and sugar hits their systems, and there's a pulling as everyone rips at the local axiom and ups their metabolism to take in the results of the drink. By the time they're done, they all stand up straighter and stronger. Chonky crushes his empty can into a disc between his armored palms. Triple D makes use of his chitin to do much the same against the side of his head, and everyone starts doing their own little tricks to crush their cans. The four tret men of Manic, Velocity, Contrail, and Double Tap generally crush the can against either a nearby fighter, the floor, or in Velocity and Contrail's case, they leverage their cans against each other and crush them into a single mangled piece. Heifer uses his horns. Birdbrain also uses Heifer's horns. Giggles covers his hands with ice and hammers the can between them. Then everyone looks down at Hugh, who's still drinking. What? I'm small. I'm not done yet. This sets off a round of good-natured laughter, even as much of the team rolls their shoulders and necks to wake up a little more. We'll debrief tomorrow. We've done enough today and should get to bed sometime about an hour ago. Agreed? Triple D asks. Cheers. Hugh agrees, holding up his partially full can and then drinking back as much of it as possible as fast as possible. It's a bit much on an empty stomach, and the burp that immediately follows burns his nose. Oh, gracious, Hugh, too, I can smell that from here, Heifer says, towering above. Oh, screw you, cowboy, Hugh says, and there's some chuckling. Cowboy? I don't look anything like John Wayne, Heifer protests. I was comparing you to the cattle. Coming from the Gila monsters standing upright. All right, enough Earth trivia and jokes. Go home and get some sleep, guys. The sugar won't last forever. Triple D advises them before heading off. Tomorrow, report to our meeting room first. We need to go over the recordings and reports. With that, everyone heads to their vehicles and then towards their homes. Hugh's focus is such that he's quickly home without incident, although he does slow down a few times when a yawn splits his face. He sets down, not as gentle as the other day, but nothing as so much as scuffed or chipped. He's outright slouching as he enters his home and moves through his kitchen to grab a snack before falling down on his bed. Are you all right? Madame Horny asks with motherly concern. Long day flying on harder and harder paths. Worth it, but exhausting. He says, with a grin as he registers that his mother and former pimp are both in the room. He gives his head a shake to restart some mental processes. Is something going on? We wanted to surprise you, and then you surprised us by pulling overtime. Humor says, and Hugh chuckles nervously. He stands straight but swings his tail around to give the sensitive tip a bit of a squeeze. The slight pain makes him focus a little more. Sorry, I wasn't expecting company. They already have drinks and have clearly made themselves at home, so inviting them to do just that is a bit on the late side. You're not going to hurt yourself, are you, little man? Madam Horny asks, and Hugh shakes his head. No, no one is hurt or even scuffed the paint on their fighters. We hold ourselves to high standards. We're the only all-male flight on the planet. If we don't do better than everyone else, then there's going to be questions. Questions either way, I should think. Humir notes. What do you think, Mari? I'm just worried. A few of the young men I rescued went into the pilot's training, and now they're coming home late and exhausted. It's not healthy. But, Hugh begins, how will I ever grow to be more if I'm not allowed to try? Or fly, for that matter. Oh, honey, we're just worried about you. You return home late, looking like you've been running hard the entire time. What are they making you do? Is it that awful Duchess Lilpaw who, hey now, Agenda's a friend of mine. She's not the type to do these things pointlessly. She's not even a part of the chain of command. Hugh protests, and both Mari Horny and his mother look at him in confusion. I mean, she's in charge, but she's left the details to Admiral Sidewinder, and she's left the training details to Red One. And who's Red One? Some evil woman running you ragged? He's squad leader. He works just as hard, if not harder than the rest of us. He was up flying with us the whole time and did a lot of work to set things up. Hugh protests, and both of them glance at each other. I'm sorry, dear. I just worry. So many years that horrible woman had you on terrible drugs to make you do whatever she wanted. I just want you safe. Safe? Mom, when I'm in my fighter, I don't need to be kept safe. Everyone else does. When I'm behind the joystick, I'm not a tiny cobe anymore. I'm metric tons of flying death designed to rip apart anything that gives Vuxa so much as a dirty look. In that cockpit, I am the king of space and skies. Oh, really? Yes, really. And if I tell you to stop, I'm legally an adult. You can't stop me. Hugh challenges with his eyes narrowing. Oh, really? Madam Horny asks, rising up and clopping up to him, his eyes narrow. If this suddenly becomes a fight, he's in trouble. Not only is his strength and reach low, but he's exhausted, badly trained, and oh, they grow up so fast. She gushes, suddenly sweeping him into a hug and all but burying him in the knitted sweater she's wearing to cover up. How did you have a child this adorable? It's taking so much just to not teleport away with him and tuck him into bed. He's so precious. Too fast, Humir says lowly, thinking that neither Mari nor Hugh can hear her. They both do. Madam Horny sets down Hugh and gives him a kiss on the top of the head and walks out. I'll be just outside for a bit. You two need to talk. Then she's out of the room, leaving Hugh, still exhausted and a little overwhelmed with his mother. Too fast? He asks, and she sighs. I never had enough of a chance to raise you. 1 minute, you're a little thing in my arms, and then you're torn away and used to keep me in the darkness. Now you're back, and you're racing ahead so fast. But I always come back. No matter how hard I fly, I always come back to Vuxa. But what if you don't? I feared the worst. I wanted to have a nice surprise for you, and I thought I was waiting for a call. That horrible call. Humor says with a sniff, and Hugh gives her a gentle hug. I'm not going to die, but I'm not going to just curl up where it's safe. I can't. I won't, and I will not. If you're worried that I might get hurt, then I guess the only thing I can do is become too strong to hurt. Too good a pilot to be shot down, too strong a warrior to kill. Too much for anything to handle. You're worried about me being safe? Don't. I'll make sure the galaxy has to worry about being safe from me. I'll do what the humans have done. I'll become undaunted, fully undaunted. Out of Cruel Space, Part 343. Danger Zone. Finally, Franklin says on the other end of the line. That was not the answer Hugh expected. What? I said finally. I expected you to ask someone for this months ago. Months ago? Are you already ready for this? Hugh asks incredulously. Yay, hell you damn near ran out the clock before I brought it up myself. I have training materials and lesson plans for not just you but all of Red Squadron. I refined it teaching my fellow man. Now I teach it to my friends. Franklin responds, I mean, really? How long until you were going to just bring this up yourself then? About a week, Franklin replies. Anyways, you want a head start on things, or do you want to be introduced to the rest alongside the rest of the squad later today? It's about an hour before I bring things to the rest of your squad. So not much time. No, I'll start with the rest. Good, I need to go through the 3 S's anyways. The what? Shower, shit, and shave. I also need lunch. I forgot breakfast and worked through dinner yesterday. Do you humans ever stop? Hugh asks incredulously. No. Why would we? Franklin asks, and Hugh sighs. Anyways, I'll see you at the Defense Force base soon enough. Don't worry. Then he's hung up on, and Hugh just looks at his communicator for a bit. Today's going to be interesting. That's for sure. He arrives at the base 45 minutes later. Early rather than late, it's easy enough to do as it's technically impossible to be somewhere right on time, so showing up early is just polite. Franklin is already there. The man had half a dozen things to do and still beat him here. How? Hugh asks. He's not the first one in, but Giggles is just staring in a cross between disbelief and awe at the man. His stoic disposition supposedly broken by the man. Not an unfair thing to consider. Apparently the man had witnessed Franklin doing something utterly insane with Axiom when he was still enslaved by the idiots that ended up donating their bombardment-class ships to Vux's defense. I can teleport on a whim. How could I not? Franklin returns and Giggles gives Hugh an odd look now and approaches him as the rest of them get to waiting for the rest of the squadron to show up. This is your brother-in-law? The human your sister married? Giggles asks him, a cold fog actually dripping off his presence. Yes, this is Franklin Smith. He's the one that faced the beast as an equal. Giggles states and Franklin clearly hears the whispered conversation as he gives the Ice Aramenta another look. Oh yeah, we found you in that weird semi-stasis chamber. How's your recovery been? It has been acceptable. Giggles states in his usual tone. Have I done something to upset you? I sense anger in your aura. Franklin asks, and for a moment, just a moment, there is anger. Cold and hardened and deliberate. No, then why are you upset? It is not a matter of what was done so much as what was not. If you're angry that you didn't get personal attention after being rescued, do remember that there were tens of thousands of people that needed help. If you weren't in the process of breaking down or being a danger to yourself and others, then there simply wasn't time for you. That is unfair. There are still people we're processing who break down into catatonic states after everything that happened. You're doing so well that you've become a fighter pilot in the meantime. You don't need my help. Then why are you here? Hugh has requested teaching. He wants to be stronger, and I'm going to be offering it to everyone. Easy ways to start growing, stronger and faster. The gateway skills and a few tools to get you moving. Small tricks that quickly become the foundation of enormous capabilities. I see. To what point is this going to serve? As you increase in your Axiom abilities, your ability to sense Axiom also grows in strength. With that, you will be able to sense beyond your eyes. You've been made aware of the weaknesses inherent in sensors and how a virus can be implanted into your ship through them. With enough Axiom sensing, you'll be able to turn them off, close your eyes, and still thread the needle. Franklin explains even as Chonky and Heifer arrive. Hello, what are you doing here? Heifer asks and Franklin nods towards Hugh. Special training was requested, and I'm here to offer it to the entire squadron. Franklin says, and both of the physically larger pilots nod before finding their seats. Birdbrain is next, followed by Contrail and Double Tap. Then Triple D, Velocity, and Manic. Everyone sits down and around the room, and Triple D clears his throat. All right, so you're here to offer us extra training, but we have our own training to get to. Well, that's the thing. Some of you want to be undaunted. I'm here to help with that. I'm here to get you started. Undaunted, that's a military organization. Manic notes. The man is calm when he's not in a cockpit. It's also a philosophy. To refuse to be stopped or held down by circumstance. To instead feed off everything that would hurt you. It requires an active mind and a refusal to just drift through life. It means that you in essence wake up and start taking control of your own existence. It's a responsibility and a power. Does this make sense? Franklin asks, and the room feels uncertain. Hugh is certain, and it looks like Triple D, Manic, and Giggles are easily on board with this. How do we start? Heifer asks in a questioning tone. First off, we start simple. Trying to sprint right out the gate will just see you crash and burn. You need to walk before you can run, and crawl before you can walk. Franklin says simply as he pulls out a small leather bag from inside his enormous crimson coat. He opens it, and there's a wavering in the local axiom as rings fly out to hover in front of each and every one of them. These are shield rings, a training aid for creating axiom constructs. They start by allowing you to make a small physical object to defend yourselves. Before you grow beyond needing these, you will be able to make the constructs mobile and use them on offense. They're a great way to disarm an opponent as a hand, conjured by the rings, can't be hurt, and even if they're damaged, it doesn't hurt you. Hugh grabs the ring floating in front of him out the air and examines it. It's a tiny wire of kutha that wraps around a crystal that looks like jest. Granted, the crystal is tiny smaller than most dried grains, but that just means it's easier to conceal. He slips it over his thumb, hoping that it will fit better over that than his tiny fingers. It fits perfectly. It should not fit perfectly. He takes it off and puts it onto his smallest finger, and again, it fits perfectly. Oh, that's clever. You made these one-size-fits-all somehow. Hugh states out loud, and Franklin grins. Not very hard, you just need to be willing to put in the time for detail work. Franklin responds before clearing his throat a bit. Looks like he's getting ready to really lecture. All right, today I teach you the basics of shield rings, as well as the beginning to my biggest fight ender. Unfortunately, none of you are human, so using the second technique will end your contribution to the fight as well. Are you implying that you're going to teach us to conjure null? Birdbrain asks in shock. I'm outright stating that one of the first tricks I'm going to give you is how to conjure null. It's not even hard. In fact, it's so easy that the main point of the exercise is so that you learn where the safe limit of axiom density is and don't accidentally null yourself in the middle of a fight. Franklin says, and everyone looks surprised. I know. Big old scary null is just axiom with a weight and attitude problem. So you need to know how much you can cram into something without it deciding that it hates you. But first, I want you all to run axiom through the kutha and into the jest crystals. It has a very basic shield already programmed in. Franklin explains, and suddenly there's a sensation and what appears to be an immensely complicated, shifting, multifaceted, infinitely layered hexagon barrier glowing a soft blue all around him. The thing is still transparent enough to easily see him, but the sense of sheer solidity in the axiom, it's like an entire world made of nothing but reinforced steel has formed around him. This is the end goal I want you all to strive for. With this shield active, I've got good odds against orbital bombardment aimed right for me. I can laugh off a meteor strike. Imagine if you boys could conjure this around your fighters. You could ram a battleship and win. How do you get constructs that solid? Triple D asks the important question as most of the room just stares. You build them from the basic energy up. I've memorized the atomic structure of the densest and strongest materials I could research. I then looked into architecture, armor design, and shield design to bring it all together and form unbreakable barriers. Well, not technically unbreakable, but so near to it that the difference is academic. Franklin explains, and then the barrier dissipates. The axiom is still primed to shaping and hardness, though. Now, the axiom is ready. Show me your shields. Hugh punches the air, and a circle as large as he is appears. Its pattern is similar to his own scales, but thicker and stronger. It's nothing on what Franklin showed, but it's far better than nothing. Most are just plain circles hovering in midair, but some are like Hugh's in that there's already a personal touch. Giggle's shield seems to have snow falling off his that never actually hits the ground. Veloci's is bulging more like a crash cushion than a shield proper. And Triple D's shield seems to be made of about 6 smaller ones locked together. Very good. That's the first step. Get used to manifesting that at will, then make it stronger and more complicated. Axiom is powerful, but it's even stronger the more you know what you're doing. Most of you just want something hard and big enough to hide behind. Others want it differently. Franklin explains before pointing to velocity. He wants to soften impacts, a different and equally valid way to defend yourself. So his is soft. It works just as well as the rest of yours. But how do we get them to your level? Heifer asks, examining his ring even as his shield winks out. I already explained that. You need to understand what you're creating. Not just the atomic and molecular structure, but the architectural structure as well. A series of hexagons is stronger than just a single square. Having the basic connections shaped like I-beams and using reinforcing struts all over the place and other such structural considerations, it took a while to get my personal shield to the level it's at, and even longer to have it reflexive. But it was worth it. So the first part is to train in these shields until we have not only a very strong one, but can conjure it by reflex. Is that it, sir? No, there's also the fact that you can shape and move them. Franklin says, tossing the bag, he got the rings out earlier, and then conjuring a hand of pure axiom to catch it and hand it back to him. Something like that can be used to easily increase your reach in a fight and handle all sorts of hazardous materials without issue. However, that's something that comes with experience, with the shields, and a little lateral thinking. What you next need to learn is, he brings his hands out and everyone suddenly feels the axiom shifting and being pulled. He pulls harder and harder, and the axiom becomes visible floating between his hands. There's a sense of thrumming power from the tiny ball as he crams in more and more energy, using the light it's giving off as a pressure release on it to adjust the power ever so slightly. Then he grins. This is the golden zone. This is roughly as dense as you can pack axiom without it possibly collapsing into null. He then lets his left hand drop and the orb of power floats over his right hand. It then starts slowly moving from person to person, Franklin explaining as it moves. I want all of you to get a good feeling for the axiom bundle there. That's a safe amount, but it's also very close to the limit. Don't allow the axiom around yourself to exceed this density unless you want a null detonation. And if we do want a null detonation, Double Tap asks with a grin, then just keep doing what I was doing. But I'm not in the mood of shutting down this entire base to make a point, mostly because the end result will be at least a dozen people screaming at me. So for the sake of my ears, we're going to avoid that. Big Man doesn't like people screaming at him? Double Tap teases. Generally, if it's something I'm not allowed to reduce into raw energy for my next axiom construct, I prefer it to be quiet. I have sensitive ears. You are capable of completely destroying things? Giggles asks carefully. In response, Franklin brings out the empty bag he had the rings in one final time, and then right in front of everyone it simply dissolves. The axiom around them howls and shifts as the immediate area is suddenly even more densely saturated with power. Technically no, but like with the shield, the difference is academic. The bag still exists, I just reduced it into its component energy on the axiom spectrum. Franklin says, and there's a terrified silence. I see. Are you capable of performing such actions on living beings as well? Giggles asks again. Yes. I've also used it to surgically remove enslavement implants en masse during the events that brought you to this world. He says, and Giggles goes very, very still. I understand. Thank you for not disintegrating my face while you effected my rescue. You're welcome. Out of Cruel Space, Part 344. Danger Zone. Thread the needle, boys. Here comes the hard part. Triple D announces as they swoop downwards to their target. The target has a shield from the upper level, and they'll need to enter walker mode and get into position. The problem is that no one really liked walker mode. It was cool from the outside and practical use, but it was just so damn slow. Sure, they were still faster than any of the guys on foot, but when your average air car could outpace them there as a problem. Fighters were about speed. Walkers were more about strategic positioning. The flight of fighters circles the target area twice, simulating a scan for an access point. And then they find that there's an unshielded part of the road. To thin for fighter mode, but transferring into walkers actually shifts the profile of the fighter to something more compact. Going in for an afternoon walk, boys. Follow me. Triple D orders as he flies towards the entrance and engages the transformation. The wings shift upwards and several hard points shift to the side to reveal hinges as it unfolds a pair of legs to either side of the cockpit, leaving the weapons completely undisturbed and allowing the walker to start moving down the tunnel. Trying to fly down, it would scrape both wings. But like this, they can walk in two at a time without pushing it too far. This is stupid, Manic complains as they march through the tunnel. It's an aspect of the fighter. We fly the things. We need to master the things. Triple D says stoically. It's so slow, complains Velocity. And stupid. Have fighters be fighters and combat walkers be combat walkers? Why would you combine them? Manic continues, and Hugh rolls his eyes. Probably because something like this can screw heavily with capital ship sensors as well as other fighters. He says into the complaining comm channel, and there's sudden silence. What does this do? Well, if we use this on a capital ship, we can get right under the energy shields, aim our lasers down and burn holes in the hull. Do that over strategic points, and we can rip apart even the strongest vessels pretty quick. Not to mention that if we're in the right position, it will take a heavy-duty scan to notice we're on the ship at all, opening us up to ambush tactics and stealth games. Yeah, these things are bad combat walkers, but that's because they're still really good fighters. The sheer amount of shield points needed for a combat walker would ruin the profile of the ship and make them stand out far too much to sensors to properly dodge a lot of lasers. We can also incorporate what Baron Smith taught us to create our own shields. We could easily use a strong shield to keep us safe as we bombard things in walker mode. Triple D says, and a lot of people start considering. There are a few points of light in the dark tunnel as small shields start showing up on the outside of cockpits while the pilots start fiddling with the shield rings that Franklin gave them. Triple D leads them along the tunnel and then orders them into low power mode for a stealth portion of things so they can sneak up on their target. They take a left off the road after leaving the tunnel and make their way around the hill where the target fortifications are. All right, remember the premise, boys. Ground control says. This is the point where I tell you we've scanned a weak spot in the enemy fortifications, a zone where their defenses cannot fire into. You need to stay stealthy to get inside this Goldilocks zone and then take out all the targets. Confirmed ground control. Moving on targets. Triple D replies, and they march after him in their walkers. Still hate this mode. Velocity complains. Swear to God, Red 3, I will have you written up if the complaining doesn't stop. Triple D threatens and things go quiet. How these things can be subtle is kind of beyond Hugh. The walkers are loud things, crashing through underbrush and snapping the limbs of trees. Not to mention these are big stompy walkers, meaning they make a lot of sound even when not snapping everything in their path. They crest around a hill and see the back end of a large fortification. Triple D leads them in to get them past the danger zone before exposing themselves, and then they start taking aim with the burn lasers. Give them hell, Triple D orders, and everyone opens up 50 targets. 5 each, and they're all reduced to slag in seconds. The shield above flickers out, and they all engage the transformation before blasting off hard to escape the explosion. All right, that's a successful mission, boys. A bit much in the comm chatter, but I'm fairly sure you're all smart enough to knock that shit off when we're not in a training exercise. Hey, ground control, we're not pulling overtime today, are we? I got some things to do, Manic says over the open comms, and Hugh wonders what Manic's up to that could keep him out of the cockpit. Walker time aside, there's little that can keep him out of a cockpit. No, you're not going to be keeping me from my date tonight. So come in now. Do you understand me? Now. Control commands, and there's some chuckling from the more placid members of the squadron as they all zoom in for a landing. As he leaves his own fighter, Hugh takes a few moments to examining the actual mechanism a little closer. There is a rounded portion of the wing to either side of the cockpit that bends the wings upwards, but shortly after that, the wings bend back down. The first bend is entirely to give the legs a little more of a thigh gap, so the walker has a slightly more stable stance. The wings then unfold from the back to the front. This unveils the foot of the walker and keeps it off the ground more. Furthermore, with the way the knees are positioned in this assembly, they can adjust where their cockpit is pointing. It makes more sense to Hugh when he thinks of a combat turret rather than a war vehicle, which makes a lot of sense as the armor and shield issue comes up. Ablative armor may not be common outside of human craft, but battle walkers are the exception. There's just something about them. Be they bipedal, quadrupedal, hexapedal, octopedal, or more serpent-like. But a war machine that moves like a living thing always grabs attention, a lot of it. Laser lovers is apparently the nickname of people who pilot battle walkers, because every idiot and two-bit thug with a handheld laser will take at least a pot shot at you. The humans were calling them missile magnets. There's something primevally scary, and because of that they're given an unusual amount of attention. Their best uses on a battlefield are intimidation and distraction. Something wrong, little friend? Heifer asks, and Hugh looks down from where he's standing on his fighter's wings. Just thinking about walkers, tanks, fighters, the place they all have on the battlefield. We don't use the walker mode much, so I got caught up thinking. Hugh replies, and Heifer nods before pointing back to his own fighter. If you need a firmer look at things, I've actually made a point of painting mine slightly different on every portion. Makes it all stand out, you know? He says, and Hugh considers the brightly painted war machine. It is indeed painted ever so slightly different on each portion. This has turned the wings into a multi-hued menace that looks like both a piece of abstract art and a technological breakdown of the fighter's components. I still can't believe they let you get away with painting yours up like that. It's all right so long as I don't use anything that makes it stand out more to sensors. There's not many fights that get into eyeball range, so it's an acceptable risk.
Hun, right eye!
Hugh's communicator buzzes and he checks it. It's a warning to get moving. I gotta go. I nearly forgot something important after today's training. All right, hop on down. Heifer says, holding his hand up, and Hugh jumps down, and his arm is caught, and he's lowered gently to the floor by the large Agella. Thanks, big guy. Gotta run, Hugh says, as he rushes out of the hangar bay. Now what's the little guy in such a rush for? Must be important for him to bolt off like that. Times. It's been far too long, Hugh says appreciatively as he beholds them. Not all of his customers under Big Mama had been on the right end of the purge of the wicked and cruel, just most of them. It turns out that being a pedophile generally meant you were up to all sorts of evil shit. But those that were on the up and up, they were happy to be part of something else. An olive-skinned Tret with a flowering vine tattoo encircling her neck rushes up to him first to give him a hug. His main wife, the girl had gone from an easily pushed around thug into a hardened warrior. She had apparently apprenticed under Mercy, and the fruit so near had worked out all the shyness out of her. At least, all the combat and command shyness out of her. Hugh could still reduce her to a blushing, stammering wreck. Hey, Ozzy. Sorry I've been so busy. It's a lot of work trying to be the best, he says as he cuddles closely. So long as you're all right, my little Hugh. So long as you're all right, she assures him, and he nods. And how have you all been doing? Hugh asks the rest, and the girls look rather pleased with themselves. There are 11 in total. There used to be nearly 40, but, well, a lot of them were part of some of the nastier things on VUCSA. Most girls beyond grunt level had refused to give up any power to Lady Lilpaw, and, well, she had been very quick and decisive in clearing out the competition. Much better now that the weekend is here. Dita remarks, she's a muffus, cold-weather-adapted herbivore of a woman with a fluffy coat of wool and a pair of horns. The exact nature of the wool and the horns would shift depending on the exact ancestry. But Dita was as common as they come, with stark white wool and a curling pair of horns. The only thing that the cuddly woman did that wasn't completely stereotypical was her history with the weapon runners, and how she now made a point of repairing and building custom tools of death for a fair income. A lot of that came from the species-wide trait of never actually backing down, which is probably why things were working so well between her and Hugh. One side, I need some sweet little lizard love. Ami announces, and in moments he's wrapped up in the warm coils of a hydro nagasha who cuddles him close, which is all she usually wants. My cool little water bottle. All right, all right, let's not get ahead of ourselves, girls. We're getting the family weekend now that all the work is done. It's time to play. Ozzy says to Ami, and the Nagasha gives out a little sigh before letting Hugh go. Also, we agreed to start after dinner, especially seeing as someone decided to go ahead and pay the restaurant in advance of whatever we might eat with a huge tab. I wanted tonight to be nice and relaxing, so we get things like that out of the way first. He's picking up human traits we're supposed to be paying, Marla remarks. The disgraced officer had been one of his weirdest and earliest customers when he was still in Big Mama's stables. She just curled around him and cried herself to sleep. It had been the most awkward thing he had ever experienced in his life, drugs or no drugs. It had been a hell of a thing to learn she was so full of self-loathing that she felt she needed to pay people just to be around her off the job. So full of pain and sorrow and suffering that he had reached out despite his own circumstances. Had tried to help her despite the stuff going through his system he had been addicted to. Had tried to help her despite the aphrodisiacs screaming through him or the puberty enhancers having brought him to breeding age years ahead of time. It had taken years. She was effectively his first real customer, and he was her first real friend on VUXA, which hadn't helped with the self-loathing much, but it had helped. But the fact that she learned he was really young and not just a midget had hit her badly. Then apparently a day before she planned to rescue him, the men from Earth had taken Big Mama and rescued him themselves, which had and hadn't helped. It's okay for me to treat you girls. After all, you all want to be there for me so much. It's only right that I return the favor. You're flying one of those defense fighters. You've gotten your own home. We're all welcome in whenever. You've even paid for dinner. How much more treat do you think we need? How much more can you handle? He asks cheekily. Out of Cruel Space, Part 345. Danger Zone. The weekend had worked perfectly. Sure, he had to rely on the skills taught to him by Big Mama, but the ladies always appreciated that, and though the bitch is dead, he's still getting some use out of the monster. Although he does make a note to spit in the pit they threw her ashes into. Just remembering the monster sours his mood, which is why he kicks in the speed on his flying platform. He has a few hours before he has to report in, but everyone else has work to do, so he's by himself for a bit. It doesn't have the speed of his fighter, but being open cockpit makes it feel a lot faster. He pushes the machine a bit, dodging and weaving around imaginary obstacles. Sometimes just flying is needed to empty his mind, which then turns him to thinking deeply and pensively. VUXA is becoming a fortress. Yes, it's better as a well-protected fortress than as the haven for criminals and sadists it used to be. But what is the Duchess so afraid of? Was the Dark Cabal really that bad? He only knew Madame Horny and the Duchess herself to have come through it, and they haven't spoken much about it at all, only stating that it was a living nightmare and leaving it there, although it had been apparently comparatively worse than those pirates that attacked months ago with the hold full of enslaved Erumenta. According to Franklin, they had been directly inspired by and were emulating the Dark Cabal. Something. His communicator goes off, blaring an emergency signal. He answers immediately. Hoo-hoo, here! Report to your fighter. Unknowns have arrived in system. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. He answers before flipping around and then righting himself as he hits his accelerator to get to base sometime about 10 minutes ago. He hadn't expected his musings to have an answer to them. He didn't want his musings to have an answer to them. Sure, he likes flying, but flying in defense of VUXA means that his home requires defending, meaning that it's in danger. He arrives in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. He takes off at a dead sprint from where he parks his platform and is climbing into his fighter after another 2.5. By the time he's at the 10-minute mark, he's in his pilot's seat, strapped in and ready to fly. He's only the first to arrive, having been near to the base with his recreational flying. The rest pile in, and before the half-hour mark is hit, Red Squadron is ready to fly. God damn, the waiting is the worst. Velocity grumbles into the chat. If we're lucky, it's a false alarm. Triple D says, training is one thing. If this is the real deal, then. Red Squadron, come in. We have a situation update. Ground control states, go ahead, ground control. Triple D replies, we have a situation of 3 capital class ships, the Bray, the T-92, and the T-67. The Bray is being fired upon and is venting atmosphere. They are attempting to broadcast an emergency signal, but the signal strength suggests even further damage than mere holes in the hull. We've been sending stand-down orders to the T-92 and T-67, but there has been no response. We have threatened retaliation if hostilities do not stop, and they have 1 minute 30 seconds remaining to comply. Confirmed, standing by. Triple D says, and Hugh starts to wonder what could be going on. One ship running from 2. One's venting atmosphere already and clearly running for help. The other 2 have refused to answer even though they're in someone else's territory. Red Squadron launch. Go, go, go. Ground control commands, and Hugh keeps himself in formation, 5th out of the hangar, and as his sensors really start kicking off. Hostile craft will be in range of our artillery batteries in T-10 minutes. Your mission is to offer a defensive screen for the Bray. And if you can use your ship's communication network to try and get into proper contact with them. We need to know what the hell is going on. Do not go for kill shots. We need answers, and the dead are hard to question. Weapon and shield systems have priority. Good hunting, pilots. They all kick in their boosters and start heading past the Bray in less than 3 minutes. They pass by close enough for visual range, and Hugh flinches to see the damage. The Bray would be on fire if there was air to burn in space. A massive section that looks like living quarters has been blown to shrapnel, and most of its weapons have been reduced to melted slag. Only one of its 4 engines is operating at full power, and there's an odd energy reading from the rest. Hugh suspects an emergency repair job to keep them moving. Bray, please respond. We are responding to your emergency beacon and have arrived to offer assistance. Please respond. Triple D's communication is on all channels. There is a burst of static as something replies. This is pirate territory, hero boy. Run away home or we'll snatch you up too. Is this the T-92 or T-67 speaking? Triple D's voice has a dangerous tilt to it. A sort of chittering that Drin do when upset. Something Hugh used to fear when Big Mama was still alive. T-67, now get running, little man, and count your blessings. We're after a bigger prize than just 1 or 2 men. The captain of the T-67 says in a purr that tells everyone that it's definitely one of the predatory mammal races. The IFF on the scanner shifts ever so, and in red, the indication of the T-67 reads out as primary target. Triple D is clearly pissed, which is fair. Hugh is far from happy himself. There is no communication sent as everyone guns their engines and accelerate directly at the T-67, spreading out and weaving to confuse the sensors and prevent any single shot from boxing them in or forcing them into any direction. The gunners on that ship are not idiots. They open fire more or less immediately. Static crashes over the radio as the T-67 decides to speak with them. Fine then, we can always use more product to sell. Although what you boys are doing near Vooks and still playing hero is beyond me. The game has changed. Fighters attack and contain the T-67. We've got the T-92. A deep and strong voice rings out. And who are you? The captain of the T-67 asks. I am Duke Brent, my battle barons, and I shall be taking the T-92 now. Baron Smith, open the way, Lord Brent commands, and there's a tearing noise over the line followed by gunfire and screams. The line cuts, and thank goodness for it, as Hugh can scarce afford the distraction. The T-67 seems to have realized that it's stepped in it good and deep as it begins opening fire on the squadron with an absolute flurry of lasers with balls of deadly plasma pounding out at seemingly random. Hugh opens up with his burn laser to test the shields around one of the plasma cannons. The shield is up, but the increasing energy reading tells him exactly where the shield projector is. He veers away and quickly preps the magnetic launcher, even as he keeps the shield primed towards energy attacks. He launches the solid rod of death, and it slams into the shield generator. The entire ship's power field fluctuates a little, and before he can turn his fighter around, his fellows have already reduced several plasma cannons into slag. He decides he's not going to waste time and turns his laser on the mounting of another. It drills a hole through the base and cuts off its power supply, shutting down even more weapons. He must have managed to cut the main power line for the entire bank of lasers. That'll be a bitch to repair if they bother taking this ship for salvage. Good shooting, Red 5. Heifer offers. These kinds of weapon arrays are often connected. They're more accurate that way, but more vulnerable as well. Hugh states out loud as he flies in low and not very far over the shields as he moves to attack more of the vessel. He doesn't have to, however, as the IFF shows him that the other flights had been eating at the other portions of the ship, and it's already been rendered toothless and crippled. The T-67 is down. All right, you children have had your fun. Return to base. We'll be escorting the Bray the rest of the way and cleaning out the T-67's insides and helping the boys fly the T-92 home. Ground control says, and Hugh lets out a breath he had no idea he'd been holding. Confirmed. Good fighting, men. Triple D states. That's it, Double Tap demands. After all the training we've gone through, that better be it. Chonky remarks. That was too easy, Manic states. After all the training and practice I've been running you boys through it, better be easy. Triple D says, and then lets out a huff of laughter. They were prepped for bigger targets, boys. We did everything exactly as we trained to. We slipped in between the chinks of their armor and between the teeth of their jaws to deliver a death blow. First round's on me back at base. As they return to Vuxa, they pass in sensor range of several rescue ships and tugs sent out to help. The Bray and Hugh can only hope that whoever's left will be all right, though he wonders what their story is. They've clearly been moving through dangerous space. Hell, on most maps, Vuxa was dangerous space. But who are the attackers, and what were they doing when they ran into each other? Was this an attack of opportunity, or was this planned out? Was the Bray coming to Vuxa of its own volition, or was it hoping to make an emergency landing? Was it being hounded to Vuxa due to some deal with the former masters of the world? Any number of organizations would have gladly peddled in the flesh and misery of the people on board that ship. Phew, you're flying a little sloppy. Head in the game. Triple D warns him, and he brings himself back to the here and now. The landing is perfect, but Hugh says little more than what's needed for protocol. He can't help but consider things over and over again and outright pauses partway out of his fighter. Then he's pried off the side by Chonky, who sits him on his shoulder and starts walking. You're a bit on the small side to be pausing when big people are stomping around. The big Platon chides him gently, and Hugh sighs. What's wrong this time? Nothing, we did great. I'm just worried about the Bray and everything it might mean. Things don't happen in vacuum. They literally happen in a vacuum. We were in space. Space is a vacuum. No. I mean, things don't just happen without a reason. I'm wondering about the reasons. Hugh says, and Chonky nods. I'm actually familiar with parts of this. The T-ships are part of a criminal organization with no set base of operations. They sell drugs of all kinds, flesh, and weapons wherever there's demand for it. So it's like they were saying, they were gathering product to sell, most likely. The drugs that shifted me into a freak were T-series manufactured. All their ships are T-whatever. It's a simple series that actually works to their benefit. The name system is so simple and commonly used that they easily slide into all sorts of background data. Chonky states, and Hugh just goes quiet. I see. Does it hurt? Hugh finally asks him the question that he never really had the courage to ask before. Not anymore. My time on their enhancement drugs left me starving half to death on a full stomach. It wasn't until I started drawing in more and more axiom into myself to just keep myself alive was I able to feel anything other than unending hunger. I got some information based on those who use axiom to remodel themselves and use that to streamline my changes. I could probably shift back into what I used to be if I wanted it, but I don't want to forget. I will not forget the cost being weak and cowardly cost me. I'm not the only one trying to become undaunted. Hugh realizes and gets a pat on the knee by Chonky. We all want it, but we all show it differently. I've bulked up by slowly introducing human physiology into myself and weaning away from axiom dependence. It's still uncomfortable, but I can stay effective. Double Tap's been playing with all sorts of guns. Manic and Velocity are pushing their flying skills harder and harder. Giggles is trying to grow as an Axiom adept, and Heifer wants to be an artist in addition to a pilot, undaunted by our past and moving to the future. Indeed, some of our stories are more blatantly horrible than others, but there's not a man on Red Squadron that isn't a survivor. I need to pay more attention to my squad mates. We all have our own shit to sort. Besides, you're still barely more than a child. The next oldest pilot could easily be your father. Fat chance of that. He was a Koba. You know what I mean, you little cretin. Out of Cruel Space, Part 346. Danger Zone. It wasn't initially intended to be a party, but they ended up throwing a party. The first round quickly became a second, which then led into a third. By that point, Hugh had climbed up onto the counter and was fiddling with the shield ring to try and make a platform he could stand on. Current results was one reinforced mug chipped, a fair amount of spilled drink, and a lot of laughter. The little reminder that while pound per pound Hugh can drink as well as just about any of them, he doesn't have a lot of pounds to go around. Thankfully, before too much can happen, he gets control of himself and takes advantage of his small size to just chill on a chair that's normally barely big enough for most of the guys, but works as a big surface Hugh can stretch out and relax on. So how long you guys thinks till we knows what's going on? Hugh asks, and there's some thought. Probably a few hours. You'll have to stay on it to figure things out. Our part's done. I'll talk to my brother-in-law. Big guy makes a point understanding these things. Hugh mutters. Baron Smith? Yeah, makes sense. Never thought I'd be cheering for self-styled nobility, but damn if they don't do things old school. Manic notes. Outside of his fighter, the man was almost reasonable. Hell, the man had made his living lounge singing and staying 2 steps ahead of slavers, pimps, and just barely out of reach of grabby hands to keep women reaching in vain. Old school? What old school are we talking here? There are a lot of old schools. Hugh asks and Manic snorts. First Citizen style, one of the oldest of the old school. They've got royal titles not because they inherited them, but because they control and protect an area. Their territory covers all of VUCSA 5, and so the moment things go wrong, 10 super soldiers and every woman that digs that comes running weapons blazing. Hugh says with an amused snort, which means most of the planet, Manic remarks. Yay that? Think enough time has passed, Hugh asks. We've only been in here an hour. What are you waiting for? Triple D asks from nearby after he shifts the stools back after the little cleaning drone was done with the floor. You know, the things. The whole thing's going on with the ships and the lasers and the T-group jerks. I got my sister's husband on the contacts, ya know. I can call him now. Hugh says, pulling out his communicator only for Triple D to take it from him. How about you sober up first? An hour isn't very long to deal with 3 capital ships no matter how fast you are, and drunk dialing your Axiom adept brother-in-law sounds like a good way to get pranked badly. Triple D admonishes him and Hugh snorts as he makes a half-hearted attempt to get the device back. It fails. Aw, he ain't like that. He's the calm type. Hugh protests. Sober up first. Triple D says and Hugh nods before curling up in his chair and promptly falling asleep. Is he already asleep? Heifer asks. He is. How this guy can be so comfortable about dealing with the man that personally murdered the horrors of VUCSA is beyond me. Triple D says softly. You watch those movies too? Birdbrain asks. Considering that my mother, father, and many of my sisters were guest stars of different episodes, I damn near popped a stiffy to hear their dying screams. Triple D explains, and there's a lot of uncomfortable looks. The tall Drin man gets a comforting hand whizzing on his shoulder from his squad mate. That is immensely fucked up. But I understand. I wasn't always the youngest in my family. Birdbrain says before patting him twice and heading back to the bar to order something a little stronger than the more basic drink he'd been having. Hey, enough with the sad stuff. Those 2 are dead, their killer is on our side, and we just downed a fucking capital-class ship. We ripped that bitch apart. Party! Double Tap shouts and Chonky lets out a cheer that wakes up Hugh who joins in. It's infectious, and soon enough they're not only all partying again, But Hugh is full on spinning above them all as he holds on to the blades of a ceiling fan. Being small has its advantages in the party tricks you can do. Times for Hugh awakes later, sore all over, and in a very familiar bed with no memory of how he got there. He looks around blearily and spots his communicator. It's early evening. Well, that's his sleeping cycle fucked. There are a few messages on it, but he shoves the device into his pocket and staggers to the bathroom first. His bladder feels like it's about to burst. He ends up sitting on the kitchen table as his head spins a bit. It's not an unpleasant sensation when he's still, but movement makes it hurt. He crosses his legs under him and feels the grain of the varnished wood under his tail as he swishes it a little. Then he brings out his communicator and focuses on the messages. First one is from Franklin. You were drunk, so I brought you home. It's usually best to have a designated driver if you're going to pound it back. Well, that answered the mystery as to how he got home at any rate. He then examines the next message. Apparently he has an email, and it's from Triple D. Big Guy found out the details so far, or rather so far as of 2 hours ago. Hugh then puts the communicator to the side and decides to do something about the headache. Apparently having some food and water could help, which is exactly what he does in digging out some off-brand rip-off of Cobeats. Still, the shreds of jerky that reconstitute in any liquid is a nice thing to have. He pours some broth into the brown flakes and puts it into the reheater. Some take it cold and still hard. Hugh doesn't want to bother with so much chewing and just wants the food and broth in him. He vaguely remembers Franklin laughing out loud when he saw that and proclaimed it to be Bachelor Chow. It wasn't a bad name, but it wasn't one he'd elaborated on. Hugh didn't particularly care at the moment as he prepared his little meal. Once the off-brand Cobites was done, and on the table he gathered a small platter of girt leaves to use as his silverware. It was a good balance. The leaves gave it a satisfying crunch and held the nutrients that weren't in the meat on top of the stiff little leaves, making good scoops for the meal in question. He slowly demolishes the meal and then sits back to concentrate. The Axiom pours in and he uses it to up his metabolism. The headache spikes for a moment and then fades entirely as he feels energy pour through his body. He gives himself a shake when he's done, followed by a huge yawn. All right, I'm back in the game. What was that email about? Hugh asks as he pulls out his communicator and then starts reading. Okay, holy shit. I'm not sure if this is a jackpot or not, but it's a something. Apparently, the Bray was a slaver ship carrying an unmarred cargo hold full of male victims in stasis. The T-67 and T-92 were going for the Five Fingers discount in their product purchases. A common hazard in dealing with criminal organizations. If they think they can just take it and damn the consequences, they will. Apparently, the Bray's captain had some friends in the Scorchin family and were going to weigh in on favors owed. Now, the cybernetic bitch was cooling her metallic head in a prison cell with a null collar on her. If she leaves the cell, the collar goes off. If the collar is fucked with, it goes off. Either way, there are few harder reset switches available in the galaxy for synthetics short of ripping out the power core and leaving them to die. So yeah, they had interrupted a fight between two different groups of slavers and ran off laughing with the prizes. The prizes in question being a severely damaged ship, a moderately damaged ship, and one ship in pristine condition if you didn't mind the blood and bullet holes. A huge building effort had been green-lit to offer shelter to the 14,000 male prisoners. They ran the gamut of every species imaginable, and apparently there's a call for any donations to this end. Donations of time and money, and just about everything. This wasn't a small project. There were enough men to populate an entire city. Furthermore, there's the fact that a fair proportion of them are clearly injured despite the stasis. So the awakening will happen piecemeal to avoid overloading the local hospitals and deal with this in a reasonable pace. The information ripped out of the ship explained that the Bray moved around a lot with a minimal crew and only took one or two in an area before moving on. The newest piece of product had been captured as part of a small raid 8 months ago. Well, before the humans emerged from cruel space. So this was going to be a hell of a culture shock for everyone. The men had called home to the Dauntless and were asking for advice. Apparently, Franklin would be keeping all squadrons posted with a send-all email system. Hugh reads over the information twice just to make sure he didn't misunderstand it in the slightest. 14,000 men? 14,000? That's enough men for a fairly large city. He needs to think about this. As his mind starts veering on what-ifs based around his mother and sisters deciding to start dating, he shakes his head and refocuses. He calms down when he remembers that there's a very good chance that all 14,000 men will not want to stay, so it's temporary dealing with them. Likely the loved ones and families of these men would be willing to pay a pretty penny to have them home. Even without holding people for ransom or hostage, just sending them home will likely see an influx of gifts and goodwill to easily pay for the cost of these people landing on their laps. Then he gets an idea. It's an interesting one, and he can't get it out of his head. He presses the contact link for Franklin and puts the communicator on speaker so he doesn't have to hold it up to the side of his head. Phew! You're awake. Good. How's the hangover treating you? Franklin asks after a bit. I've kicked my metabolism into high gear. It's already gone, Hugh says. Good. Is this call for telling me that you're all right, or some other reason? Another reason, when it comes to the men being recovered from the bray, is recruiting and training them to be undaunted being considered? It is. In fact, most of us think it's a good idea. Without a doubt, most will want to just go home, but those whose homes were destroyed in the process or came out of homes they don't want to return to, well, it may feel scummy, but it will give us a fair amount of recruits. Why is it scummy? Hugh asks, and Franklin lets out a huff. Oh, never mind. Just my own hang-ups. All right, if you're sure. Do you think there will be fighter pilots among them? Maybe. We'll have to see if any of them are drawn to the simulators. Although if you want to try recruiting, that would be a good use of your time. You and all of Red Squadron could make a hell of a recruitment pitch to those guys. Says the man who's famous for hunting down monsters? Hugh teases. It's a local fame. These people have never been to VUXA before, so killing those two witches won't mean as much to them as it means to everyone else. But yes, I'm going to pitch in. Are you willing to? I think I will. Even if they don't become pilots, we'll at least give them something to think about. Good, man. I'll keep you up to date on this too. All right. Thanks for explaining things to me. I need to think a bit more. I'm going flying. Just make sure all that stuff has completely passed your system. It may not be alcohol, but impaired driving is never a good idea. Kills your reflexes. I'm fine, you big dork. It's just for a quick buzz to get the wind flowing over my scales. All right, have fun, little buddy, Franklin says and hangs up before anything more can be said. Always so abrupt. Hugh notes as he quickly pockets the device. He starts rooting around for his favorite jacket, and 10 minutes later is in the air and rising to dance in the jet streams of the upper atmosphere. Out of Cruel Space, Part 347. The Dauntless. His days start off quite pleasantly more often than not. Their schedules don't always line up, but when they do, he awakens with the feathery Lady Tickamp to one side and the very, very cuddly Ambassador Tall to the other. Things were a little awkward at first, as both women tended to sleep in the nude, but thankfully the competitions had stayed friendly. Friendly-ish. Hence why more than half the time he's with his alien wives. Admiral Cistern wakes up nearly smothered between them, as they had competed to see who could cuddle him closer. Thankfully, the rest of the typical morning headed off with a bit more dignity. With the Dauntless's excellent location on the main spire of the Galactic Federation, there was no real rush, so everyone was able to get up and around with ease. Thankfully, the short workdays of non-human life played heavily to his advantage. He was able to get all his political ambassadorial duties straightened out, take a short break with both or either woman, depending on schedules, and then get to corralling his giant herd of heavily trained and armed cats that make up a military. Thankfully, after figuring out where the limits were, the vast majority of the soldiers were content to stay there. Especially as those limits included betting rings, fight clubs, stills of all sorts, and an amateur porn industry that appeared to be exclusively made of recut commercials and security footage of alien women, The miniature porn industry was actually drying up very quickly. Why bother looking for pictures of beautiful women when you could easily have one in your arms and happy to be there? But work is work, and the day starts with a gusto. A simple but filling breakfast for the girls and a large coffee with a biscuit for him. It leads into all three of them heading to the main structure and then parting ways, often with a few kisses, to their own offices. Most days don't have any massive meetings or entire council debates, but today is a bit of an exception. He has been called forward to answer a complaint from another ambassador. Lady Aria 4, the representative of a rather large area of hostile space to humanity. The hateful glare the Alphora fixes him with almost reminds him of his ex-wife, except the tattoos and non-human features, of course. Very well. The council has been called to deliberate between Admiral Garfield Cistern of the Undaunted and Lady Girisa Ariafor of the Moricon system. The chamber is yours, Lady Ch.326 announces, and the general murmuring and muttering quiets down. Both Lady Ariafor and Admiral Cistern walk up to a pair of opposed podiums. They are in plain view of the entire hall and pointedly away from any electronics, excepting the microphones at the podiums. Camera drones zoom in to get the best view of each of them as the massive chamber observes. Honored women of the council, Lady Ariafor begins, pointedly ignoring that at least 5% of all seats had a male ambassador or lord in it. While we have all been entertained by the unusual and odd actions of the so-called Undaunted, hasn't this farce gone on long enough? They are clearly some off-breed of Tret that have genetically modified themselves to be null-resistant, which, while an impressive feat on its own, is not worthy of being part of this council. Perhaps an award for scientific excellence and academic brilliance, but not a speaking position in the heart of the galaxy. One of those days, is it? Well, that leaves the question of, if her entire point is humans look a lot like Tret, something you could accuse a sizable percentile of the galaxy of, or if it's just the lead up into something more, the thin part of the wedge that she's trying to ram in. Hell, the actual point of contention might not even be anything about the Undaunted or humanity, or possibly no point at all. There are several scheduled points of contention today, and if she opposes any one of them, but doesn't think she'll get support, she can essentially filibuster to run out the clock. For the sake of efficiency, motions that have been brought to the council but not gotten to multiple times are considered settled unless the motion is refiled. A bad system, but bad systems can be used to one's advantage. Lady Ariafor, I trust that if you're bringing this case before the Galactic Council, that you have some form of evidence or documentation to somehow prove these accusations. If not, then I am forced to accuse and possibly sue you for slander. Admiral Cistern replies, and there's a slight intake of breath. They expected an argument and got a threat. Let's see how Lady Ariafor deals with her plans being ripped apart. Admiral Cistern, that is entirely unnecessary and, in other words, you cannot actually offer corroborating evidence to your spurious accusations and wish to change the subject. He continues to apply pressure, and the look of sheer frustration that crosses her face is rather satisfying. How dare you? Voices are to be kept at an even and reasonable tone and level, Lady Ariafor. You are quite aware of the rules of this chamber. Lady Ch.326 snaps out as Lady Ariafor's microphone is momentarily disabled. You're merely favoring him because you've been getting the Gobe's sloppy seconds. Lady Ariafor accuses, and Lady Ch.326's tail feathers fan out and take on a metallic sheen. My accuser evidently has nothing but indignity and insult to offer where evidence and documentation is needed. As such, I motion that this debate be dismissed and struck from the record entirely so we may get to more important affairs. Admiral Cistern chimes in, and Lady Ch.326 visibly regains control of herself, and her tail slowly goes down. The metallic sheen remains, however. No, that is completely... Lady Ariafor begins. A vote has been called for. Councilors, make your decision. Lady Ch.326 interrupts Lady Ariafor, and in the center of the chamber, a holographic display with in favor and opposed appears, and very quickly in favor overtakes opposed. The motion is approved. The previous debate will be struck from the record, and we shall proceed to the next point of order. The dirty look Lady Ariafor shoots towards Admiral Cistern tells him that he just did exactly what she didn't want him to. Good. Being used for someone else's plans does not sit well with him, no matter how inevitable it ultimately is. They both return to their seats, and Admiral Cistern can't help but smile to himself. Mature and in control, not bad when dealing with someone who's got an age advantage of centuries on him. Of course, this is politics. That whole affair might have been exactly what she was looking for, or a distraction, or any number of things. These people are obsessed with spinning webs of deceit and double dealings. He half expects her to slink into his office later and try to pry a favor out of him as payment for making him look good in front of the entire galaxy. Such is politics. The next affair is about a debate of mineral rights between two systems. In particular, a natural deposit of just crystal had been discovered on an asteroid. Unfortunately, between the time of its discovery and subsequent claim, and now the asteroid had moved, and now it was in another system's territory, and they wanted to lay claim to the moderately large deposit with pre-drilled extraction holes and equipment already in place. It's a bit of a sticky situation, and while it's clear that the system that's trying to gain control of the mine is making a deliberate power grab, the issue has shades of gray. Apparently, low-profile explosives in hollowed-out asteroids have been used before to basically throw rocks with bombs in them into space stations and even planets before, and they were concerned about the security of not being able to fully police and control every bit of land within their sovereign territory. Thankfully, many others spot the possible solution and the reminder that they have full rights to police the mine but not steal the mine come to the forefront. So long as the workers and equipment come from the former territory, its safety standards will be according to that territory. However, into each system it passes into it will fall under the policing and protective jurisdiction there, meaning the taxes to law enforcement are to be paid in full. Not the best solution, but a compromise. Admiral Cistern cannot help but mutter to himself as he mentally imagines pirates and the sheer amount of charitable donations required to keep such things away. The next issue is just as gray, although perhaps leaning closer to black. There has been an overabundance of food in one sector, and another has entered a famine. The sector with the bumper crop has deliberately marked up the cost of food rather than down, as is usual, for when there's a glut of any product in the market. They did this just before the famine was announced, suggesting insider trading. Investigations have been performed, and so far, no sign of foul play. However, the time the investigations took meant that for 2 months, the dwindling food supplies have gone down further. He presses one of the buttons before him. Aside from the yay or nay when it comes to voting, there is also an interrupt button. Admiral Cistern, you have an inquiry over this point of contention? Lady KyleKKen asks, and he stands up as a drone comes in to give him the floor in a way. I have gone over some of the legislation in question, but I cannot see the actual difficulty occurring. Is it not possible for Planet Branna to simply purchase their food elsewhere? If the nearest supplier is overcharging, then one can go around them. With standard galactic shipping, the famine could have already been broken by merely making their purchases out there. Unless there is some form of legislation that forces the Branna system to purchase its food from the Halwyn system? A fair question. Is there such a provision? Lady KyleKKen asks. There is a very distinct silence as the ambassador from Branna just smiles, and the Halwyn ambassador is frantically looking through her files. Is the matter settled? The matter is indeed settled, and both women return to their seats. The affairs move on to some less immediate concerns about basic administration in some areas, and how several rather important companies have their patents expiring or have been released to open source by hackers. Admiral makes a few important notes. He'll have the opportunity to grab some stocks as this information comes out, and later recover. A chance to make a good amount of money. Things go down to the last minute and the council goes into recess. There are a lot of tired groans as everyone gets up to head back to their offices. Ambassador Tall and Admiral Cistern wait for Lady KyleKKen to emerge. Noticeably, her tail feathers are still metallic in sheen and she's walking stiffly. Admiral Cistern steps in from the side, gently guides her chin upwards and kisses her lightly. She instantly decompresses and shortly leans into the kiss. Better? Yes, she answers softly. Arya 4 was lucky I didn't have a launcher on me. There's some things you don't just bring up, especially in front of the entire galaxy. Ambassador Tall grumps out, and Admiral's sister nods. Indeed, which means she was either completely unbalanced or trying to distract from something else. Admiral's sister notes and Ambassador Tall nods as she thinks. Maybe the asteroid, or perhaps wanted the famine to keep going. Who can say? Ambassador Tall says before shrugging. Lunch, perhaps? I think that coffee I had has run its course. You need to eat more for breakfast, you know. You humans have a huge caloric requirement, and you eat only as much as a tret. Lady KyleKKen scolds him and he shrugs. Pardon, but in the mood of ballooning out like some other high-ranking military men. I'd rather stay in trim fighting form than go to seed. For that, I need to regulate what I eat. Admiral's sister notes calmly and then turns his head as he feels the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Lady Arya 4 is giving him a dirty look from afar. Again, it could mean anything with these people. She could be angry at him, or angry at the women surrounding him, because she wanted something from him she can't get with them around. There's no way of knowing unless she confronts him directly. Instead, he allows his alien wives to lead him to a local establishment, and he orders a Canador dish for himself. They're the most flavorful, and the portions are actually to scale with a human's needs. What happens next will happen, and he will be ready and fed. Neither armies nor admirals march on empty stomachs. Out of Cruel Space, Part 348. The Dauntless. Some things are truly universal, and it had been a delight to discover that a proper sandwich was one of them. Apparently, having your meal both easy to clean up after and relatively clean to carry around has long been popular the galaxy over. So one of the harder menu items for availability was basically a deli sandwich, and it had been a very welcome treat. They had a little rule of no discussing business over meals. Unfortunately, the onion equivalent in the Canador-style sandwich does his breath no favors, and he has to have a round with a toothbrush and mouthwash before conversations can begin in earnest. So almost the entirety of Brule lives in primitivism? Lady KyleKKen asks in a baffled tone. Sort of. Almost every gobe is born primitive. Spears and tribal lines level of primitive. But there's an option for those that want more. Which is climbing a mountain. Admiral Cistern asks, trying to make full sense of it. Yes, it's on the mountains that the advanced cities and spaceports are. Not to mention there's a spiritual element to everything as well. You see, when you live in the tribes, you announce what part of what tribe you are with special paints. The humidity keeps them wet, so you have to keep reapplying and fixing them. But when you climb the mountains, the colder air and higher winds dry off the paint and cause it to flake away, erasing your tribal identity. It's hard to explain, but it's a powerful thing to do. It means a lot to the Gobes of Brule to climb your mountain and take control of your life. It does sound religious. I'm just surprised that someone would choose to live without modern luxuries. If you're forced away from it, then it's not your fault but choosing to go without? Lady KyleKKen asks, somewhat astounded. Ambassador Tall shrugs. It's not something I agreed with. I climbed my mountain when I was young and only went back to try and talk others into doing the same. It didn't get much of anywhere, though. Many of the tribal peoples think that when you live a life surrounded by metal and unliving things, your own life essence is weakened by it. Ambassador Tall explains and notices a somewhat faraway look in Admiral Cistern's eyes. Are you here, big man? Just imagining what it would be like if you're only in that tribal wear, picturing me in fur and paint, glad to see it's so distracting. Ambassador Tal notes with a bit of a grin. What can I say? I'm a man, I know what I like. He replies with a slight chuckle just before his communicator goes off. It's just a text message telling him that Sir Philip has information for him after he's had his lunch. Something wrong? Lady KyleKKen asks, and he shakes his head. No. Just a reminder that while most have finished their workday, mine's only about half done. He says evenly as he reaches for his drink. A sort of lightly flavored mineral water. Well, I suppose the downside of your astounding endurance is that it's going to be used on more than your wives. Lady Tickenped says before hiding a smile behind a hand fan, even as Admiral Cistern snickers a little and Ambassador Tal snorts. Right, well, he needs all that time to wear him down. Otherwise, he'd never sleep and we'd be out a lot of loving. Really, Nikta, must you be so crude? In public? You bring the class, I bring the sass. Wasn't that the deal? Ambassador Tal replies and Admiral Cistern chuckles at the interaction. Besides, we need it to double-team him. Oh, so I'm being ganged up on now? Strategically outnumbered, a perfectly viable tactic. Lady Tickenped rebuffs before her own communicator buzzes. She sighs to see the message on it. It also appears we're out of time. Or rather, I'm out of time. She quickly gets a kiss from Admiral Cistern and leaves the restaurant in a hurry. Whatever came up needs her personal attention. Wonder what that was about. There's usually a line about 1,000 women long looking to curry favor one way or another whenever she's involved. Just sorting through it must be exhausting. Admiral Cistern notes and Ambassador Tal considers. Only if she doesn't hire someone to do it for her. Not all such things can be trusted with others. There are many things that you simply can't delegate. Personal health being one of them. And personal benefits can very easily be another, if you can't find someone you can trust to sort through things for you. And on centrist trust goes for a premium and has a shelf life of minutes at most. Cults, you think? My men are tripping over the secret societies and cults on this world, and every now and then we realize one of the rakes coming for our face has a landmine taped to it. Rake? What? What does a gardening tool have to do with this? Step on a certain type and its handle can fly up to smack you in the face. It's a staple of slapstick comedy. The landmine takes it from funny to deadly, though. So I was trying to say, in a pithy and humorous way, that running into all the cults is generally more amusing than anything else, but every now and again there's extreme danger. Admiral Cistern explains, and Ambassador Tal nods before grinning. I need to watch some more human comedies, although I keep getting distracted with those historical fictions. Ambassador Tal says with a giggle as she tosses the last of her platter into her mouth. The woman liked her finger foods and would always go for a platter of something she could pick at with her digits if she could. Lunch had to end eventually, and despite how much he enjoyed Ambassador Tal cuddling into his side, he has more work to do. And despite not being from a prominent system, an ambassador's work is never truly done in so massive a galaxy. So he alone heads back to his office and collects the papers and data chips that were dropped off for him before heading back to the Dauntless. He arrives to find a moderately thick folder on his desk, courtesy of the Intelligence Division, and he sets everything else into the inbox and starts reading from it. It's a breakdown of Lady Area 4. She's from a system overrun with the Church of the True Mother, an extremist sect of the Gravid Faith. In particular, it was not the system in which had facilitated Petty Officer McDaniel's kidnapping and subsequent escape. Rampage? Retaliation would be the most appropriate word, but seemed to be so very lacking. Regardless, apparently, there were a series of small-scale civil wars breaking out over her sector, and it could be traced back to the theological messes propping about. She was a political appointee that had gotten the position after her predecessor had been recalled and then subsequently vanished, likely murdered. The war was a church-based schism that had been at the bursting point for some centuries, with the appearance of the Undaunted just being the final straw. Aria 4 seemed so incompetent because she actually was. The woman was running on her great-grandmother's credentials to get into the office and was just plain not qualified for the job. There was also a series of hypotheticals based on her behavior for what she might do. The woman was scared for her life, throwing things every which way and trying to fix a mess she had no power over, no concept of its full scale, and no help coming. She was a dead woman walking and knew it, which also made her potentially dangerous and fairly unpredictable. Heavy odds were on her vanishing within the week, and an entire laundry list for reasons why. There was, however, a rather fascinating suggestion on Madame Stepanova's part. Taking the woman in and being her support to encourage the religious schism to break in the Undaunted's favor was a fascinating prospect. He wrote his approval on it with the caveat that there's to be no torture or intimidation involved. Gentle touch on this one so they can back out if things start going sour. He then starts going through everything that was dropped off at his office during the alien workday. Two offers from pornographic companies to have soldiers assigned to either help in production or as guards around the facilities. He quickly types out some firm but polite refusals in response. If they want to have human guards or actors, then they'll have to hire them when his soldiers have finished their tour of duty. Just like everybody else. Next up is something he's been looking forward to. Candid Solutions was reporting that they'll soon be unveiling their new line of kinetics, made in tandem with a few mechanics he had loaned them. The exchange for 3 years of developmental aid for gunpowder weaponry in exchange for a full 5% of company stocks had been a risky but ultimately very, very prosperous gamble. It was straight out funding a third of the R&D going on at this very moment. Couple that with people finally seeing the benefit to solid weaponry, and the stock value was increasing, meaning even more money to pour into developing even better toys, it was a pure win from every angle. There are several propositions for his hand in favor by previously unknown parties that make grand claims to being one kind of person or another. As societal norms dictate, he files them to be sent to Ambassador Tall. As first wife, it's her duty to screen out those that come in. He does, however, write down their details so that he can send the intelligence division after them and figure out a bit of off-the-books information about his would-be suitors. After he scours the pile of further propositions, finding another two and setting them aside as well, he then moves on to the next portion, a request for permission from the director of Full Shelves to make a spin-off series with his soldier as the lead character. It looks like a cross between a police procedural and a Western. Basically, they want to make him the local sheriff of the area and have the Full Shelves as side characters in the spin-off. The pending name is The Other Side of the Fence. He considers it a bit before giving his approval. After that is an extremely large clothing chain that wants to have a few men being seduced by models in their lingerie and underwear lines. He considers it for a bit and sends back a counter offer that he would be willing to assist in exchange for a few percentile points of company stock. Simple one-time payments are tempting, but they're only good for immediate concerns. He needs long-term investments that pay back reliably. A clothing chain that goes up and down the major Axiom landways and even has a space station in orbit of Centris? Yes, that sounds like a solid investment so long as he doesn't have to actually buy in. The teeth and lace lines. Something to pay attention to. He notes to himself as he sets that bit of business aside. The next bit is very, very interesting. A response to his inquiries to a chain of universities known as the Galactic Education, Exceptionalism and Exploration. They have in fact used long-range scanners and telescopes to scout out a fair portion of cruel space, but not the totality of it. It's on the galactic edge, so the portion closest to the core is what's been peered into. Funnily, enough Earth has been spotted once or twice, but the galaxy being in motion means that it's currently beyond scanning range. However, there had been many planets spotted but clearly not scanned up close for life, or if there was even an atmosphere. Still, mining on those worlds would be of immense value. There isn't much beyond this, though, as many of the programs to actually look into cruel space are only now being restarted. They have long been a sort of gimme for a degree in astral navigation. Basically, look through long-ranged sensors and track what movements have occurred since the last scan. Apparently, they happen about once a century, and therefore, the maps are fairly up to date with very accurate predictions to where they would go. It won't be as easy as mining and colonizing outside of cruel space, but it would be a completely uncontested area of development and expansion for the human race. Granted, he would have to pump more into the null-resistant tech research, but now there were a great many prizes to take. The postscript at the end of this document is an apology for things taking so long as the university where this had been stored in question had undergone an audit and things had fallen to the wayside. Out of Cruel Space, Part 349. The Dauntless. All caught up from his diplomatic affairs, Admiral Cistern opens his desk drawer and finds that the usual reports are already ready. They hadn't strictly been there when he entered the office, but if he didn't let Sir Philip have his fun in his own way, then it wouldn't end well for anyone. For as professional as the old man could be, he was also rather childish in how playful he was. It was much like Alpha and Omega. He had to keep them very, very busy to stop things from going wrong. So the two men were not only testing almost everything out of the labs, but in charge of keeping random squads on their toes and competent. It was either that or let them run wild. And despite his ability to sort through the paperwork and logistics fairly quickly, the paperwork relating to the complete destruction of an entire spire might be a bit more than he could conveniently handle. A few abbreviated and coded reports from the intelligence division. It was an extra and likely unnecessary precaution, as the person who delivered the report is no doubt still watching him, but with a sizable galactic population capable of casual invisibility, and that just being the tip of the iceberg means there's little in the way of being overly cautious. Just levels of practicality, and this was not yet impractically cautious. The breakaway portion of the Trine Lin using organization was in the process of being thoroughly infiltrated. The Silent, as they were now being called, were proceeding in their training and practical experience apace. Apparently, Agent Johnson threatening to sew their mouths shut if they can't stop talking, while in uniform, had been to the point, and he had at one point gotten out the needle and thread while pinning one of the very stubborn and stupid infiltrators. Thankfully, that had ended before there was so much as a drop of blood spilled, but the sheer aggression and suddenness of the action had scared the fool straight. Which does leave the main issue of Earth, doesn't it? The galaxy beyond their piece of space is nothing short of absurd, and of course they don't believe. Thankfully, Madame Stepanova's attempt to get her hands on some cadavers was a good plan. Unfortunately, due to numerous laws and regulations, T was slow going. Still, the cadavers of no less than 25 separate species have already been confirmed, as have a few empty clones to be sent back in order to more or less effectively die while being watched and recorded as the next lance went through cruel space. Harsh? Yes. Cruel? Undoubtedly. Necessary? Unfortunately, numerous spies that had arrived with Madame Stepanova were rather incompetent compared to the gentlemen that had sold out before shipping out. They weren't anywhere near so competent at hiding there, would be reports, mostly because they all intend to return home. Even the Silent Squad is hoping to simply return to Earth on the next lance, which is fine. Their being blatantly turned into children again despite clearly still being themselves is roughly as powerful a piece of evidence of the benefits to living outside cruel space as Admiral Cistern can think of. Well, that and the enormous haul of prefabricated parts, resources, blueprints, and raw materials to help speed up and improve on the production of the next Dauntless-class vessel. Granted, it's like sending back a gift basket after a hit and run for how he expects it will be received. He has few delusions to how well Captain Lake is likely doing, or what the odds are that the next Dauntless-class ship isn't going to be sent out, with express orders to drag him back to Earth, come hell or high water. He takes a deep breath and exhales the pessimism before refocusing on the events of the day. The intelligence division has its ducks in order beyond Herbert putting the fear of God, shadows, and more importantly, him into the incompetent and inept, which to be frank is a good thing. The next bit to look up has him stand up with a sigh. It appears he needs to pay the lab a visit. Times of God, I read the words Event Horizon Artillery Ammunition on my report. Admiral Cistern demands, as he walks into the lab and catches sight of a dummy at the testing range, collapsing into itself as something, perhaps, the size of a pinhead pulls the target into itself before suddenly detonating outwards with a force that would likely have hurt him if there wasn't a defensive force field in the way. I see. I presume that scales upwards? Yes, sir? The nearest professor both asks and replies simultaneously. How much? If we were to make a 10-inch mortar shell this style, we could wipe out the spire it hits and then knock down the surrounding layer into the next layer out. The civilian casualty rate would be in the billions, if not trillions. My God, man. Why? Admiral Cistern asks him, and he holds his hands up defensively. This was not deliberate, sir. How could it not be? You don't just accidentally stumble across weapons of mass destruction. Sir, you do. You're not a scientist, so I'm not entirely sure you can appreciate the process. When you find some new phenomenon or unusual occurrence, you test it repeatedly with increasingly altered variables in order to understand it as thoroughly as possible. Then you start building things with it. We were testing the validity of Kutha ammunition and found that although it makes for a poor penetrator and doesn't have much stopping power, it can very easily be used as the core of ammunition. Even more interesting is that the Kutha can be bound to have specific effects. After some testing, we looked into ways we could help our field men deal with power-armored opponents. We found the answer. Unfortunately, the answer scales up almost infinitely. So it's anti-power armor in a handgun and anti-city in a mortar. Good Lord. That is the gist of it, sir. Oh my God, he says, pinching the bridge of his nose. It had been a good day. Now he has to tiptoe around the newest weapon of mass destruction. Is there a level in which the weapon is ineffective at, or was that almost in front of the infinity for my own comfort? These weapons are one and done. They scatter all the axiom in an area to such a degree that we cannot make use of repeated shots. Furthermore, it doesn't go beyond city cracker level. The scientist says, and Admiral Cistern calms a little, but it's still at a level where it's comparable to orbital bombardment arrays that have been used to wipe cities and smaller continents off of worlds. Yes, sir. But we're still outgunned with continent crushers. Doctor, those are exceptionally large asteroids or even entire rogue worlds with engines affixed to them and sent on an intercept course with the target. Physics sorts out the rest. We just need to build a big engine. Yes. I was merely elaborating that despite how scary our weapons can be, we still haven't beaten the old trick that can be colloquially summarized as "fuck you" and that entire hemisphere you're standing on. The doctor states, and Admiral Cistern sighs. Is there more? There is, but I assure you it's far less disturbing, concerning. Let's go with concerning. Just tell me, the Event Horizon ammunition is just one variety. We can effectively program in all sorts of axiom effects into Kutha core ammunition. The black holes is just our upper limits of destruction. We can make the bullets release a null shockwave to completely disrupt local technology, or even an EMP pulse if you want to hit machines and not people. Thermal, cryogenic, electrified, concussive wave. All sorts of varied and very powerful effects can be used. And what's the downside? Admiral Cistern asks, and there's an almost full-bodied sigh from the scientist. He had assumed there was a downside, because there's always a downside, but really? Is this level of drama really called for? They have to be handcrafted. The process cannot be automated, as forming and shaping the axiom construct so delicately needs a living mind at the helm, which means that there will always be a very limited supply. The doctor says, and Admiral Cistern nods. I need a break. You'll be allowed to take your vacation days after Dr. Samuel comes back from his. It's just 2 more days. I know, sir. I know. It's just that a lot of this was pushed forward by Nerd Squad members, and they've been using cartoons and inspiration, and the fact that children's entertainment is fueling legitimate scientific growth is galling. What next? Are we going to design and program a flying saucer with consciousness projecting recon drones that just so happen to resemble the rumors surrounding Area 51? Please? There, soldier. Just take a deep breath, and as you let it out, feel the frustration flow with it. Let it out of yourself, and you'll feel a little lighter without the annoyance weighing you down. Reality is absurd. You must accept that in order to confront it properly. Anyways, we have standard ammunition in the null detonation variants. But the more complicated variants require a specialized launcher. I refuse to use the name that the Nerd Squad have assigned to the device and will simply call it the initiator. With the variable Kutha ammunition, an initiator pistol can be quite dangerous. We have 2 variants currently. One is a rear-loaded single-shot shotgun with sufficient recoil absorption to be used like a pistol. The other is a very large variant of a revolver that appears almost to be a one-handed grenade launcher due to sheer size. For the sake of understanding, what is it that the Nerd Squad have called the initiator and the variable Kutha ammunition? Caster guns and caster shells. They were also looking to see if there was a race with feline traits and a penchant for transformation. Is there? Yes? Would you like the rest of the day off? Please, take a break, soldier. Thank you, sir. He says before walking over to a nearby table and grabbing a series of papers and putting them in a file. This is what we have so far. I need to get drunk. Very, very drunk. Then the man leaves the room and Admiral Cistern takes a few moments to parse through it. The actual bullets can be made in moments. The problem is that the cores require extremely fine details that cannot be machine replicated and need the touch of a living and aware mind. He briefly considers having a man's mind uploaded into an AI body that could focus on many thousands at once and imbue them all simultaneously. But the question of mental breaks and the need for personal and emotional stability is an issue. Not many people can be comfortable and calm as a factory line, and few of those who can would have shipped out with him. If any at all, he looks over to the oversized handguns with larger than normal ammunition around them and then leaves, ensuring the door is properly sealed behind him. He's spoken to the experts, time to speak with the enthusiasts. He enters the room that is a temple to all things nerdy to find a sphere of utter blackness being suspended between two men as it wobbles back and forth. Admiral on deck! Someone calls out, and both struggling men suddenly look concerned before nodding to each other, and the sphere of emptiness dissipates. He is then saluted properly, and he returns it. I'm here for some explanations, gentlemen, particularly about you driving my R&D department to drink, he says, and there are scowls. He's still pissy? It was a joke, one of the men protests. Front and center soldier. If you're aware of what's going on, then you're today's representative, sir. Petty Officer Jonathan Doe at your service. The nerd in question says running up. If you're here about Dr. Ferdinand's mental break, it's due to the fact that his sense of humor is in the negatives, and he's also spiteful about things. You had quite the argument with him, I'm assuming. In a sense, sir. He has little respect for what he views as children's entertainment, and us pointing out that due to the galaxy being what it is, what was once, child entertainment is now simply heavily stylized fiction did not sit well with him. Not even science fiction or science fantasy anymore, as we live in what could be termed a science fantasy setting. Therefore, science fiction and science fantasy are at most speculative fiction and not something to be dismissed out of hand. I see. I also suspect Dr. Ferdinand's been under a great deal of stress lately, and we were less the catalyst for his issues and more the straw that broke the camel's back. He has paid vacation in 2 days and the rest of today off. I'm glad to hear it, sir. Now tell me about caster guns, caster shells, and whatever it was you were doing just now. All right. Aside the most basic form of caster shell, they all need to be fired from specialized caster guns in order to not only apply sufficient energy, but keep the effect under control and prevent it from an early detonation. The most simple variant is a null cascade, which can go off from any point you fire the trigger to not at all. The premise behind it is that as the bullet moves through more axiom, it scoops up and compresses more until it goes boom as null. Very easy to do. The others require proper priming, charging, and timing, hence specialized guns for specialized ammunition. If it helps, think of it like a grenade launcher. Very succinct. Now, what were you doing just now? We were experimenting with a traditional dueling style called the test of balance. Aramenta often perform this, and the goal is to add a huge amount of elemental energy to an area and control it to knock down the opponent. There are some more rules, but that's the basics. We were seeing if it can be done with a hard vacuum. Can it? Yes, but it's just as dangerous as any other type. Essentially, hitting someone with a ball of pure void, even if it's pierced, will cause a dangerous implosion that, if it doesn't tear chunks out of you, will at the least leave gaping wounds. Are there medical staff on standby to assist should any of you be hurt? Alert medical to your experiments or be forbidden from continuing. Sir, yes, sir. Out of Cruel Space, Part 350. The Dauntless. There's peace for a short time after he leaves the nerds to their thing. Thankfully, as he's leaving the area, there are several medical personnel arriving, to ensure they don't just kill themselves in a silly accident. Those boys are useful and creative, but need to be checked in on fairly often to ensure that they remember to report things. It's almost the opposite problem with his usual R&D. While both provide insanely useful advancements, one of them tends towards incredibly dangerous and delivers to him reports that are a one or perhaps two rounds of misinterpretation away from being ransom notes, and the other will fail to report a great deal and then show up with the secrets of reality when they can pull their heads out of their next project. He's at his desk and scanning the reports from the lawyers and assistants of the legal division. Miss Downshift is fitting in well down there, pun perhaps intended, with the size-shifting transformer woman. There are numerous bits of spurious, and to be frank, irritating litigation being thrown at the undaunted, and if it were all in physical paper, it would be at least a foot high on a slow day. Thankfully, there are apparently certain patterns to most of the litigation, and most of it can be swept away with ease. In fact, a few have left open possible avenues of retaliation for them. Apparently, she wasn't quite ready to appear and argue things in court, but was a huge help in building cases and finding loopholes, especially when the claims being brought against them are slanderous and spurious by nature, leading to counterclaims. An unfortunate but prosperous source of revenue, albeit an unpredictable one. Speaking of revenue, his largest source is the pittance of a fee he had been able to set on human media. After the hack, there was no way to contain or control it, but there were still ways to profit. By setting the price incredibly low, most people paid without issue. Individually, it was just a few credits. In a galaxy where trillions of people were considered a fairly small population, it added up fast. Still, things seemed to be in order, and he moved on to. His desk lights up with an incoming call, and he presses the appropriate button on his intercom. Admiral Cistern here, sir. Talonor of the Longleaf clan wishes to speak with you. Send him in. Admiral Cistern answers, and a few moments later, the almost doll-like alien walks into the room. He had been fooled by those enormous eyes. Only for a moment. There is a strong mind behind them. A mind tempered by a galaxy as unfriendly to his kind as it was friendly to Admiral Cistern's. How may I help you, Seeker? I have finished my exploration of your people and my understanding of it. It is time I return to the Longleaf and make my findings known. Talonor says simply and without decorum. May I hear what you have to say of my kind, or is such a judgment not for outsiders to hear? You are an energetic and enduring people. Without Axiom as a tool for your growth, you hold no instinctual fear of us. Furthermore, by seeming cosmic joke, the features and stature of the tree invokes nurturing and protective instincts in yours. It seems too good to be true, and my judgment is for other seekers to be sent to better see who and what humans are. It takes many eyes to see something in full. I understand hopefully the troops won't be too distraught at your sudden departure. Perhaps if you said your farewells? Admiral Cistern offers, and in spite of the very definite species difference, he can see the disbelief and inner conflict within Talonor. Yes. It is strange that others would. He visibly pauses and stops himself before offering a salute. Thank you for your hospitality, Admiral Cistern. I am uncertain if we will meet again, but I can say for sure that the Longleaf will appear here at least once more. Admiral Cistern returns the salute. I look forward to hosting them. Safe journey, Seeker. The tree gives a slight bow and leaves without another word. Admiral Cistern almost laughs. It took 6 months, surrounded by aliens, to make the kind of first contact he had actually been trained for. Foreign species holding humans at arm's length in order to figure them out before letting anything else happen. It was almost a relief. He had made some inquiries around the political scene. The tree were regarded as either an innocent race that was so repellent that there was little, if any, way to offer restitution beyond giving them as much space as possible, or as a galactic scourge whose mere presence brought ruin and pain. Either way, the general consensus was that the tree were to be avoided if one could manage it. Disseminating that bit of information among the crew had caused the little fellow to be even more appreciated and had improved his already stellar treatment. Nothing like a creature that appears to be a walking doll or plush toy to engender sympathy, especially when its story is so sad. Talonor had never mentioned how he had arrived on Centris or intended to leave. However, seeing as how he was a grown man of respectable intelligence, there was little doubt in Admiral Cistern's mind that there was some hidden ship the tree would pilot away with ease. That bit of business done, he sits back down and skims the disciplinary write-ups and actions. Some can be dismissed out of hand, others not so much. There are a couple of whiners on board. Those few idiots that used favors to get through the training were the main part of it. Generally, they had a small stack worth of complaints about the behavior of their fellow soldiers, and no amount of demoting these idiots seemed to solve the issue. Religious zealotry combined with political viewpoints rarely ends well, especially when it so obviously clashes with reality. Unfortunately, disciplining such people only fueled their victim complexes, and no amount of exposure to the flat facts of reality did so either. It was odd. He was dealing with insane zealots both without and within, and should there be a positive contact from Earth when all this was over, there would be an official complaint lodge about the training practices and letting such idiots through. Of course, after that is his complaint about all the conflicting orders, and the fact that literally every soldier was approached to be a subversive agent. Thankfully, the few that followed through were generally obvious with such thing, and such people were often taken to the side and dealt with. Military positions of power are often compared to herding cats, but there is something distinctly wrong when it's more akin to herding scorpions. It doesn't take much longer for him to peruse through the last bits of incidental paperwork. An overview of the Dauntless and a few reports from the village on Serbo, the recruiting offices on Zalwar, and a few quick blurbs from the EFL. The last bit does take his attention for a bit. VUCSA 5 is apparently still getting a lot of attention in its area of space, and now is sitting on roughly 14,000 kidnapping victims, all male. They wanted permission to open up a training base on VUCSA 5 and see if they can't get the more aggressive men up to snuff. He quickly signs his approval and puts it in the outgoing. He then drafts a few orders of business of his own to ensure that they have the full blueprint and training manuals to get things started. They're going to need drill instructors, cooks, logistical officers, a mess hall, a barracks, training field, weapons, uniforms fit to numerous different widely differing species, and many, many other such things. Getting a training base up and running is no simple affair, and their forces and ability to project power is already stretched thin. So many opportunities and not enough men to jump on them all. The best solution is to recruit like mad so they can have the manpower needed to take advantage of it all. Of course, even then, taking advantage of every opportunity and repelling every setback is going to be impossible. There's simply an infinite number of both, and no army is endless. Paperwork done, he cracks his neck and quickly gathers a bundle before getting back on the move. Despite his delegation having left things fairly simple and straightforward, there are some things that you can't delegate, exercise and self-care among them. 5 minutes later, he's jogging on a treadmill and letting his mind wander and clear as he physically moves and improves himself. Of course, he notes as Private Stream walks in with both a tall bottle of water that's cool enough to sweat and a data pad. "You're going to have to read out loud if you want me to hear that report, Private." "Sir." "Yes, sir." The Averager Private replies, walking up and putting the water in the holster on the treadmill. He then picks up the data slate himself and clears his throat. The purchase and refurbishment of all space stations has begun in earnest, and they have started their trek towards the edge of cruel space. They're not the fastest, so there's going to be a delay of about a year until they get there. Private Stream reports and Admiral Cistern nods even as the treadmill accelerates. "To the point, Private. Exercise is a fairly private affair," Admiral Cistern says, and Private Stream hands over the datapad. "It is not about the space stations. Everything is going to plan with the stations, although a few suffered some bad accidents long ago, and we needed to shift some very old dead bodies. Laser scoring was needed to really get rid of the things." "I see." He answers as he reads out a report of numerous infiltrations of nearby groups that Harriet has accomplished. In her place as a clerk, she's been able to sort through a great number of details. Will we be able to get our null space functional stations working, or are they still prototyping? Still prototyping. Private Stream says before walking around and pointing to one part of the report. It reads about a few groups that are looking into human laws and psychology specifically to try and better lure in boyfriends. It's fairly innocent, but there are numerous listed bad actors from less friendly groups. It's going to be a long upwards process, and we're angling towards using spin gravity so that people have a place they can actually stand up in. I think the term was O'Neill's cylinder. Very interesting. It would allow our soldiers a place to relax and recover if they find themselves under some kind of axiom-based affliction. He notes out loud as he rapidly takes in several of the ill-intended groups. Interestingly enough, there's one based around breeding the most potent and capable warriors in the galaxy, and they want to see what would happen if they bring human lineage into the mixture. Considering that their primary means of doing so are sperm donations, romance, and adoption, the Arlitos clan is outright agreeable despite their eugenics-driven ideology. He reads further as Private Stream starts babbling about easily ignored details and other things he's already well aware about. It's just an audio haze. The gym is one of the areas of the ship that people just assume to be bugged at this point. Some of the propositions being tossed at him by Private Stream are his own ideas and things he's outright ordered to happen, meaning they can be safely ignored. The Arlitos clan is primarily composed of the Takra people, with the exceptions being non-Takra sons and daughters, or the Takra as they call themselves, as apparently Takra just means people in their primary language, and repeating a word emphasizes its importance. To that end, the note states they call humans the humanmen. An interesting way to go about things, but not one he can deny. It's a BMO species number 16, with the typical 1/100. Vaguely feline appearance, but looking closer to an alphar than a felly. Until they utilize axiom and literally shapeshift, like Jorgwa, albeit with only one non-standard form, but a very capable one. Apparently a Takra, or rather Takra Akra, as they find more polite, can slowly modify their other form and shapeshift into it at will. But they go nearly berserk and animalistic in that state. Very protective as a general rule, they also hate being underestimated, which means they've been butting heads with the larger races of the galaxy for a very long time. Apparently, it takes beating them directly in battle, in both their form of reason and form of war, to actually get them to calm the hell down, which explains why they've not been around so much as Zedin, Canador, Lidris, and Apuk are people they've been known to outright war with due to their prickly pride. Some colonies of calmer Takra Akra are floating around, showing that much of the bitter attitude is cultural rather than genetic. The other form is concerning, though. His initial reaction to the Jorgwa was wondering how the hell he's going to explain a species of crocodiles and if he was going to have to explain literal werewolves in the future. Considering he's looking at what appear to be saber-toothed tigers, the answer seems to be yes. They apparently like the idea of human endurance and want to see if they can genetically add that in. Survey says from the first few babies being born that the answer is yes, so they're starting to make a move. He's not sure if he should deny them the chance or let them do it. The end goal is somewhat scummy, but the method is fine. Sperm donations, adoption, and outright romance are far from a problem. Is it the ends that justify the means, and therefore something that should be stopped, or the means that justify the ends and something he should let happen? He needs to give this some more thought. Everything seems to be in order. Private Stream. Thank you for the water, but please, I need at least some time in the day where I can empty my mind and just do something physical. Sorry, sir. I was told you needed this information yesterday. Not your fault, soldier. Carry on with your duties. Yes, sir. The exaggerated salute has enough enthusiasm in it for an entire squad, and Admiral Cistern has to resist snorting in amusement. The man's missed his calling. He should have gone into acting.